The second season of The Count's Youngest Son is a Player kicks off right here. If you missed Season 1, you can catch up using the link in the I button or in the description below. Now, let's dive into today's recap. Sometime later, the scene transitioned to the conference room, where Kane stood before a gathering of key figures, delivering his report. That's all for now, he concluded. We've detected abnormal activity in 3 separate territories. Based on multiple eyewitness accounts, a mysterious night order, comprising dozens of unidentified knights, was seen driving out monsters and securing the main roads. Hearing this, Raoul's expression grew serious as thoughts raced through his mind. After the gate incident, the barony barely held itself together by mustering what little remained of its forces. And now this? Could this be the handiwork of another noble house? A covert scheme to seize control of our weakened territory? Breaking his silence, Raoul asked. Were you able to determine which knight order they belonged to? Kane shook his head. No, we weren't. There were no identifying crests on their armor or weapons. What's more, when our scout attempted to observe them, they disappeared without a trace. Raoul's brow furrowed in thought. That's strange. Knights take immense pride in the houses they serve. For them to conceal their crests, something's not right. Kane continued, his tone laced with concern. There's no way a barony could independently mobilize such a large number of knights. This operation must have a backer, or at least an accomplice. Raoul pressed further. Have any prominent houses or factions made suspicious moves lately? For now, Kane answered. The House of Duke Templeton and the House of Marquis Greer remain quiet. But that's to be expected, they rarely get involved in politics. However, the House of Marquis McNeil was notably swift in quelling the chaos in their region. In fact, there are reports that the Marquis himself took direct action, and some claim it looked as if they were prepared for it in advance. Raoul's gaze darkened. House McNeil. From Ashton's standpoint, Randall may be a nuisance, but from the kingdom's perspective, it's McNeil that poses the greater threat. Once, they betrayed the kingdom. When the Empire invaded, House Templeton led the resistance. But McNeil? They refused to join the alliance, and instead sided with the Empire. Thanks to an internal whistleblower, we managed to avoid catastrophe. But the power vacuum left in the aftermath was inevitable. The question is, when exactly did the Empire turn them? If contact hasn't been re-established yet, we might still have a chance to sway them back. But if they've recommitted to the Empire, then we'll have no choice but to sever ties entirely. Kane resumed. In conclusion, the most suspicious parties are the House of Marquis McNeil, the House of Count Randall, and Viscount Jaden, whom you specifically mentioned, Master. There's something off about him as well, Raoul asked. Right, and what about my uncle? What is he doing now? It appears he recently returned to the capital, Kane replied. Word is, he's conspiring with some relatives from his faction. I believe it's tied to the disturbances in the territory. Raoul's thoughts turned inward once more. Judging by all the intel so far, those knights that have been appearing near our borders must be connected to one of them. It seems like they're planning to make their move here first. Still, can we really expect things to unfold the way we hope? Turning to Philip, who was seated across the table, Raoul gave a firm order. Keep the knights on high alert. Be prepared to activate the portal immediately in case of any emergencies. Philip gave a respectful nod. Understood, Master. Raoul then turned to Jake. From this point forward, the Guild's direct forces will assume all responsibilities related to gate management and monster extermination. The Knight Order will no longer handle those duties. Jake nodded, a confident smile on his face. Understood. Raoul looked around at the group. I trust all of you have noticed by now, our enemies are starting to move in earnest. They likely think we're vulnerable, easy prey. Let's remind them of the cost of underestimating us. Let's show them what happens when someone bites off more than they can chew. As the meeting concluded and the others filed out of the room, only Bernard remained. Raoul addressed him with a lower, more personal tone. I'll be staying in the capital for the time being. If you can't reach me and something happens at the family estate, do as I instructed. Bernard bowed deeply. So you want me to take Miss Nakia back to the estate if there's an emergency? Understood. Raoul nodded. Also, if any orders or requests for cooperation come from the estate, ignore them, unless they're from Brother Dylan. His expression turned grave. We still haven't identified the Empire's collaborator, who is likely still lurking within the estate. I need to be ready for anything. I'm sure their target will be my father. His power and influence remain strong. If he falls, the family will descend into chaos. We can't proceed with our plan while leaving a traitor within the main house. This incident may be the opportunity we need to root out every last enemy hiding within our family. Later that day, Raoul arrived at the first guild's Turium branch. He was welcomed by Ilias, the branch's leader, who greeted him warmly. "You're here, master." Raoul gave a nod. "Sir Ilias, have you been well?" Ilias chuckled. "Quite well, thanks to you, master." Raoul observed Ilias thoughtfully. "He began as a trainee knight from the Golden Bear Knight Order, one of 6 who initially followed me. Now, he's risen to expert rank and holds a top executive position within the guild. The Turium branch alone boasts 500 trained guild troops and roughly 20 station knights. Under royal authority, they manage several dungeons around the capital while also taking on commissions from both nobles and citizens." Ilias led Raoul deeper into the branch headquarters, where 3 knights greeted him with identical smiles and spoke in unison. "It's been a long time, master." Raoul recognized them immediately. These knights were my classmates at the academy. They joined the First Knight Order alongside Dalton. All of them were S-class candidates with remarkable talent. Thanks to the guild system, they've grown tremendously. Each of them is on the cusp of reaching mid-expert level. "I heard you've discovered the entrance to an ancient dungeon," Raoul said. "Could you share the details?" A knight with spiky brown hair raised his hand. "Yes, allow me," he said. "The dungeon was discovered by a wandering adventurer. Fortunately, it was near one of the dungeons under our jurisdiction, so we were able to secure it quickly." He continued explaining the situation in detail. Raoul thought to himself, there's no doubt about it. We've finally found an ancient dungeon. In Connect, there are 2 types of dungeons. The first is a gate that was improperly sealed and fused with our world. These continually spawn monsters and require specific conditions to be sealed. The second type, far rarer, are natural dungeons that existed before the gates even appeared. These include hidden sanctuaries, mage laboratories, dragon lairs, places of ancient power. We call them ancient dungeons. Unlike normal dungeons, which are gateways to another dimension, ancient dungeons are part of the Connect world itself, and exponentially harder to locate. Ken added, "We believe this dungeon is none other than Janak's dungeon, the one whose entrance disappeared 5 years ago." "What's the current status inside?" Raoul asked. Ken replied, "Our knights and soldiers are guarding it closely, and information is under strict control. Janak's dungeon has always been shrouded in danger. Despite only partial exploration of its entrance, many valuable relics were found. But almost everyone who ventured deeper never returned. The last known expedition, 5 years ago, ended in tragedy when the entrance collapsed after a noble house's team entered." Raoul's eyes narrowed. "And now, that very dungeon has reappeared, but in a completely different place." Another knight, a red-haired young man, raised his hand and asked, "Master Raoul, do you intend to conquer it?" Raoul nodded. "Yes. Before another rival makes a move, I intend to enter with a small team of elites." Surprised, the red-haired knight asked, "May we know who you plan to bring with you?" Raoul saw their anticipation and smiled inwardly. "They're all eager to join. I understand why." "I'm sorry," he said aloud, "but I've already chosen the members." He turned to Ken. "What do you think? Do you believe you have what it takes to conquer an ancient dungeon?" Ken asked with firm resolve. "Of course. I absolutely want to come with you." Before the assembled knights, Raoul announced his decision. "Among all the knights, I'll be taking only Ken with me on this raid. Is everyone fine with that?" Though a few sighs and murmurs rose in the room, Ken's fellow knights quickly came around. "It's unfortunate, but if it's Ken, we can't complain," one of them said with a supportive smile. "Congratulations, Ken. Do your best, for all of us." As Raoul looked at Ken, he couldn't help but reflect. Among the 10 who joined the First Knight Order, Ken stands just behind Dalton in terms of skill. He's also the only one to have reached expert intermediate rank. Though smaller in stature, his build is lean and quick, optimized for speed and precision. But more than that, it's his mana control, elegant and highly refined, that allows him to push beyond physical limits. He's not just a strong choice, he's the linchpin of this dungeon raid. I'm already looking forward to seeing what he'll achieve in the ancient dungeon. Later that day, the two were alone in a quiet meeting room. Raoul poured Ken a cup of tea and asked, "Is there anything that makes you uncomfortable about life in this Knight Order?" Ken replied without hesitation. "Not at all, Master. With our efficient training system and top-tier facilities, I truly believe there's no better place to grow." Raoul sipped his tea and thought to himself, a textbook answer. Reliable and reserved, typical of a soldier. Though we both graduated from the same national academy, we never really had the chance to know each other personally until now. He nodded and said, "Still, if there's ever something you think we could do better, don't hesitate to speak up. This night order is newly formed, we're still far from perfect." Ken answered, "Yes, understood." Raoul leaned forward slightly. "Now then, let me get to the real reason I brought you here. Do you have any idea why I chose you for this dungeon raid?" Ken looked puzzled. "I'm sorry, Master. I don't know." Raoul's expression turned serious. "Before we talk about the dungeon, there's something else we need to address first. Don't you agree, Lady Kaylee de Greer?" Ken froze. Shock washed over her face. How does he know who I really am? She wondered. Raoul's mind wandered briefly as he looked at her. The House of Marquis Greer, one of the 5 great martial houses of the Reuben Kingdom. Located on the southernmost coast, they are known far and wide for their legendary spear techniques. A family with deep roots in honor and tradition, once famed for producing elite warriors. But everything changed after the Great War. The family lost both its head and heir in battle. With their most guarded techniques partially lost, they could no longer produce sword masters. They withdrew from the political scene and turned inward, hoping to restore their glory from within. In that light, it's easy to understand why a noble daughter from such a house would disguise herself as a man and enroll in the academy. Kaylee lowered her head, voice calm but resolute. "My sincerest apologies, your lordship. I never intended to deceive you. I truly had no malicious intent. If you order me to leave the night order, I will do so immediately." Raoul folded his arms. "So Ken, or should I say, Lady Greer, you intend to step down as a knight?" "No," she said firmly, lifting her eyes. "Whatever happens, I will continue to be a knight." "But that's not something I can decide alone," she thought bitterly. "Most knight orders in Reuben Kingdom don't even recognize female knights as members." Raoul raised an eyebrow. "Then why speak as if you're prepared to quit? Has something in our order disappointed you?" She quickly shook her head. "No, absolutely not. But, Master, when you said I could stay, did you mean it?" Raoul gave a short laugh. "Isn't it obvious? What kind of knight order would let go of someone who reached expert intermediate rank as a teenager?" Kaylee hesitated. "But I'm a woman. And I belong to the House of Greer, which is a direct rival to your House of Ashton. That doesn't matter to me," Raoul said without blinking. "Even if there are problems, I'll take full responsibility for accepting you." Her voice trembled slightly. "So, you're saying my gender and lineage don't matter?" Raoul met her gaze. "What matters is your will." Moved beyond words, Kaylee rose from her seat, then dropped to her knees before him. "I, Knight Ken of the House of Marquis Greer, once again pledged my loyalty to you, Viscount Raoul de Ashton, my master." Raoul also rose, stepping forward. Placing a hand gently atop her head, he said solemnly, "I, Raoul, master of the First Knight Order, accept your loyalty, and vow to fulfill my duty as your commander." As she knelt before him, Raoul thought to himself, at last, "The very talent I sought at the academy. It was never just Kaylee, it was Ken. The first female knight to reach master rank and connect. A prodigy with S-rank potential. Even though fate twisted things and she ended up under Dalton's wing first, I'm glad we're finally here." Looking up, Kaylee asked hesitantly, "Then, what should I do now? Should I reveal my true identity and gender to everyone?" Raoul shook his head gently. "I'll leave that to your judgment. You can stay as you are or come forward. It's your choice." A soft sigh of relief escaped her lips. "Then, I'd like to stay as I am. As Ken." Raoul smiled. "All right. Now shall we return to our original topic, the dungeon raid?" After completing their preparations, Raoul's party arrived at the entrance of the ancient dungeon. Several knights who had escorted them paused at the threshold. "This is where we stop, Master," one of them said. "We wish you the best of luck." Raoul turned to them, giving a respectful nod. "Very well. Thank you all for your guidance. Raid team, this way." Josh bounced on his heels in excitement. "I can't believe I was chosen for the dungeon raid team. It's truly an honor, Master. Going on missions like this always gets my heart racing." He then pulled something from his bag. "Look, I even brought the magic lamp you left in my care." Raoul chuckled. "It's good to see you fired up, Josh. But this time, I brought something better than the lamp." With a wave of his hand, Raoul summoned Ravel, the forest fairy. She fluttered into the air, sparkles trailing behind her, and immediately cast a spell. "Leave the lighting to me," she said cheerfully. Suddenly, the dark dungeon corridor lit up with a warm green glow. The faint shimmer of ancient magic danced along the walls. Everyone looked around in awe. The ancient dungeon, with all its mystery and danger, now seemed almost alive with energy. Raoul gestured forward. That should be enough. Shall we begin our raid on this ancient dungeon? Some time later, as the party ventured deeper into the ancient dungeon, an unexpected threat appeared. A spectral blue wolf, its body semi-transparent and glowing with ethereal light, emerged from the misty corridor ahead. Ken instinctively thrust his spear forward with precise force, aiming directly at the wolf's core. But instead of wounding it, the spear simply passed through as if slicing through fog. The spirit beast let out a low, haunting growl before retreating silently into the depths of the dungeon. Frustrated but composed, Ken lowered his weapon and thought, "This is tricky." Just like Master said, this dungeon is truly unlike any other. Most of the monsters we've encountered are spirit type, and physical attacks barely affect them. If that's the case, then the only real weakness must be psychic powers. Just as the realization settled in, Raoul, further ahead, extended a hand, his eyes narrowing. A burst of invisible force pulsed outward, striking down another spirit wolf in a single, decisive blow. The creature let out a distorted cry before vanishing into nothingness. After dispatching the threat, Raoul closed his eyes briefly, concentrating as the mana around him shifted subtly. Then, without looking, he spoke. "Josh! Touch the corner of that wall to your left." Josh blinked in confusion but obeyed. As his fingers brushed against the rough stone, the wall rumbled slightly. With the soft grind of ancient mechanisms, a hidden door slid open, revealing a narrow passageway shrouded in glowing mist. Seeing the hidden entrance, Ken's eyes widened. A secret passage. How does Master see through the dungeon's tricks so easily? But Raoul already knew what Ken was wondering. He thought to himself, of course I can see through it, because I've been here before. In my past life, Jainax's dungeon was the very first dungeon I ever cleared. Back then, it was considered a high-difficulty labyrinth that many had failed to conquer. But I succeeded because I wasn't an ordinary warrior, I was an esper. This dungeon wasn't designed for just anyone. It was a proving ground built specifically for those with psychokinetic powers. Jainax himself, once revered as the ancient fist master, or the combat master, was an esper. As espers vanished from the continent of Connect, so too did the ability to clear this place. And his closest companion back in the day was none other than the ancestor of House Greer. They pressed deeper into the heart of the dungeon, when suddenly, the narrow path gave way to a vast, open area. Before them stood an enormous stone mansion under a ceiling of enchanted sky, as though they had emerged outside. Josh gasped. "Wait, did we come outside somehow? Is this place still part of the dungeon?" Raoul looked around, eyes scanning the grand structure. "Yes, it's exactly like I remembered. You can never predict what you'll find in an ancient dungeon. This mansion was part of it too." Ken's gaze fell on the stone walls, the carvings, the architecture. Something about the building tugged at his memories. This place, it looks so familiar. "Master, over there!" Josh suddenly pointed toward a large arena-like area where two imposing statues stood facing each other. "There's something here!" Ken followed his gaze and stopped. His breath caught. A bronze statue stood tall, its design unmistakable. The scene faded to several days earlier, in the meeting room of the Turium branch. Raoul leaned back in his chair. "Now then, let's return to the topic of the dungeon raid. Ken, you've heard the rumors, haven't you? About the hidden treasure left behind by the ancestor of Marquis Greer in Jainax's dungeon?" Ken nodded gravely. "Yes. In fact, most of the artifacts unearthed in past expeditions were related to House Greer. The Marquis attempted multiple raids over the years whenever the dungeon reappeared. But the cost was devastating. Few ever made it back." His tone turned somber. "The most recent attempt was 5 years ago. My older brother Sean Greer, the heir of our house, led that expedition. When news reached the Academy of the Dungeon's discovery, he mobilized his escort knights and soldiers and rushed there. But he never came back." Ken clenched his fists. "Master, no matter what, I must go. I have to reach that place, for my brother's sake, and for my family." Now back in the present, Ken stood frozen, staring at the bronze statue. Raoul looked over. "What do you think? Could the rumors have been true?" Ken stepped forward, voice firm. "Yes. I'm certain of it. That's him. That's Jeremiah de Greer, the founder of the Greer Marquis. The three of them approached the statues together. But just as they stepped closer, a glowing system window appeared in front of Raoul. Warning, this is a forced quest area. Unauthorized entry may result in death. Recommended qualifications, spear technique rank B or higher. Proficiency level, 1 or above. Bloodline holder from House of Marquis Greer. Seeing the message, Raoul turned to Ken and gave a confident nod. Looks like it's finally your turn. Can I trust you to handle it? Ken nodded, determination burning in his eyes. Please, master. Leave it to me. He stepped forward slowly, approaching the statue of Jeremiah de Greer. As he entered the activation range, the statue's eyes gleamed with light. It began to move. With a metallic echo, the statue's arm swung its spear wide, and a deep voice boomed through the chamber. Who dares disturb my eternal sleep? Ken immediately assumed a combat stance, spear raised in front of him. I am Ken, of the Greer Marquis. I request the teachings of the family's founder. The statue let out a low chuckle. So you carry our name. I won't go easy on you. Show me if you're worthy. In a blink, the statue lunged. Spear strikes rained down with impossible speed, testing Ken's defense. Blocking furiously, Ken's mind focused on every movement. There's no mistake, this is the legendary Greer technique, Fury Wave. I have to watch carefully. I can't afford to miss even a single move. As the clash echoed through the arena, Raoul turned his attention to the second statue nearby, that of Janak himself. He smiled faintly. Then I'll leave this to Ken and take care of my part. As Raoul stepped closer to the towering statue of Janak, a familiar system window flashed before his eyes. Warning, you are entering a forced quest zone. Unauthorized entry may result in death. Recommended requirements: combat skill, rank B or higher, intermediate level +1, psychic skill, rank B or higher, intermediate level +1. Suddenly, the eyes of the Janak statue glowed with life. The stone began to crack and shift as the ancient figure awakened with a powerful voice that echoed across the chamber. Who dares disturb my long slumber? His gaze fell on Raoul and the tiny forest fairy, Ravel, hovering at his side. Janak let out a deep chuckle. A fairy and a fledgling psychic? How amusing. Very well. If you can endure my trial, I shall reward you accordingly. Do you accept the challenge? Raoul raised his head confidently. I will. In my previous life, he thought, I barely survived this fight with just intermediate level 3 telekinesis. But this time, I'm far stronger. This won't be a problem. With a wave of his hand, Raoul's psychic energy surged. Swords made of pure telekinetic force manifested in the air around him. Dozens, then hundreds, all floating and ready to strike. Janak's eyes narrowed in surprise. Unbelievable. That's clearly intermediate level psychokinesis, but the output and control. Out loud, he scoffed. You do realize having many doesn't mean you have everything, right? Raoul smiled faintly. Of course. I'm looking forward to this duel. Without another word, Janak lunged. His fist, wrapped in a greenish martial aura, tore through the air with immense pressure. In response, Raoul launched his psychic swords forward. But Janak twisted and dashed through the formation, slipping between the blades with uncanny speed. He swung his fist directly at Raoul. Ravel reacted instantly, forming a shimmering mana barrier around Raoul. The fist struck, yet the barrier offered no resistance. The blow pierced straight through and landed cleanly against Raoul's torso, sending him staggering back. Pain flared through Raoul's body. That hit landed directly, even though the barrier was intact. Could this be penetration fist? One of the advanced martial techniques? If so, I'm at a disadvantage. Just then, a familiar voice echoed from within the Regnitor armor. Karl's spirit materialized beside him. You've run into a rather dangerous opponent, Karl said calmly. How does it feel to face him head-on? Raoul grimaced. He's annoyingly tricky. His attacks cut straight through defense. Blocking won't work, I'd have to dodge everything. But if I do that, this wouldn't be a real duel anymore. Karl nodded. That's what makes martial artists like him terrifying. When facing someone who's mastered penetration fist, your options are limited, either deflect or stay completely out of range. Janak surged forward again, delivering another fierce strike. Raoul twisted aside, narrowly dodging. Before he could recover, another blow followed. Raoul bent backward, just barely avoiding the second attack as the wind from the strike passed over his face. Janak smirked. Warm-up's over. Now I'll show you my true power. Raoul's thoughts turned serious. So in my past life, he was holding back after all. Janak possesses two psychic abilities, flame manipulation and body reinforcement. That enhances both his attack power and defense. Combined with his master-level martial arts, he's one of the strongest one-on-one duelists I've ever encountered. But still, as Janak launched another deadly blow, Raoul vanished using flicker, reappearing in the air above him. With a gesture, a new ring of swords formed around Raoul, glowing with psychic energy. In aerial combat, I have the advantage as a telekinetic. The blades flew downward like meteors, targeting Janak. But Janak answered with overwhelming force. Flames exploded around his body as his aura flared. The stone beneath him cracked and scorched, and the pressure in the room spiked. On the ground, both Josh and Ken felt the change. Their expressions grew tense. Meanwhile, Janak shouted, "Didn't I tell you already, boy? Sheer numbers won't overwhelm me." He raised his fist again. "Junk like this, I'll cut down." With explosive strength, he swung his arm and shattered many of the incoming blades. But something unexpected happened. One of Raoul's swords sliced into Janak's forearm, drawing blood. Janak's eyes widened. "What? That's a mana blade." He glanced around. "No, all of these swords are imbued with mana? For a rookie like him to maintain this many enchanted weapons." Letting out a roar of frustration, Janak released a psychic pulse that caused the blades to clash against each other in midair, colliding and shattering into fragments. Raoul frowned. "My mana blades were overwhelmed. I need to reinforce them again with psychic energy." Before he could act, Janak raised both hands, gathering flaming energy into a monstrous shape. An enormous dragon formed entirely of flame and aura, its jaws wide open. The beast lunged toward Raoul like a comet. "Damn it!" Raoul thought, panic rising. "There's no way to dodge this. No matter where I run, I'm toast." Just then, Carl reappeared beside him, calm and composed. "Relax, Raoul. Open your eyes and observe. That's not a real dragon, it's condensed flame aura. The form is just an illusion. What you need to find is the mana core. That's its weak spot." Raoul's eyes sharpened, focusing. He scanned the flaming dragon, and then saw it, a swirling orb of concentrated mana at the center of its mouth. There it is. Channeling his power, Raoul conjured a new set of telekinetic blades, sharper, stronger, more refined than before, and hurled them directly into the core of the incoming dragon. A massive explosion erupted midair. Flames surged, smoke filled the air, but as the dust settled, Raoul emerged from the smoke, unharmed. Janak stared at him in disbelief. His mouth opened slightly, and he muttered, "I have to admit it. You've surpassed a level I can judge." He slowly lowered his fist, and bowed his head slightly. "This duel is your victory." The statue of Janak spoke, its deep voice echoing through the hall. "Thanks to having met such an outstanding junior, I can leave in peace." A sudden chime sounded in Raoul's ears, and a system window appeared before him. Forced quest, Janak's test, completed, rewards, mansion warehouse key, type B, 50,000 player coins, large amount of EXP, title obtained. The one who received Janak's acknowledgements. Before Raoul could fully process the notification, a brilliant golden light began to radiate from the statue's chest. Slowly, a shimmering golden core emerged, floating in the air. "I look forward to the day your psychokinesis reaches the level of a master," the statue continued. "May the experience you've gained from today's battle guide you along your path." Raoul's brows furrowed. "What's this? Wasn't the reward for the hidden quest already fixed?" The moment the golden core drifted away, Janak's statue fell silent and still, returning to lifeless stone. Across the hall, the statue of Jeremiah stopped mid-swing against Ken. "Time's up. I concede, this match is over." Ken, panting heavily and drenched in sweat, could barely keep his stance. Jeremiah's statue inclined its head in respect. "You've endured far longer than I anticipated. I respect your perseverance. Ken of Marquis Greer, you pass." From the sidelines, Josh let out an enthusiastic cheer for both Raoul and Ken. Yet another system notification popped up before Raoul's eyes. Forced quest, Janak's test, completed, rewards, mansion warehouse key, type B, 50,000 player coins, large amount of EXP. Raoul smirked to himself. Good, just as planned. That means Ken has cleared his trial too. Once they stepped inside the mansion of Greer, Josh couldn't help but marvel. "It's on par with the mansions in the capital." Raoul waved a hand dismissively. "You've both worked hard. Take a short break. I'll contact you through guild communications when I need you. Until then, rest in your rooms." "Yes, master. Thank you for your hard work," Josh and Ken replied before heading off. As their footsteps faded, Raoul placed his hand on a table and opened his system interface. "All right, time to sort through the rewards." A window displayed the details. Title: The one who received Janak's acknowledgements. Grade S. Effect: increases combat power, psychic skill strength, and skill proficiency by 20%. Raoul tilted his head thoughtfully. Not bad, though a swordsmanship buff would have been nice. Well, I can always get that somewhere else. From his inventory, he pulled out the golden core. Item: Janak's spiritual core, grade S. Effect: enhances certain psychic abilities of the consumer. A special core left behind by Janak for future generations. Grants unique powers based on the consumer's choice. Raoul froze for a moment, stunned. An S-grade core? In my previous life, the first dungeon clearer only got grade B, and everyone after that received grade C. Without hesitation, he swallowed the core whole. Golden light flared across his body. You have consumed the S-grade spiritual core, Janak's spiritual core. The core's effects are spreading throughout your body. Choose 2 growth effects suited to your aptitude. 3 new system windows materialize before him. Psychokinesis, power growth, increases the total movable weight by 10 times. Psychokinesis, control growth, increases the number of manipulable objects by 10 times and improves fine control. Psychokinesis, range growth, doubles both detection and spirit projection range. Raoul's eyes widened. I have to choose between these? That's insane. Taking a deep breath, he analyzed each. Power boosts the weight I can move and the speed of heavy objects. Control lets me handle more objects simultaneously and with precision. Range expands my area of influence and detection. After a moment of consideration, he made his decision. You have selected range growth and control growth. Golden light surged through his body, his eyes now glowing with radiant gold. Every object in the room rose into the air under his will, spinning and floating in perfect harmony. So this is how it feels. This sensation is completely different from when I reached Meister level in my past life. Honestly, I could crush the past life me in a psychic duel right now, and not just maybe, but definitely. With a thought, everything returned neatly to its place. Just then, he sensed a faint but unusual aura. Come to think of it, just as I got a hidden reward, Ken must have gotten one from Jeremiah. That ring and spear, looks like he awakened his abilities. Good for him. A smile touched his lips, until Josh burst into the room, face pale and breathless. Master! There's a big problem. Raoul turned sharply. What happened? Josh swallowed hard. I was walking around the back of the mansion during break, and I found something. A place that looks like a graveyard. A little later, Raoul, Ken, and Josh hurried toward the rear grounds of the mansion. The air was heavy, and an unsettling silence blanketed the area. As they rounded the last corner, the sight before them made them all tense. Hundreds of human skeletons lay scattered across the ground, bleached and brittle with age. Raoul's gaze swept over the grim remains. He turned to Ken, his voice low and grim. It's even more horrific than I expected. There's something in particular you're looking for, isn't there? Ken nodded solemnly. Yes, Master. Without another word, Raoul stepped forward, extending his right hand toward the field of bones. His thoughts focused inward. Let's use the spiritual core's effect. An invisible wave pulsed outward, scanning the skeletal remains one by one. His senses sifted through the dead until something caught his attention. There, nestled on the finger of a golden-armored knight's skeleton, was a distinctive ring. Raoul recognized it instantly. The crest belonged to the house of Marquis Greer. Raoul stepped toward the armored corpse. The faint glint of gold contrasted with the weathered bones. Behind him, Ken's eyes widened as he fell to his knees, despair written across his face. Moments later, Josh approached, holding a bundle of weathered papers. Master, we found this right beside the corpse. Raoul took the documents and began to read. The ink was faded, but the writing was still legible. September 7th, I heard from Fabian about Janak's dungeon. We've never gotten along, not since I took the top spot in the entrance exam. It's suspicious he'd offer me this kind of information. September 10th, Fabian of House McNeil says he wants to make amends. He proposed we tackle the dungeon ourselves. No adults, no interference. September 12th, after some thought, I agreed. Waiting for my family's support would take too long. I've decided to reclaim our family's secret art on my own. September 15th, we entered the dungeon with my escort knights and private soldiers. Progress was smooth. Fabian was cooperative. September 19th, something is wrong. The dungeon teems with spiritual entities. Physical attacks are useless. September 21st, I've been betrayed. Fabian and his party vanished during the night. Even the hired guide and priest are gone. It must have been prearranged. We later found the guide and priest's bodies. Fabian must have done it. The entrance has disappeared. Only one knight remains with me. I must make it back to Kaylee. Damn this cursed dungeon. Raoul lowered the paper. The rest is illegible. It seems his mind had already begun to break. Ken rose slowly, trembling with rage. His eyes burned a deep, furious red. Raoul's thoughts sharpened. Fabian of House McNeil. I've heard of him. The late-born son of Marquis Clifford de McNeil, the axe master himself, born when the Marquis was already past 40. Not gifted, yet spoiled beyond reason. The Marquis even created a knight order for him. Wait, why does this sound so much like my own story? Turning to Ken, Raoul spoke with measured sympathy. I'm sorry for the tragedy here. As for Fabian of House McNeil. Ken cut him off, his voice steady despite his fury. I have already pledged my loyalty to you, Master. I will not tarnish your name over personal vengeance. But if conflict with House McNeil ever comes, please allow me to stand at the front. Raoul paused for a moment, then nodded. I swear it. You will have your chance to take rightful revenge, but you must do it with your own strength. Ken bowed his head. Thank you, Master. I will never bring dishonor to your name. Raoul's eyes narrowed slightly. Eliminating Fabian won't be difficult, but there's no need to rush. Sooner or later, House McNeil and I will clash. They're not the only ones who can scheme. When the time comes, I'll repay them in full. In the weeks that followed, the dungeon expedition concluded. Jane X's dungeon was relocated entirely to Calypso's territory, possible only because Raoul had received an extraordinary reward, Jane S. Dungeon Core, Grade EX. Effect, grants administrative control over the ancient dungeon. Jane X's dungeon. Function, create or seal entrances at any location. Warning, destruction of the core will annihilate the dungeon entirely. The existence of ancient dungeon cores was among the most closely guarded secrets in the world. Even Raoul, once the operator of an intelligence cafe, had never heard of them. Using the core, Raoul salvaged every remaining treasure from the dungeon and reconfigured it into a personal training ground, complete with the guidance of 2 ancient masters. Even Bernard, the Wind Mage, used it to elevate his psychic abilities to a higher level. Now, Raoul's focus shifted to strengthening the knights and readying his forces for the inevitable conflicts ahead. 1 month later, Mira First Guild Academy, Dalton greeted him warmly. Long time no see, Raoul. It's been a while. Raoul replied with a faint smile. How are the trainees? You mean the foreigners? Their growth rate is astounding. Now I see why you're so interested in them. Dalton, both headmaster of the academy and the swordsmanship instructor, oversaw their training personally. And the guild recruitment? Raoul asked. I've been focusing on the talented ones, but fewer people are interested than I expected. That's fine, Raoul said. Just make sure you secure the ones I named. Of course, Dalton replied. I won't take my future subordinates lightly. Raoul thought back to a special item he had obtained long ago, a rare consumable from a main scenario quest that allowed the creation of a second guild, bypassing the rule that each person could only join one. With it, he would form the Purple Guild, a secret player-only organization rivaling the first guild in power. I'm counting on you, Raoul told Dalton. I'll give you most of the Purple Guild's authority. Dalton smirked. Leave it to me. Those old lords won't even imagine we're building something like this in secret. With that, Dalton departed. Alone now, Raoul's form shimmered, shifting into the appearance of Bei Dohayan. Then, time to update today's record. Sometime later, a student from the First Guild Academy burst into one of the classrooms, his face flushed with excitement. Hey! Big news! Bei Dohayan just showed up at training arena number 1, he shouted. The room stirred instantly. Really? One student exclaimed. How high is he planning to push his score this time? Another jumped from his seat. Let's go! If we're lucky, we might even get a party play with him. It had already been 2 months since the Academy's first batch of students enrolled. 600 of them were being rigorously trained under the Academy's specialized methods, and their skills were improving at an extraordinary pace. Among the many programs offered, one stood out as the Academy's pride, virtual battles via the Illusion Magic Circle. This system could create complex, lifelike battle environments filled with monsters, designed to evaluate a student's ability in real combat scenarios. Every week, the students' performances in these simulations were compiled into a ranking list. The final graduation exams would also use the same system, making it a vital part of their training. But since the program's launch, one thing had remained constant: the number 1 spot had never changed. The undisputed top ranker was Bae Dohyun, a name synonymous with dominance. His position in the academy wasn't just first place, it was untouchable. Training arena number 1 was alive with the sound of combat. Inside, Bae Dohyun was cutting through monsters with effortless precision, each strike clean and decisive. Outside, students huddled around the ranking display. "Whoa," one student said, wide-eyed. "That monster just broke another record. I thought we were finally catching up this time." Another muttered in frustration. A third asked, "He barely even shows up to classes. How does he keep getting scores like that? Even the instructors have acknowledged him." A fourth replied, "Rumor says he's busy running missions for the first guild." Moments later, Bae Dohyun stepped out of the training room. At once, ranked students like Blake hurried over. "You're sparring today, right?" Blake asked eagerly. "How about with me?" Before Bae Dohyun could answer, another student cut in. "Don't be ridiculous." Someone behind Blake scoffed. "I booked him last week." That person was promptly shoved aside by Wang Tianming, who declared, "Move aside, everyone. Today, I'm going to avenge my last defeat." Bae Dohyun let out a tired sigh. "Don't you guys ever get tired of this?" he asked. Wang Tianming smirked. "Not until I beat you. We can't graduate with a loss hanging over our heads. I'll keep challenging you until I win." Blake grabbed Tianming's shoulder from behind. "At least wait your turn," he said sharply. "You can't just charge in every time because you're impatient." The two immediately started bickering over who deserved the first sparring match. Watching them, Bae Dohyun thought to himself, "Still, I have to respect their persistence. At least now that most of the troublemakers are gone, we can talk like normal people." Finally, he cut in. "Fine. How about a 2-on-1 today?" The arguing stopped instantly. Blake and Tianming turned toward him in surprise. Not long after, both were lying on the arena floor, utterly defeated. "Damn it," Tianming groaned, pushing himself to his feet. "We couldn't even land a single hit together." "What a monster!" Blake staggered up beside him. "No matter how you look at it, Dohyun's an irregular. I can't believe he's even the same kind of player as us." Tianming clenched his teeth. "You're just not skilled enough. One day, I will take him down." Blake glanced sideways. "What about you?" Tianming frowned. "What about what?" "The Purple Guild," Blake said. "It's been trending among rankers lately. Even the instructors are promoting it hard." "Not interested," Tianming replied flatly. "I don't plan on joining any organization. I already turned down every guild offer back in my home country." "I'm thinking of joining," Blake admitted. "The conditions sound really good." Tianming raised an eyebrow. "What kind of conditions?" "I want the best treatment in the best guild," Blake said matter-of-factly. "Even if I started my own, I doubt I could surpass the one Bae Dohyun's in. Think about it, once the academy ends, it won't be easy to meet him again. If you want to beat him someday, wouldn't it be smarter to join the same guild and bide your time?" Tianming fell silent, imagining the day he could finally defeat Bae Dohyun. "You still have that guild information brochure?" he asked. "Didn't you get one already?" Blake replied. "I threw it away the day I lost to him. I was pissed," Tianming admitted. "Then get another from the instructor." "Seriously, you need to control that temper," Blake said. Flustered, Tianming shot back. "Mind your own business." The scene shifted to the first guild's mirror branch, where a golden brown-haired guild member approached Raoul with news. "The business targeting outsiders is finally turning a profit," the man reported. Raoul smiled faintly. "Is that so? That's good to hear. We expect a steady flow of newcomers in the future," the man continued. "So we're planning to expand our shops in case we get more visitors than expected. The guild has secured both the manpower and the funding," Raoul assured him. "If you need anything, we'll gladly cooperate." "We're truly grateful for your personal assistance, Baron Raoul," the man said sincerely. Suddenly, a system window appeared before Raoul, an incoming guild audio message. He opened it. The voice of Bernard came through urgently. "Master, we have a problem. We just received word from our informant in Cauford Castle. Count Melvin has collapsed." Raoul's expression hardened. "Damn it. Is the scenario starting exactly as I predicted?" He immediately activated emergency transmission to all guild members. "All forces, maintain maximum alert," he ordered. "From this moment, consider this a wartime situation and prepare accordingly." "Yes, master," came the unified reply. Raoul strode quickly down the corridor, flanked by knights, continuing his orders through the link. "All knights of the Mirror Branch, head to Calip's castle. Also, there will be officer meetings tonight. Stand by until then. That's all. He cut the transmission and pushed open the door to a room, where Nakia, Dalton, and Kane stood near an active portal. What's the current situation? Raoul asked. Kane reported. The Count hasn't regained consciousness yet, but healers and priests have begun treatment. Then follow me to the main estate, Kane, Raoul ordered. Dalton, join Bernard at Calip's castle with Nakia. Yes, master, they replied. Raoul then turned to Nakia and used a secret transmission directly to her mind, issuing a confidential order. Finally, he addressed Kane. First, we hurry to the main estate. Inside, his thoughts burned with determination. When I opened my eyes as Raoul Ashton, I made a vow to accept this life and face whatever comes. The tragedy looming over the Count's family, I will stop it, no matter what. The scene shifted to Comfort Castle, ancestral seat of House Ashton. Raoul strode through the main gates, his voice echoing with urgency. I came as soon as I heard Ivan. The butler, Ivan, was visibly trembling as he bowed low. Lord Raoul. I failed to properly serve the Count. I have no excuse. Raoul shook his head. Don't blame yourself too much, Ivan. What matters now is father. Let's see him first. He signaled to Philip, one of the household retainers. Philip stepped forward at once. This way, my lord, he said, taking the lead toward the Count's chambers. As they approached, Raoul noted the armored knights standing guard before the door. He recognized immediately the family crest emblazoned across their breastplates. Without a word, he entered. Inside, Count Ashton lay unconscious upon his bed. The room smelled faintly of incense. A healer and a priest stood nearby, tending to him. Beside the bed, Lady Estella, wife of Raoul's elder brother Dylan, was weeping uncontrollably. Her reddened eyes turned to Raoul as he entered. Young master, what do we do about this? She asked through her tears. Raoul did not answer right away. He took a seat beside his father, staring at the still form with tightly clenched fists. Then, jaw-taut, he addressed the healer and priest. What exactly happened? Why is father in this condition? The priest hesitated, then replied. We do not know the precise cause yet, but judging from the symptoms, it appears to be mana backlash. Raoul's eyes widened. Mana backlash, he thought grimly. In his mind, he recalled the basics. Every knight who uses mana possesses a network within the body known as a mana road, a fixed pathway through which mana flows, much like blood in veins. When, for any reason, that mana reverses its flow, the phenomenon is called mana backlash. In most cases, it is fatal. For those who survive, permanent disability is almost certain. The priest continued. Though this case is slightly unusual, mana backlash is the only condition that explains his symptoms. Raoul pressed further. Is there a treatment? We have to stabilize him somehow. The priest's expression turned regretful. In this case, divine power is ineffective. We can only offer blessings in his presence. Raoul gave a curt nod. Then please, do everything you can. Later, when the others had stepped back, Raoul remained seated beside the bed. From the armor he wore, a faint shimmer emerged. The spirit Karl, sealed within it, materialized. Karl's voice was low and grim. The Count's will is formidable. He must be enduring immense pain. Raoul turned sharply to him. Master, is there no way to save him? Karl considered, then said. Let me borrow his senses for a moment. Raoul placed his right hand over his father's head. Karl studied for a moment before speaking again. This is strange. It does not match any case of mana backlash I've encountered before. Raoul leaned in. So there is a chance to treat it? Karl's tone grew cautious. It's complicated. His condition is highly unusual. By this mana level, he should already be an intermediate master, yet he hasn't broken through. The Count's own mana is clashing against the reversing mana, pushing back as if in a stalemate. But he can't hold on forever. There are two possible approaches. First, identify the root cause of the backlash. There is an unnatural mana flow mixed in. If we block it, his natural flow should recover. Second, forcefully block the reverse mana flow. But this method requires a master-level manipulator to control the mana with extreme precision. It's incredibly risky, and even then, stabilization is not guaranteed. If either method succeeds, the worst-case outcome is unavoidable. Sometime later, Raoul walked through the castle corridor with Ivan, deep in thought. Why hasn't my eldest brother arrived yet? Raoul asked. Ivan replied. A few days ago, 2 teams went missing in a strange dungeon. The eldest young lord went personally to investigate. Raoul frowned. No wonder he didn't respond to the guild's messages. Has he sent word about returning? Raoul pressed. Of all places, Ivan answered. The dungeon is located at the farthest edge of the Count's territory. Raoul's expression sharpened. What about the Knight Commander? And Commander Ernest Bozel, the Viscount? The Knight Commander went into the dungeon with young Master Dylan. Viscount Bozel has been away for over a week conducting mobile training. Raoul stopped in his tracks. Then who's overseeing the house and the castle's defenses right now? The main estate is under Baron Carlo de Ashton, commander of the Silver Bear Knights. The castle is guarded by Baron Dwayne de Ashton, head of the security forces. Raoul muttered to himself, so that explains why it's the Silver Bears on escort duty. He knew the county maintained 4 knight orders. Golden Bear Knights, elite warriors serving directly under the head of House Ashton. Silver Bear Knights, primarily composed of Ashton family members. Iron Bear Knights, skilled fighters of common or foreign birth. Chain Knights, a not yet formalized order still in training. While prestigious by name, the Silver Bears were generally considered weaker in combat than the Iron Bears. Raoul made his decision. Send a messenger. Summon the Golden Bear Knights immediately. Fill any gaps in their ranks with members from the Chain Knights. And tell Baron Dwayne to lock down Comfort Castle. No one gets in or out until further notice. Understood, young lord, Ivan replied. As they moved, Raoul's mind was racing. The timing is too perfect. Everyone else thinks Father's collapse is an accident, but I don't. My brother and most of our forces are conveniently away, leaving the estate vulnerable. Without my informant in the main house, I'd have arrived too late, and if Father had died, the county would have plunged into chaos. We narrowly avoided disaster. I need to act now. Opening a private guild channel, Raoul issued rapid orders. Jake, I'll open a private portal. Bring the knights and our guild members to Comfort Castle. Dalton, join us at the mansion with Nakia and Ken. They answered with unwavering obedience. Yes, master. Raoul's mind was already in motion. The enemy, he knew, still had no idea of the true power he and the First Guild possessed. This ignorance would be his advantage. He would use it to position his forces and quietly root out any signs of treachery. Just then, Kane's voice crackled through an audio message from the castle wall. Master, we have a situation. 6 Baron families bordering 4 of our lands are moving troops toward the borders. It's a significant force, including knight orders. A slow, knowing smile formed on Raoul's face. Inwardly, his resolve hardened. So, they want to go there, he thought. I'll show those rotten traitors exactly what happens to backstabbers. The scene shifted to a secluded mansion, where a man with silver-white hair greeted Viscount Jaden. It wasn't easy finding a suitable place. The man admitted apologetically. I'm sorry to receive you in such a shabby place, Viscount Jaden de Ashton. Jaden brushed the apology aside. Forget that. What's the situation? The man leaned closer, lowering his voice. According to our spy, the Count is on the verge of death. Most of the castle's main forces are away for a dungeon subjugation. A cold smile curved across Jaden's face. Serves him right. He should have known his place, bringing death upon himself with his foolish actions. Dylan took the bait too. Nothing else we need to worry about, right? There's no one else who could rally them, the man assured him. But I've just received word. Somehow, Raoul Ashton has shown up at the mansion. At that, Jaden's expression darkened. That brat Raoul? After what happened in the capital, he's been far too active. The silver-haired man quickly reassured him. Don't worry. We've stationed troops in his territory. He'll be rushing back in no time. He'd better, Jaden replied sharply. We paid a lot to move those worthless pawns. Keep a close eye on him and report to me immediately, he replied. Yes, sir. Jaden then turned toward his assembled knights. His voice carried with authority as he declared. Men, you've waited long enough. Our great cause has finally begun. This is the crucial task of setting the Ashton line straight. Let us drive out the vile ones who disrupted the family's order, and we will rewrite Ashton's history with our own hands. The knights roared behind him, raising their hands in unison. Those of the Count's line. Jaden thought darkly. I'll tear them down from top to bottom. Meanwhile, at Comfort Castle, Raoul was making preparations. Then I'll be counting on you, he said. Leave it to me, my lord, replied Weiron, a senior knight of the Golden Bear Knights, the man Raoul considered the best choice for the task at hand. Raoul reflected inwardly that Weiron's loyalty and strength made him the ideal guardian. A day after his father's collapse, knights from nearby had returned to the mansion, and after careful observation, Raoul had entrusted his father's protection to Weyron and his order. It was then that Baron Carlo, commander of the Silver Bear Knights, stepped forward. "Isn't this a bit of an overreaction?" he questioned. "Are you saying that adding extra guards means you don't trust the Silver Bear Knights?" Raoul met his gaze firmly. "It's not that I don't trust you, Baron, it's that I don't intend to trust anyone. I'll keep strengthening the guard until my brother returns. I hope you understand." In his mind, Raoul calculated further. 5 Golden Bear Knights will rotate guard duty on the 5th floor, where Father's room is. No one may enter without my permission. This plot began within this very manner. Right now, I cannot trust anyone. I must strengthen the guard even more. Later, Raoul visited his father, Count Melvin Ashton, who was bedridden under the care of Bishop Alonso of the Xenon Order. "Is there any improvement?" Raoul asked. "I'm sorry," Alonso admitted. "Just maintaining the Count's current condition is already overwhelming for me." Raoul looked at his father's fragile state for a long moment, then said gently, "You've done well, Bishop. Could you step aside for a moment?" "Understood." The bishop bowed and left the room. Immediately, Nikia entered. Raoul asked her quietly, "How does it look?" After carefully observing the Count, Nikia nodded. "I think your guess is correct, Master. This is definitely a case of manifilaria." Raoul's heart sank. Manifilaria. I've seen this before. In my previous life, it was revealed that key figures of the kingdom were assassinated this way. The exact cause was never uncovered, but it sparked a great bloodbath. I always suspected it was connected to the downfall of the Count's line. "Is treatment possible?" he asked. "Based on the data you gave me, I've already developed a cure," Nikia replied. "Treating the manifilaria itself won't be a problem. However, I can't guarantee what the Count's condition will be after treatment. Still, I'll do my best." "I'm counting on you," Raoul said. "If it's you, Nikia, I believe you can do it." Nikia bowed and left, while Raoul thought grimly, "Now then, shall we go catch the tail of the ones who caused this mess?" Sometime later, Raoul met with Philip. "You're saying forces have been spotted at the Calip's estate's border?" Raoul asked. "Yes," Philip confirmed. "It's said to be composed of a private knight order and mercenaries. No official report yet, but judging from the scale, there's a real possibility of a territorial war. They'd need royal approval to declare one, wouldn't they?" Raoul pressed. "Still," Philip warned, "the enemy has already completed deployment. They could declare war at any moment. Then time is of the essence," Raoul said decisively. "Let's return to the territory. Inform the commanders of each domain about the movements in neighboring lands. Have all knight orders prepare for combat," he replied. "Yes, Master." Unbeknownst to them, a figure cloaked in black observed from the shadows nearby, smiling maniacally at what he overheard. Later that night, 2 Silver Bear Knights guarded the mansion in uneasy silence. One of them frowned. "Hey, didn't you just hear something?" he whispered. Before his companion could respond, a dagger pierced his neck. Blood spurted as his body collapsed. The second knight turned in horror, only to be struck down as well, another dagger burying itself in his throat. The killer stepped from the shadows, Imperial Hound 6. He sneered. "Just as we heard, the security is lax." At that moment, one of his subordinates hurried out from the mansion. "As promised, all the windows are open." "Good," Imperial Hound 6 replied with cold satisfaction. "Move to the designated spots and await my signal. Once you see it, kill them all, and burn everything," he replied. "Yes, Captain." As his men scattered into position, Imperial Hound 6's lips twisted into a maniacal grin. "I've been holding my breath for decades, waiting for this day. Count Ashton's line. I will snuff out your last breath with my own hands." The windows of the mansion stood wide open, yet the 2 Silver Bear Knights stationed nearby remained oblivious to the danger creeping in from the shadows. A sudden red flare streaked into the sky, bursting with ominous light. One of the knights turned toward it in confusion. At that very instant, a dagger shot from the open window pierced his head, dropping him dead on the spot. The knight beside him gasped in shock, but before he could cry out, a figure cloaked in black appeared silently behind him. The Imperial Hound pressed a hand over his mouth and drove a dagger deep into his throat. Another life was snuffed out in an instant. The assassins moved quickly. 2 of them slipped into the room beyond, where Dylan's wife, Lady Estella, lay sleeping on her bed. The sound of footsteps stirred her from her slumber. She opened her eyes, but before she could react, a handkerchief soaked with a drowsy, chemical scent was pressed against her mouth. She struggled desperately, but within moments her body went limp, and she fell into an enchanted sleep. The Imperial Hounds carried her to their leader, Imperial Hound 6. His cold eyes scanned her before he asked sharply, "Are you sure this is the target?" "No doubt about it," one of the kidnappers confirmed. A low, satisfied laugh escaped him. "Everything's going smoothly. Starting tonight, the Count's house will walk the path of ruin." At his order, one subordinate slung Lady Estella over his shoulder and leapt from the window, carrying her away into the night. Imperial Hound 6 lingered, gazing out at the chaos unfolding below. "Things are going so well, perhaps I should watch a little longer. It should be about time for the signal." His anticipation was rewarded. Flames erupted across the mansion as another flare burst in the sky. The Silver Bear Knights, finally realizing the danger, shouted, "Enemy! We're under attack!" But the defenders were outmatched. The Imperial Hounds carved through them with merciless precision, moving faster and striking harder than the knights could hope to withstand. Fire spread rapidly through the halls, smoke twisting into the night sky. Imperial Hound 6 smiled faintly and turned down the corridor. "Good. That's enough chaos. Let's head to the next target's location." He reached another chamber and pushed open the door, only to be met by the sharp metallic tang of blood. His nose wrinkled. "I told you to keep it under control," he barked at his subordinates. "How many times did I say the target mustn't be harmed?" Before his fury could settle, a blade sliced through the air toward him. Instinct saved him. He leapt back, dodging the strike. What he saw froze him. 3 of his men lay lifeless on the ground, and standing above them was Philip, his sword gleaming in the firelight. "Was there such an order?" Philip asked coldly, lowering his blade into a ready stance. "Guess I didn't hear it." Imperial Hound 6's eyes narrowed. "Damn it. That man. I thought he went back with Raoul. Something's wrong. We'll retreat for now." He spun on his heel and fled through the smoke-filled corridors. Glancing back, he saw Philip had not pursued. Relief flickered through him. Luckily, he's not chasing us. So, protecting the target really is his priority. Looks like Raoul secretly kept troops hidden. Foolish bastard. Even so, tonight will still be our victory. Later, within a meeting room, tension boiled over. Whereon, a Golden Bear Knight slammed his fist onto the table. "Just how was the guard set for such a disaster to happen?" he roared. Baron Carlo, commander of the Silver Bear Knights, snapped back immediately. "What? Are you saying this is only the Silver Bear Knights' fault? The inner and outer security were your responsibility?" Weyron shot back. "This matter will be thoroughly investigated later, and responsibility will be taken. Try it if you can," Carlo snarled. "If you insult my knights who gave their lives in battle, I won't stand by quietly." Before the argument could boil over, Philip's sharp voice cut across the room. "That's enough. Both of you, stop this." Silence fell. Philip turned to a Silver Bear Knight nearby. "Report the damage." The knight bowed his head. "Yes, sir. In last night's attack, 30 guards were killed, and 5 Silver Bear Knights lost their lives. 1 annex burned down, half the East Garden was destroyed, and the main building suffered considerable damage. And amidst the chaos, Lady Estella was kidnapped." Weyron and Baron Carlo froze in shock. "What a disaster," Weyron muttered bitterly. "I have no face to see the Count, or young Lord Dillon." Philip's tone remained calm, though his eyes hardened. "What about their trail? Any word from the pursuit team?" "For some reason," the knight admitted, "after they left the inner castle, their tracks have been hard to follow." Philip nodded grimly. "Then let's do what we can first. Right after the incident, I ordered the guard captain to seal the gates. They shouldn't have escaped the castle yet. Sir Weyron, please continue to guard the Count with the utmost care." "Understood," Weyron replied. Philip turned to Baron Carlo. "I'll ask you again to secure the mansion. There might still be remnants inside. The attackers even smashed the outer portal last night. Clearly, it was to keep the Count's main forces from returning. There may very well be another attack. Everyone stay alert." The meeting ended, and the knights dispersed. As Philip stepped aside, he opened a private channel through the guild chat. "I carried out your orders, master," Raoul's voice answered from the shadows beyond. "Good work, Sir Philip. Soon, the real prey will take the bait. Now, it's time to deal with the rats." The scene shifted to a military tent lit by lanterns, where Viscount Jaden pored over reports and maps. Suddenly, Baron Tate burst through the flap, breathless with urgency. "News has arrived," he said. Dylan Ashton and the Golden Bear Knights have just returned from the dungeon, Commander Jaden. Jaden's sharp gaze rose from the table. Where are the enemies? Baron Tate quickly spread a map across the desk, pointing to its markings. The Commander-in-Chief and the Central Army of the Count's territory have already begun retreating from the Forbidden Zone's border. With the portal destroyed, they'll need at least 5 days to return, even at best speed. Meanwhile, we are east of Comfort Castle, in Baron Bennett's territory. With cavalry, we can reach it in 2 days. Jaden studied the map, then asked evenly. What is the current troop situation in Comfort Castle? Given its size, it is not an easy target, Tate replied. 5,000 guard troops maintain order and security. 60 elite knights and about 100 chain knights have been confirmed. In practice, Jaden mused, we have only about 1,500 elite troops. Taking the castle quickly won't be easy. But even if the unexpected happens, the hostages we hold will serve their purpose. Baron Tate gave a thin smile. You mean the captives secured right under the Count's nose? Our collaborators must be very skilled to have pulled it off. It wasn't that hard, Jaden said coldly. A man unfit for the seat of Count sits there. You're right, Tate agreed. The current Count is far too soft. This is the time when your decisiveness and drive are needed, Commander. Jaden rose from his chair and strode out of the tent. His knights stood assembled outside, awaiting his command. One of them lifted a horn and blew a sharp, resonant call across the camp. Raising his hand high, Jaden declared, All troops, march immediately on Comfort Castle. The story then shifted to the riverside, where Dylan and the Golden Bear Knights had halted to rest. Their horses drank deeply from the lake, while the men loosened their armor and sat in silence. Trevor de Hesse, commander of the Golden Bear Knights, approached Dylan, who stood brooding at the water's edge. Do you feel a little better now? He asked. Dylan exhaled heavily, shaking his head. I'm still frustrated. I should have judged more carefully. It's not your fault, young lord, Trevor said gently. It's been a long time since I, too, was deceived so thoroughly. Dylan's jaw tightened. The reports of a peculiar dungeon, missing soldiers and knights, with procedures in place, there was no choice but for me and the First Knight Order to act. Traces of demons had been reported. How could I ignore it? Yet the dungeon had been empty. No beasts. No demons. Nothing but a clever trap. His teeth ground together. First during the Royal Capital Rebellion, and now again, fooled twice by lies. Trevor's voice broke his thoughts. So, where do you plan to go now? After leaving the dungeon, I heard everything from Raoul, Dylan replied. He gave me 2 options. The main road splits ahead. One path leads straight to Comfort Castle to rally scattered troops. The other, Dylan's eyes narrowed, is somewhere we must visit before returning to the castle. We'll take that road. Trevor nodded without hesitation. Understood. Commander, Dylan called again, his tone quieter. What do you think of Raoul? The third young lord? Trevor considered. Before the Count went into seclusion, he once spoke to me about Raoul. He blamed himself for not realizing Raoul's true nature. He thought Raoul was a child to be protected for life. But Raoul was too exceptional for the Count's household to contain. Dylan turned sharply. Father said that? Trevor sighed. If Raoul had been only moderately gifted, your father would have warned caution. But Raoul is not someone who covets the Count's seat. Dangerous though it may sound, he has the talent to raise a nation. As the Count said, Raoul is far too great for one house alone. A faint smile crossed Dylan's face. That Raoul, when did you even win over the commander? He straightened, resolve burning in his eyes. Let's move. Those who dared betray the Count's house must pay the price. He mounted his horse and called to his knights. Move out again. Leave behind anyone who falls behind. Stay sharp and keep up. The Golden Bear Knights rallied, ready to follow. Far away, in the depths of an Imperial Hound hideout, Imperial Hound 6 returned with his subordinates after their mission. His teeth clenched as he surveyed the surviving troops. The last operation caused more damage than expected. Raoul left behind variables deadlier than we imagined. But it doesn't matter. No matter who survives, the result will not change. The Ashtons will tear each other apart, until only one remains. And that will be the perfect moment to cut off the Count's family's last breath. From the shadows above, he watched over the Empire's mana soldiers, his expression twisted with grim satisfaction. Imperial Hound 6 stood in the shadows of the underground chamber, his expression calm yet calculating. Should we have deployed the cavalry earlier? He wondered. No, They must not reveal themselves yet. Whether Baron Jaden seizes Comfort Castle or not, it no longer matters. Once the battle begins, our agent will neutralize the castle's magical defenses. Then, we'll open the portal beneath this chamber and unleash reinforcements and cavalry inside the castle walls. The cavalry must be saved until the end, for the bloody festival to come. Truly, I can hardly wait to see that scene. His musings were broken by the hurried footsteps of a subordinate rushing in, shouting breathlessly. Captain? Big trouble! The captive we took from the Count's family has escaped. Imperial Hound Six's eyes widened in shock. What were the guards doing? Those fools couldn't even keep watch over one woman? She can't escape the underground. Search inside, quickly! Yes, sir! The subordinate barked, rushing off. But before the search could begin, a voice echoed from behind. Sorry for calling me just some woman. Imperial Hound 6 spun around in alarm. Lady Estella stood there, cold fire in her eyes. In an instant, she struck, killing the subordinate beside him. An escaped prisoner! The captain barked. What are you doing? Catch her already! 2 of his men lunged toward her, blades flashing. But to their shock, she moved with deadly precision, cutting them down before they could react. Their lifeless bodies fell to the ground. Imperial Hound 6 froze, his heart pounding. That movement, what the? She wasn't an ordinary woman? Before his eyes, her form began to waver, shifting like rippling water. Her features melted away, and a mocking voice filled the chamber. That damned bronze mask! I never thought the day would come when I'd remove it with my own hands. The disguise collapsed, and the truth was revealed. It was not Lady Estella at all, but Cain. His eyes burned with vengeance. The revenge for my men who died so miserably, he growled. Today, I will repay it in full. Imperial Hound Six's composure cracked. That one, no doubt, the master of the Wings of Freedom, the Information Guild. Damn it, he disguised himself as a target just for this moment. How did he get this far? Cain sneered. This is just the kind of filthy trick you bastards pull. What's wrong? Upset you got burned by the same games you play. Arrogant brat! Imperial Hound 6 roared. This is the Imperial Hound's den. Don't think you'll leave here alive! At his command, several subordinates rushed forward, weapons drawn. Cain leapt into the air, his daggers flashing. Swallow waltz! The steel blades spun through the air like deadly comets, striking enemies in their heads and shoulders. Some dropped instantly dead. Others screamed in agony as they staggered, grievously wounded. Damn you! Imperial Hound 6 lunged, slashing with his dagger. Cain met the strike head-on, his own blade locking against it. You bastard! The captain snarled. To charge into enemy territory so recklessly, there's a limit to stupidity. You may have gotten this far by luck, but since you've seen everything, you cannot be left alive! Their blades clashed, sparks bursting into the dark chamber. More Imperial Hounds swarmed in, their numbers growing. Cain only smiled coldly. So you've all crawled out? Before the clash could continue, the ground shook violently. An explosion erupted at the entrance, smoke and fire blasting into the chamber. From the haze, a voice thundered. Wipe out every last one of them. Leave no survivors! Raoul Ashton emerged with his knights, their weapons gleaming. They surged forward, cutting down Imperial Hounds and Empire Mana soldiers alike. Imperial Hound Six's eyes widened in disbelief. What? How are you here? Raoul's gaze fell upon him, calm and commanding. From the looks of it, you must be the one in charge of this tunnel. Why are you here? The captain shouted. Didn't you return to your territory? Raoul glanced around the chamber, almost fascinated. Truly interesting. Does the Empire have a mole unit? How do you always manage to dig these underground tunnels? Imperial Hound 6 ground his teeth. Hundreds of cavalry, over 100 enhanced soldiers and Imperial Knights, all being completely overwhelmed. When did he gather such a force? This is nothing like the scale I saw at the investiture. Raoul's eyes followed the battlefield, pride flickering in his thoughts. For the past 6 months, I've been recruiting talent using the developer's analysis. With the system's aid, we conquered gates and trained without rest. One by one, they rose to expert-class knights. Now, all that effort is finally bearing fruit. But as the slaughter continued, Imperial Hound Six's expression twisted in desperation. My plan, 10 years in the making, is falling apart like this? No. I cannot give up here! He roared, summoning his full strength. A torrent of red aura burst from his body, flooding the chamber with murderous heat. For the glory of His Majesty the Emperor! Raoul's eyes narrowed in recognition, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. That technique, the Black Sacrifice. As the tension in the battlefield reached its peak, Cain assumed his fighting stance, daggers at the ready, preparing to face Imperial Hound 6. Raoul watched silently, contemplating the situation. What do you think, Cain? He wondered. The opponent was no ordinary foe, an expert-level fighter with activated tattoos, now in a berserk state, making them even more dangerous. Yet there seemed to be a flicker of emotion left within them. Would Cain take on such a challenge? Cain's form glowed with a greenish aura, the energy enveloping his daggers as he spoke with quiet resolve. I'm honored that you'd entrust this to me. For the sake of our fallen comrades, I'll make sure to take you down with my own hands. Without hesitation, Imperial Hound 6, fueled by his berserk state, lunged forward, striking with devastating force. Cain met the assault, his daggers clashing with the attack, sending waves of energy and dust scattering across the battlefield. At that moment, Jake approached Raoul and reported, Master, we've taken care of all the Imperial Knights and Demon Cavalry below. Raoul turned, relief flickering in his eyes. That ended faster than expected. Good work, everyone. Observing the duel between Cain and Imperial Hound 6, Jake commented. The berserk monster seems to have the advantage. Will it be okay? Raoul's gaze remained fixed on the fight. He's defending much better than expected. At this rate, the match will be decided soon, he thought. Jake, with a teasing grin, called out to Cain. Lady Cain, if this White Knight's help is needed, just say the word. Cain, flustered and angered by the remark, turned sharply. Not necessary, he growled, his eyes blazing. In a flash, he struck with lightning speed, slashing Imperial Hound 6 across the body. The berserker screamed in pain as blood spilled, falling to his knees, yet his dark aura still lingered. Turning to Jake, Cain asserted confidently. I'm more than enough on my own. Raoul nodded approvingly. It was an excellent match. Your skills have really improved. Cain replied humbly. I showed a shameful performance. Raoul's attention shifted to the fallen enemy. Now don't think this is the end, he said, activating his skill aura of radiance. Golden daggers surged forward, piercing Imperial Hound 6's body. Slowly, the dark, blood-infused aura began to fade. Cain observed silently, recognizing that the attack had severed the demonic energy that had possessed the hound. Raoul then commanded his knights to remove the corrupted power armor and take the fallen soldier away, still breathing. With the armor now on the ground, Raoul extended his hand, his Regnitor armor absorbing the fallen hound's power. Seeing his strength increase, he muttered, As I thought, this confirms it. Turning to the forest fairy, Ravel, who was examining the armor, he asked her opinion. Yes, Ravel replied, her eyes scanning the system window. To evolve Regnitor to the next stage, we need to absorb power armor contaminated with demonic energy. I had a feeling it would be like this. Any other changes? Raoul asked. I think we'll know once the digestion is complete, Ravel answered. What's certain is that this alone is far from enough. Of course, don't worry. We'll have many more opportunities to acquire them in the future, Raoul reassured her. Turning to Jake and Cain, he said, Alright, let's quickly wrap this up and head back. We still have a lot to take care of. Yes, Master, they replied in unison. Raoul handed Cain the mask of Imperial Hound 6. It might be troublesome, but Cain, I'll have to ask you one more time. Leave it to me. This is my specialty, Cain said, donning the mask and perfectly shape-shifting into the form of Imperial Hound 6. Well then, Raoul thought, now it's time to weed out the vermin hiding in the castle. Meanwhile, within the castle, nobles and high-ranking members were summoned. The crowd murmured among themselves. Gathering us like this? I wonder if something bad has happened to the family head, one whispered. Another cautioned. Don't even speak of such ominous things. They might have uncovered those who attacked the inner castle. At that moment, whereon the Golden Bear Knight arrived. May I have your attention, please? He called out. The reason I've gathered you all here today is to ask for your opinions on a certain matter. It concerns a magical message that arrived yesterday evening. The nobles gasped in shock. It was from Viscount Jaden. The messenger explained that Jaden had left the family, wandering foreign lands, but never forgot his duty. He had trained knights and soldiers, hoping to assist when needed. Upon hearing of the family's crisis due to the unprecedented gate incident, and the critical illness of the family head, he had mobilized his forces to come to the county's aid. Baron Jared de Ashton, elder council member of House Ashton, shouted indignantly. What in the world is this? What a long load of nonsense he's written! How dare that traitor set foot on this land again? A young man with golden hair, Baron Isaac, replied calmly. There's no need to dwell on past events like that. Jared bellowed. Dwell on it? This is about a traitor, Baron Isaac. Isaac countered. It's true that Viscount Jaden's actions have harmed the main family, but must we turn away someone coming to help in this situation? Whereon spoke up, his voice steady. Actually, this matter should be decided by the Count, or the Count's representative. But the situation is urgent. According to our scouts, Viscount Jaden and his group of supporting lords will arrive at Conford Castle tomorrow. Jared and the other nobles were taken aback. What? Such an insolent fellow, bringing troops into the county without permission? Baron Isaac inquired. Has there been any armed conflict or looting? Whereon replied. No reports of that nature have come in. Isaac pressed further. Then what's the problem? He isn't forcing his way in. Isn't this a sign he doesn't intend hostility? A fellow noble suggested. Wouldn't it be better to accept him for now and discuss it later when the Count's representative returns? Turning away someone offering help is unbecoming of a noble house. Jared, flustered, shouted. Such an ungrateful. After all the kindness the Count's family has shown, how dare you say such absurd things? Isaac shook his head. It's that outdated thinking eating away at the family, letting emotions cloud judgment. Another noble stepped forward. That's right. It's time we put an end to these bad habits. Jared, seeing Isaac's point gaining agreement, thought grimly, to side with such unreasonable opinions. I fear something terrible is about to happen in the county. The Ashton family was no ordinary noble house. Bearing the title of Border Count, the Ashtons stood as the western shield of the kingdom, entrusted with defending the lands against the ominous Forbidden Zone. Because of this responsibility, the royal family had granted them extraordinary privileges. Several territories paid taxes directly to the Count instead of the crown, and the Count in return forwarded only a portion to the kingdom. He raised and commanded his own military forces, and any land reclaimed near the Forbidden Zone automatically became part of his domain. He even possessed the authority to appoint lords. Thanks to these powers, the Ashton household ruled over so many vassal families that people often called it a small kingdom, its territory vast, comparable to the size of the Korean peninsula. Naturally, within such a realm, nobles frequently clashed over rights and interests, and factions formed according to their political stance. Before leaving the estate, Raoul had warned Philip, "Keep an eye on some of the relatives who raise their voices while I'm gone. They'll do anything for a slice of power." Baron Isaac, on the other hand, argued, "Since we're family, shouldn't we discuss things with them directly?" Philip stepped forward, bowing slightly. "Forgive the interruption. I've just received contact from the acting count, and I will convey his orders." The hall fell instantly silent. Philip gestured toward the wall. "Everyone, please direct your attention to the screen." A large screen lit up behind him, revealing acting Count Dylan. "People of Conford Castle," Dylan began, his voice steady despite the tension hanging in the air. "I apologize for the delay. This is Dylan, acting Count. I thank you all for fulfilling your duties during this time of turmoil. I will now announce several decisions made during the meeting." The crowd leaned forward. "First," Dylan continued, "from this moment onward, all gates of Conford Castle will be closed, and entry or exit is strictly prohibited. Second, I appoint Chief Knight Wayron as temporary commander of the castle. All forces within the castle are to obey his orders until the commander-in-chief or my unit arrives. Violations will be punished under wartime law." The screen faded. Philip lowered his head. "That is all. The briefing is over. You may be dismissed." Baron Isaac's expression darkened. He turned sharply and left without a single word. Philip watched him go with a grim expression. If only they backed down quietly, but no. If they could, none of this would have started. At night, Baron Isaac's mansion, meeting room. Baron Isaac sat at the head of a long table. "So, did you find out the current troop placements?" Divany, commander of the Guard Corps and a chain knight, nodded. "Of course. The Count's central army is stationed entirely inside the inner castle. The Guard forces occupy the two outer walls, and the Silver Bear Knights are holding the outer gate." Baron Dwine, captain of the Guard, stroked his beard. "Concentrating the direct forces in the inner castle, that works in our favor." Isaac turned to Divany. "Who ordered the Silver Bear Knights to be stationed outside?" Divany answered. "It seems temporary Commander Wayron made the request to their Knight Commander." Isaac shifted his gaze to another man. "And? Will that be a problem?" Baron Lamar, Vice Commander of the Chain Knights, replied confidently. If you're referring to the Silver Bear Knights, no. We've already brought several to our side. Handling the separated ones won't be difficult. Isaac leaned back, thinking. The Chain Knights, a probationary knight order awaiting positions in the regular orders, also commanded the Guard Corps at Comfort Castle and other key forts. In other words, aside from the elite knight orders, every other force was already under their influence. Good, Isaac said. We'll leave the Silver Bear Knights to Baron Lamar and the Chain Knights. A noble raised a concern. Are you sure it's safe to ignore the inner castle? Without securing the manor, won't all of this be meaningless? We're not here to start a civil war, Isaac explained calmly. Once Baron Jaden enters the castle, legitimacy will follow naturally. He's bringing several hundred knights. Even if they force their way in, taking the manor will be easy. After that, we'll seize the families of the county's key figures as hostages. A silver-haired noble nodded. Then the Central Army and elite knight orders won't be able to act. Exactly, Isaac said. Once the tide shifts, the surrounding vassals will have no reason to side with Dylan. Prepare yourselves. Soon, the true master of the county, Baron Jaden, will arrive. One by one, the nobles left the meeting room. And as the door closed behind the last of them, a faint smile curled onto the face of Baron Lamar, who was, in truth, Cain, perfectly disguised by his shape-shifting skill. The next morning at the Comfort Castle, a Silver Bear Knight burst into the operations room, shouting, "Disaster!" Whereon, the temporary commander, rose immediately. What happened? The knight saluted shakily. A coup, sir. Overnight. A blood-soaked Silver Bear Knight arrived at the inner gate moments ago. He said the rebels, and traitorous Silver Bears, have seized all the outer gates. Baron Carlo, commander of the Silver Bear Knights, slammed his fist on the table. What disgrace is this? Tarnishing the name of Silver Bear so shamelessly? Philip asked urgently. Where is Captain Dwine? It appears he's joined them. The Silver Bear Knight said bitterly. The moment news spread, he went out saying he would assess the situation. He never returned. Whereon clutched his head. Baron Jaden is expected to arrive around noon. Baron Carlo grabbed the hilt of his sword. Damn it! I'll cut down every last traitor. If we can break through even one gate before they gather more forces, we can end this siege. Stop, Whereon commanded. Our top priority is protecting the Count's household. A reckless attack will doom us all. If we're ambushed like last time, everything will collapse. Carlo grit his teeth in frustration. Philip stepped in. The commander is right. If fighting breaks out inside the castle, soldiers and civilians alike will suffer. Carlo growled. Then what do you suggest? Are we just going to sit and watch Jaden's forces march in? A calm voice answered from the doorway. No, Raoul said as he entered. Of course we can't. You've all endured enough. The knights turned in shock. Baron Raoul? How are you here? Raoul smiled faintly. I've come to tell you that I have a way to resolve this situation. Some time later, at the outer walls of Comfort Castle, a cluster of Silver Bear Knights stood wrapped in robes, some loyal, some already swayed by Baron Isaac and Baron Dwine. Baron Isaac and Baron Dwine arrived at the wall. One of the Silver Bear Knights called out. Captain of the Guard, you've arrived. What's the situation? Dwine asked. The guard extended a small scope. You'll have to see for yourself. Dwine took a look, only to freeze. There were no soldiers preparing for them outside the inner castle. The eerie stillness made his stomach twist. Seeing his reaction, Baron Isaac narrowed his eyes. Is there a problem? By now, Dwine muttered. There should have been some reaction. Why is it so quiet? Isaac sighed. They must have realized the situation already. Don't you find it odd? Temporary Commander Weyron is probably hesitating. He clearly lacks confidence in his own judgment. I hope that's all, Dwine said quietly. But thoughts raced through his mind. Strange. Even if incompetent, shouldn't he at least send an envoy to gauge our intent? Do they plan to provoke direct conflict? They couldn't be that foolish. We have hundreds of knights here. They can't stand against us. Even politically, Baron Jaden outweighs Dylan. Count Melvin, if you were alive, none of these decisions would have been made. Before he could think further, a massive magic circle flared to life above the outer wall. The guard staggered back. Something's coming out, he shouted. A projection formed, Raoul's image appearing above the battlements. Raoul cleared his throat. Everyone, can you hear me clearly? Dwine's face twisted in shock. Earlier, inside the operations room, Raoul had stood before Weyran, calm and steady. "There is a way to resolve this situation." "But my lord," Weyran protested, "the situation is too unfavorable. If battle breaks out inside the castle, there will be no battle," Raoul said firmly. "The reality isn't as dire as it seems. Most soldiers on the outer walls are simply following their commander's orders." Weyran blinked. "What?" "The ones who seized the gates," Raoul explained, "were only some chained knights and nobles. Meaning most guards don't even understand they've been dragged into a rebellion. All we must do is awaken their sense of duty." In present at Raoul's broadcast, Raoul's voice boomed throughout the outer castle walls. "The Ashton County hopes you will not shed meaningless blood. Your duty is to protect your families and neighbors, not to swing swords at comrades. Do not be swayed by the instigation of a few shameless traitors." Baron Isaac slammed his fist against the wall. "Damn it! Stop that broadcast!" But already, soldiers were stepping back from their positions, refusing to obey. Isaac's face twisted. "He's branding us as shameless traitors. We'll lose control at this rate." Raoul continued. "I, Raoul de Ashton, give you my word, no soldier forced into rebellion against their will shall be held accountable." Isaac shouted frantically to the troops. "Don't be fooled! They're lying! The real rebels are those who seized the inner castle." But the soldiers didn't respond. Many quietly formed ranks facing inward, no longer loyal to Isaac's faction. Dwayne felt his confidence slipping. "This isn't turning in our favor, but we still hold the gates. Time is on our side. Once Baron Jaden arrives, everything changes. Raoul can't hope to retake this place." He clenched his jaw. "He doesn't have the strength." At the inner gate, several nobles arrived with their troops. A knight asked, "State your affiliation." A brown-haired noble stepped forward. "Tyrannian de Ashton. I heard the broadcast. I've come to lend what strength I can to subdue the traitors." A red-haired noble named Zenito Talon stated, "I request to join the suppression force." A knight with flowing golden hair smirked. "I heard there are fools bold enough to rebel. I came to see for myself." Moments later, a guard rushed into the operations room. "Sir Weyran! Over 2,000 reinforcements have arrived at the inner castle. The adjutant has finished arranging them. Everyone wishes to punish the traitors at the outer walls." Weyran exhaled slowly. Everything is unfolding exactly as Lord Raoul predicted. Meanwhile, at the outer wall, several rebel knights whispered nervously. "Did you see the forces inside the inner castle? Are we seriously about to start a civil war? I'm out. I was only following orders." They dropped their weapons and fled. Their commander barked after them. "Guards! Get back here! That's direct disobedience." Inside the inner walls, knights raised their swords high. "Strike down the traitors who dared rebel against the Count's house." The battle cry echoed across the city. On the outer wall, Baron Isaac and Baron Dwayne watched the overwhelming force forming before them. Isaac swallowed hard. "Lord Dwayne, what should we do? We can't possibly stop a suppression force of that size." "But Baron Jaden will be here soon." Dwayne remained silent for a long moment. His eyes drifted to the trembling soldiers behind him, morale shattered at the sight of united forces in the inner castle. Finally, he said, "Tell the archers to ready fire arrows. Gather the nimblest men, prepare oil and fire." Isaac's eyes widened in horror. "Lord Dwayne, think rationally. There are homes beneath us. Setting fire here would, I am being rational." Dwayne snapped. "Now that we've been branded as traitors, why hold back? If we burn the gates and the city streets, we can at least buy time. Either way, if we lose, we die. Push this far, all we can do is fight to the bitter end." Baron Isaac hesitated, torn between fear and reason. "But if we burn the castle," he argued, "we'll lose the support of the neutral nobles." Baron Dwayne, already pushed to desperation, dismissed the concern with a harsh scoff. "We're about to die. Do you really think that matters now? In this chaos, do you think the people will know who set the fire? We can make excuses for that later. What matters now is reuniting with Baron Jaden." Isaac fell silent, realizing the grim truth behind Dwayne's words. At last, he turned away and muttered, "I'll order the soldiers to do as you say." "Good," Dwayne replied coldly. As Baron Isaac pivoted to leave, Baron Lamar arrived, though the man was actually Cain in disguise. Isaac brightened immediately. "Baron Lamar, perfect timing, we need your help. Order some of the chain knights to take oil and set the streets on fire. This time we'll break the gates and, amidst the confusion." But he never finished. Cain drew his sword in one smooth motion and slashed downward, cutting into Isaac's arm. The Baron collapsed to the ground with a cry as blood splattered across the stones. Baron Dwayne froze, bewildered. "What is this?" Cain glared at them both, his voice dripping with disgust. "I can't stomach this any longer. Just listening to you makes my ears rot." Isaac, clutching his wounded arm, gasped. "What is this?" Cain didn't bother answering. He raised his voice and commanded, "Knights, seize all the rebels here!" His men, who had infiltrated the rebel force earlier, immediately turned and clashed against the traitorous knights. Baron Dwayne, reacting on instinct, unsheathed his sword and charged. Cain parried the powerful strike with ease, blades screeching as sparks flew between them. "Betrayal?" Dwayne spat. Cain smirked. "Don't make me laugh. Who's calling who a traitor?" Dwayne's eyes narrowed. Something about Cain's movements felt wrong, too fluid, too mocking. Then realization struck him. "You're not Lamar. Did you really think I wouldn't recognize a direct subordinate I've known for years?" With a fierce swing, Dwayne forced Cain back a few steps. But Cain only chuckled. "Who knows? But for someone claiming that, you realized it far too late." Before Dwayne could reply, he sensed a presence behind him. He spun, raising his sword just in time to block a brutally heavy attack. The sheer force sent tremors through his arms. "Who swings a sword with such monstrous strength?" he thought. He turned fully and found Jake standing there, eyes sharp and cold. "You can still stand?" Jake asked. "It's been a while, Senior. Or should I call you a traitor now?" A bead of sweat rolled down Dwayne's face. Jake stepped closer. "Ever since you left the Golden Bear Knights, it seems your head's gone mad. Doing things you didn't dare even 10 years ago." Dwayne stared at Jake, horrified. When did he become this strong? 2 years ago, I could overwhelm him easily. Cain's form shimmered as he returned to his original self. He approached Jake and asked, "You two knew each other?" "Something like that," Jake muttered. "But not on good terms." Meanwhile, the remaining rebel knights were subdued and restrained. Baron Dwayne let out a bitter laugh. "If you've shown up, that means Raoul is here too. To be toyed with by a brat. I really have grown old." Cain bristled with anger. "Watch your tongue when speaking of the master." But Jake stepped past him, his expression turning cold and murderous. In a split second, he rushed forward and slammed his fist into Dwayne's face with devastating force. Dwayne spat blood and collapsed, unconscious. Jake then opened the guild communication channel. "The rebels who seized the outer walls have been suppressed, Master," he reported. Raoul's calm voice answered, "Good work, everyone. Lock them all in the castle's underground prison. And place guards at the estates of every implicated family." "Yes, Master," Jake replied before closing the channel. Moments later, Wayron entered and reported, "We have arrested all nobles and Knight Order members involved in this rebellion." "Well done," Raoul said. "The evidence is solid, they won't be able to deny anything." Inwardly, he thought, with this, the trash inside the main house should finally be cleared. Now, only one unwanted guest remains. He asked, "Where is Viscount Jaden?" "He should arrive within an hour," Wayron replied. Raoul stood, resolving himself. "Then it's time to make preparations." Baron Carlo, commander of the Silver Bear Knights, stepped forward. "My lord, I will follow the Baron as well." Raoul studied him briefly. Baron Carlo, casualties among his knights, traitors among his ranks, and yet he's trying to take responsibility. Philip approached and quietly asked, "What do you intend to do?" "For now," Raoul said, "we should at least try to talk. After all, he is, at least in name, my elder uncle." "And if they launch a reckless attack?" Philip asked. Raoul's eyes hardened. "Then we'll sweep them away without mercy." Far from the castle, Viscount Jaden and his knights marched along the road, steadily approaching Comfort Castle, unaware of the storm waiting for them. Some time later, when Viscount Jaden and his knights were still a few kilometers away from the castle walls, he paused and scanned the distance, searching for a signal. Turning to Baron Tate, he asked whether there was still no contact. Baron Tate replied that the last message had come 2 hours ago. He urged calm, suggesting they think positively. The fighting, he reasoned, must be so intense that no one had found the time to send a magic orb. Viscount Jaden's son then spoke up, agreeing with Baron Tate. Even the weakest forces, he said, could not possibly hold the outer walls for 2 or 3 hours. Even if the situation was unfavorable, the defenders would have suffered heavy losses fighting among themselves. Viscount Jaden nodded in agreement, saying that was likely the case. With that, the group continued their march toward the castle. However, when they finally arrived, shock spread across their faces. They exchanged nervous glances as they took in the scene before them. Standing at the front gate was Weiran, flanked by the Golden Bear Knights. Weiran stepped forward and announced himself as the temporary commander of Comfort Castle. From that point onward, he declared, no one would be allowed to enter without permission, and he ordered them to leave. For a brief moment, silence fell. Then Viscount Jaden spoke, his tone sharp but controlled. He acknowledged Weiran's resolve in protecting the castle, but criticized his lack of discernment. He claimed he had come only to protect his sick sibling and the castle itself, and questioned by what right someone outside the Count's household dared to block his path. He insisted that the acting Count had ordered that no one be allowed entry except authorized personnel, and demanded Weiran stop making a fuss and stand aside. Those words ignited Viscount Jaden's anger. He raised his voice and shouted, asking who Weiran thought he was to decide whether he could stay or leave. He ordered the gate to be opened at once. In response, Weiran's knights immediately shifted into their fighting stances. At that moment, Raoul arrived and calmly stated that Viscount Jaden would not be allowed to enter the Count's castle. The sight of Raoul made Viscount Jaden visibly tense, shock and unease flashing across his face. Raoul introduced himself, explaining that this was their first meeting. He was Raoul de Ashton, the Count's third son and the current temporary lord of Comfort Castle. Viscount Jaden ground his teeth in frustration, thinking bitterly that the crafty bastard had supposedly returned to his own territory. Aloud, he accused Raoul of failing to learn from his father how to treat his elders. Raoul smiled faintly, but his expression quickly turned serious. He replied that if Viscount Jaden truly wanted respect as an elder, he should not have betrayed the family. His name, Raoul reminded him, had already been struck from the family register, yet he still acted without shame. Hearing this, Viscount Jaden's eyes reddened as he clenched his teeth. Raoul then signaled to Weiran for the letter. Weiran immediately handed it over, and Raoul began reading it aloud, calling out the names, Viscount Jaden, Baron Esteban, Baron Kian, Baron Amos, and Baron June. At the sound of their names, the barons stiffened, fear creeping into their faces as they began to tremble. Raoul continued, declaring that those named had committed rebellion by bringing in outside forces and moving troops without authorization. In the name of acting Count Dylan de Ashton, he ordered them to disband immediately. One of the barons cried out nervously, insisting it was all a misunderstanding. He claimed he had only been escorting the Count's elder brother, and that calling it rebellion was absurd. Raoul replied coldly that if they were innocent, they should come to the Count's castle and prove it. If they had no intention of escalating the situation, they were to leave at once. The Baron fell silent, glancing uneasily toward Viscount Jaden. After a brief pause, Viscount Jaden suddenly burst into laughter. He remarked that this was a real blow to him, and since either side was willing to yield, the matter clearly would not end there. He proposed settling the issue with a 5-on-5 knightly duel, suggesting it was a fair solution. Raoul, inwardly tense, recognized the proposal for what it was, a knightly tournament, a method used to judge disputes the law could not resolve. It was a middle ground between personal duels and full-scale territorial war, a way to settle matters through honor and acceptance of the outcome. Outraged, Weiran shouted, demanding how someone without honor could even speak of a knightly duel. Viscount Jaden responded that he believed it was a proposal that would not put them at a disadvantage. If that method was unacceptable, he said, then there was no choice but to fight it out right there. Raoul could only think of it as a nuisance. At that moment, Jake, standing beside Raoul, sent a message through the guild channel, suggesting it would be better to simply fight and wipe them out. He volunteered to take the vanguard. Raoul admitted to himself that he wanted to do exactly that, but knew the decision was not so simple. Kane responded to Jake, advising against a direct clash. The losses on their side would be severe. Jake questioned that assessment, pointing out that the knights Raoul had prepared were twice the enemy's number. Kane explained the real problem. They were missing the most crucial force. All of Viscount Jaden's knights were equipped with power armor. That realization made Jake uneasy. Raoul, meanwhile, acknowledged the truth of it. Power armor was the real issue. Although they had gathered some themselves, their numbers were far too small for the manpower involved. Even if a battle began, the castle walls would suffer massive damage against armored knights. To fight here would mean accepting enormous losses. A proper battle, he knew, was one fought on chosen ground, at a chosen time. Letting out a slow sigh, Raoul finally asked Viscount Jaden what he wanted. Viscount Jaden answered that if his side won, a few lords, including himself, would be allowed to return to the inner castle to meet the Count. If they lost, they would quietly withdraw their troops. In his heart, Viscount Jaden reflected that having come this far, they had to at least fulfill their stated purpose of paying respects. Only then could they seize future opportunities. Though they treated him as an outsider now, everything would change if Melvin died. What he needed was a clear justification to aim for the next countship. Raoul remained silent for a moment before giving his answer. Very well, he said, they would accept the knightly duel. Hearing this, Weyron and the other knights looked on in confusion at Raoul's decision. Meanwhile, Viscount Jaden's lips curled into a sinister smile as he thought to himself that this was exactly what he wanted. Today, right here, he would prove beyond doubt that Raoul's way was wrong. Viscount Jaden nodded with satisfaction and declared that the negotiations would begin. He immediately ordered Baron Tate to handle the formalities. Baron Tate stepped forward and announced that, according to continental law, the knightly duel would follow a best-of-5 format, with the first side to claim 3 victories being declared the winner. A match, he explained, would be decided when one combatant was rendered unable to continue or formally declared defeat. He then asked if there were any objections. Raoul answered calmly that he had none. Baron Tate smiled and confirmed the arrangements. The duel would take place in 30 minutes on the plains outside the castle. Both sides were instructed to complete their preparations and assemble at the castle gates. With the terms settled, Raoul and his knights returned inside the castle, the massive doors closing behind them. Inside, several knights gathered around Raoul as he turned to face them. Weyron spoke first, volunteering the Golden Bear Knights to take the vanguard. Baron Carlo, commander of the Silver Bear Knights, added that his order was equally confident. A Chain Knight then spoke up hesitantly, apologizing before asking whether the Chain Knights might also be given a chance, if only to bolster the morale of the reserve forces who would one day become the backbone of the county. Raoul observed their enthusiasm in silence, thinking that everyone was brimming with confidence. As knights who valued honor above all else, it was only natural that they wished to step forward in such a moment. At that point, Jake stepped forward and asked Raoul to leave the matter to him, declaring that he would personally crush the traitors. Raoul refused immediately. Surprised, Jake asked why. Raoul reflected that, strictly speaking, the first knights, Jake's order, answered directly to him. For an issue of this magnitude, it was better to resolve matters through the Count's direct authority, with minimal personal involvement from Raoul himself. To firmly consolidate control of the county, the strength and resolve of the Count's household had to be demonstrated. Since Raoul had already declared independence as the Lord of Calypso Castle, stepping in personally would only complicate matters. As he pondered who should be sent instead, a voice suddenly called out behind him. Baron Raoul. Raoul turned toward the speaker. The scene then shifted to Viscount Jaden's camp barracks. Baron Tate remarked that things had become messy, but in the end, they had worked out well. He expressed disbelief that their opponents had agreed to a knightly duel so easily, concluding that, impressive as they might have seemed, they were ultimately hot-headed youths. Viscount Jaden smiled and dismissed their opponents as nothing more than a night order hiding in some rural backwater. There was no way, he claimed, that they could defeat the Black Bear Knights, who had trained for 15 years. He turned as he spoke to a massive, muscular man, Luciano, commander of the Black Bear Knights. Luciano answered confidently that there was no reason to lose to lazy fools clinging stubbornly to outdated sword techniques. Their opponent's tiresome style was obvious at a glance, and since they knew nothing about the Black Bear Knights, the duel was already decided. At that moment, another man lowered his hood and spoke up, saying he would like a turn as well. Viscount Jaden welcomed the offer, though he found it curious that the man had suddenly volunteered. The speaker was Graham of the Delanian family from the Bread-Den Republic. He explained that he had grown tired of simply following along, and wanted to experience the great sword style praised as the finest in the kingdom of Reuben. Viscount Jaden inwardly scoffed at the insolence. After sparring with his men, Graham had suddenly developed an interest in the ancestral great sword art. Turning away, Viscount Jaden told him he would leave it in his hands. Graham replied casually, telling him to go and take care of things properly. Viscount Jaden smiled to himself. No matter how it unfolded, this would mark the end of the foolish main house. Whoever stepped forward, he intended to crush them all. Some time later, at the castle gate, a Golden Bear Knight acting as referee raised his voice and announced the start of the knightly duel, calling both sides to step forward. From Viscount Jaden's side, Luciano advanced, gripping his long sword. From Raoul's side, a man in his 40s stepped forward, holding a ripper. At the sight of him, Luciano burst into laughter and mocked the Count's household, asking if they truly had no talent left, to the point of sending a retired old man into battle. The man answered calmly that Luciano, for all his loud boasting, seemed no different from how he had been 16 years ago. Hearing this, Luciano ground his teeth in anger and hurled an insult at the old man. From the sidelines, Raoul watched the exchange in silence. The referee ordered both fighters to prepare. They each took their stances, and with a sharp command, the referee declared the first match to begin. Luciano immediately swung his massive sword, sending a slash of reddish aura roaring toward his opponent. The old man drew his sword in an instant, dodged the attack with swift movement, and charged straight at Luciano, taunting him by asking whether he was going easy on a dying old man. Flustered, Luciano lashed out repeatedly, sending wave after wave of slashes, all of which the old man evaded with ease. The old man rebuked him, remarking that his habit of swinging wildly when provoked had not changed at all. Luciano roared back, telling him to shut up and vowing to crush the Count's boring swordsmanship with his own hands as he began to prepare a powerful thrust. The old man's expression hardened. He channeled a golden aura that wrapped around his blade. Luciano lunged forward with his thrust, a beam of reddish aura surging ahead of his sword. The old man, however, remained calm and held his stance. When the aura faded, he was still standing, completely unharmed. He observed that Luciano had clearly studied a great deal, noting that he was imitating the spear techniques of the Brennan Republic. Luciano smiled and praised the old man's sharp insight, but insisted it would do him no good. The old man smiled in return and said it had been a long time since he had felt this way. As he spoke, even more golden aura poured from him, enveloping both his body and his sword. He added that the sensation of his blood boiling was something he had not experienced in ages. From the sidelines, Raoul watched the unfolding battle with a faint, knowing smile. Seeing the turbulent mana gathering around the old man, Luciano ground his teeth in growing unease. He could feel it clearly. The flow of the old man's mana had suddenly changed. How can a retired old man wield such power? He wondered in disbelief. Sir Zion surged forward to attack. Luciano swung his sword in response, and the mana-coated blades collided, their energies crashing violently against one another. As their swords met, Zion smiled inwardly. His body felt impossibly light, as though he had returned to his prime. To him, this could only be the blessing of the gods upon Raoul. His thoughts drifted back to earlier, when he had stepped forward and addressed Raoul directly, asking if he might take part in the nightly duel. Raoul had immediately recognized him as Sir Zion and calmly reasoned that their opponents would surely send out fighters well acquainted with the Count family's swordsmanship. Straightforward knights would inevitably fall to carefully prepared counter-techniques. Zion had replied that he had no intention of belittling the Count family's 1,000-year sword tradition, but in a situation like this, the experience of an old man might be necessary. Raoul had reflected on Zion's past, former vice-captain of the Golden Bear Knights, a top-tier expert who had fought in countless inter-kingdom duels and tournaments. In unpredictable situations, few could match his skill. With that in mind, Raoul had accepted without hesitation. Even so, Weyron had been quietly troubled by the decision. It was not that he doubted Zion's ability, but the knight had been retired for years, his mana greatly diminished. He wondered if Zion would truly be all right. Some time later, Zion had stood alone, unsheathing his sword with a wince as pain shot through his arm. At that moment, Raoul had approached him and asked for a moment of his time. Before Zion could question it, Raoul clasped his hand, golden aura radiating outward. Zion had been stunned as warm, radiant mana enveloped his body. In that instant, he realized the chronic pain that had plagued his arm for years had vanished completely. Not only his body, but his mind felt clear and refreshed. The impossible had become reality, convincing him that the youngest lord had truly received the god's blessing and awakened. Back in the present duel, Zion pressed forward, driving Luciano back with a powerful strike. From the sidelines, Raoul observed quietly. It seemed Zion truly believed the power he wielded was divine. In truth, it was simply Raoul's radiant aura, enhanced slightly by his abilities. Since Zion was not a guild member, the effect was weaker, but even that was more than enough. Zion unleashed several mana slashes in quick succession. Luciano failed to block them all and was forced to his knees, cursing angrily. Zion asked calmly whether that was all he had, remarking that Luciano's efforts over the years seemed to have amounted to nothing. Luciano snapped back, demanding to know what nonsense the old man was spouting. Zion told him to place a hand over his heart and think. 16 years had passed since Luciano left the Count's house. Could he truly say he had lived as fiercely as he had back then? Luciano clenched his teeth, fury boiling over. In his mind, he rejected the notion outright. He believed he had lived a far more meaningful life than remaining in the countryside, endlessly killing monsters. Memories of his time in the Count's house filled him with bitterness, endless training, sleepless dispatches to forbidden zones, relentless battles against monsters, and no proper recognition even after risking his life. To him, his choice had been right. It had to be. Suddenly, the tattoo on Luciano's neck began to glow. His mana surged violently, shaking the air as he shouted that he had not been wrong. Jake, Whereon, and the other knights stiffened in alarm at the sight. Zion stared in shock, realizing that Raoul's earlier warning had been true. He remembered Raoul's words clearly: even with a blessing, Zion must not let his guard down. The enemy would surely be hiding a trump card, waiting until they were cornered to reveal it as a last resort. Only by staying vigilant would an opening appear. Returning to the present, Zion shifted into a defensive stance. So their final measure was the Emperor's tattoo, he thought grimly. I never imagined they would actually touch such a taboo. Luciano, now wrapped in overwhelming mana that coated both his body and his sword, declared that he would finish this in one blow. Whereon turned to Raoul anxiously, warning that at this rate, Sir Zion was in danger. Luciano swung his sword with terrifying force. Zion barely dodged, leaping backward to create distance. As he steadied himself, he realized the power Luciano now wielded was on an entirely different level. By burning life force and mana, the enemy had gained a massive advantage in a short battle. Zion forced himself to remain calm. The opportunity would come, Raoul had said so. Taking a deep breath, he raised his sword and settled into his stance once more. He resolved not to betray the trust Raoul had placed in him. He would seize victory here and return. Seeing that unwavering resolve, a small, satisfied smile appeared on Raoul's face. The battlefield shook as the mana blades of Luciano and Zion collided, sending explosions and clouds of dust spiraling into the air. Each strike threw debris across the field, forcing the knights watching the duel to brace themselves, expecting stones to rain down. Yet, to their confusion, the debris halted midair, stopped by Raoul's intervention. All right, I've got a rough grasp of it now, Raoul thought, directing his psychic power towards Zion to support him in the fight. Well then, let's test the results obtained from Janak's dungeon. Zion prepared for the next strike, but this time he could not dodge Luciano's attack on his own. To his surprise, Raoul's power aided him, almost as if an invisible wind was pushing him forward. What's this feeling? He thought. Dodging has never been this easy. It's like the goddess of victory herself is standing behind me, protecting me. Raoul, observing from the sidelines, reflected on his technique, the telekinesis enhancement technique. Until now, he had only used it to augment his own physical strength. Since the power relied on spiritual energy, projecting it onto opponents with souls had been impossible, but no longer. With his support, Zion blocked Luciano's next attack head-on. In a swift counter, Zion severed Luciano's sword arm, causing the man to scream in agony as both his arm and weapon dropped to the ground. Kneeling, Luciano shouted, "I'm not wrong," before collapsing unconscious. Viscount Jaden's eyes widened in shock. Around him, Raoul's knights cheered, praising Zion's victory. Zion, ever disciplined, immediately approached Raoul and saluted. "Zion, as per the Viscount's orders, I've returned victorious from the first duel," he reported. Raoul nodded approvingly. "It was a splendid duel, Sir Zion. On behalf of the Count's family, I commend you for your efforts." Turning to observe Viscount Jaden, Raoul pondered, now, what will he do next? A grim smile crossed Viscount Jaden's face as he gritted his teeth in anger. Moments later, the referee announced the next duel. Both knights were summoned to step forward. From Raoul's side, Baron Carlo advanced. "I am Carlo de Ashton, commander of the Silver Bear Knights," he declared. From Viscount Jaden's side, Graham stepped forward. "You may call me Ray for now," he said casually. Baron Carlo bristled at the insolence. "How rude! In a knightly duel, it is proper to openly reveal one's identity. How dare such a fellow challenge the Ashton Count's family?" The referee quickly intervened. "Prepare yourselves, the duel will begin shortly." Raoul watched, thinking wryly, here we go again. He was insisting on a fair match earlier. His gaze landed on Graham. "By the way, it's been a while since I've seen that one. I wonder when he would appear." Raoul examined his status window. Graham, 46 years old, level 89, a seasoned sword expert affiliated with the Kingdom of Reuben, Baron Hahn's House of the Brennan Republic, and House Delanian. Raoul recalled that Graham had been present during an incident at the Capital Mansion in the past, where he had proven himself a formidable opponent. I wonder how he is now. The duel began. Graham leapt into the air, wielding a sword in each hand, and swung downward at Baron Carlo, who blocked the strike with his long sword. Sparks flew as their blades clashed. Raoul thought to himself, He's certainly a force to be reckoned with, but Carlo is no pushover either. Baron Carlo dropped into a defensive stance, then charged. Graham barely blocked the incoming attack, grinning as he activated a tattoo. Good. As expected of the kingdom's strongest swordsmanship, but that's the end of it now. Mana surged around him, and in a blur of speed Graham moved around Carlo, leaving multiple afterimages in his wake. Graham's mind raced. Unlike the foolishly self-destructive Luciano, I can properly handle this power. When dual swords move this fast, the opponent is bound to reveal an opening. One moment of distraction, and their life is over. Carlo's grip tightened, his sword trembling slightly as Graham prepared his next strike. Graham adjusted his position with incredible speed, closing in on Carlo from behind. He's shown an opening, regret it in hell, you fool, Graham thought. Swinging his long sword with deadly precision, he struck. Blood spattered as Carlo's blade met Graham's attack, and Graham began to fall to the ground from the impact. Raoul's golden bear knights were stunned by the display. Carlo, gritting his teeth, shouted, "What's with those superficial movements? You're all show and no substance, you idiot!" Graham lay defeated on the ground as Baron Carlo turned back toward the Count's side. The knights erupted into cheers at the sight of his victory, and Raoul smiled faintly in approval. In his heart, he acknowledged the result with calm confidence. Indeed, a top 10 active knight of the Count's family would not fall so easily. With one round remaining, the knights' duel would end in overwhelming victory for their side. Meanwhile, inside Viscount Jaden's tent, fury exploded. He hurled the papers from his desk, his furious shouts causing the guards stationed outside to tremble in fear. Inwardly, Jaden seethed. Both fighters he had sent out to seize the upper hand had been completely defeated. This outcome should never have happened. At that moment, 2 black bear knights entered the tent. One stepped forward urgently, begging to be sent out and vowing certain victory. The other claimed familiarity with the Count family's swordsmanship and requested the chance to fight. Viscount Jaden roared at them to be silent. Even Luciano, he reminded them, had been helplessly defeated by the Count's old knight. What made them think they could succeed where he had failed? This duel had to be won, no matter the cost. The 2 knights fell silent, their confidence crushed. Then Viscount Jaden's son entered the tent. With a composed expression, he declared that he had a method to change the flow of the duel and asked his father to entrust the match to him. Jaden hesitated, knowing that if they lost now, everything would be over. Yet he needed to overturn the situation by any means necessary. Finally, he agreed, ordering his son to go and win, no matter what trick he used. The young man bowed and promised not to disappoint him. Inside Comfort Castle, Raoul stood with Zion, Carlo, Weyron, and another knight. Raoul was about to assign the next fighter when a golden knight stationed at the gate approached and apologized for the interruption, requesting that Viscount Raoul step outside for a moment. Confused, Raoul climbed the castle wall with the others and looked down beyond the gate. There, Viscount Jaden's son stood, shouting repeatedly. He introduced himself as Titus de Ashton, heir of Viscount Jaden and senior knight of the Black Bear Knights, declaring that he had something to say to Raoul de Ashton of Comfort Castle. The guards informed Raoul that the man had been shouting the same words for quite some time. Raoul called down from the wall, asking what Titus wanted to say. Titus raised his head and accused Raoul of unjust actions in the name of House Ashton, challenging him to determine right and wrong with their swords. Raoul calmly asked whether Titus was the 3rd knight representing Viscount Jaden's side. Titus denied it, insisting this was a personal duel, unrelated to the knight's duel. Hearing that, Raoul turned away and refused outright, questioning what qualifications Titus had to issue a challenge without even holding a proper title. Titus was stunned. Raoul had seemed hot-blooded, yet he rejected the duel without hesitation. Realizing that the knight's duel was turning against them, Titus resolved to invalidate it by any means necessary. If Raoul de Ashton, the one responsible, could be incapacitated, the situation might still be salvaged. Acting quickly, Titus shouted again, declaring himself the 3rd dual knight. He taunted Raoul, daring him to cross swords and claiming that a true descendant of the prestigious Ashton Count's family would not fear defeat. Raoul stopped and turned back at once. If Titus was the 3rd contestant, then the matter was different. He accepted the duel. Titus smiled darkly, convinced that Raoul had taken the bait. Zion immediately voiced his concern, urging Raoul not to accept. They already held the advantage, and letting other knights handle it would be safer. Stepping forward himself was far too dangerous. Raoul reassured him calmly, asking for his trust. After all, he was the one who had received divine blessing. Some time later the duel began. Raoul and Titus stood facing one another with swords drawn. Titus lowered himself into a fighting stance, while Raoul calmly observed his status window. Titus was 28 years old, a level 69 mid-level sword expert affiliated with the Kingdom of Reuben and Viscount Jaden's house. His abilities were impressive, bolstered by noble bloodline traits and sharp instincts. Raoul acknowledged silently that Titus was talented. Not even 30, yet already a mid-level expert. If he activated his tattoo, few of his age could rival him. Titus, on the other hand, sneered inwardly. Raoul stood too openly, full of apparent openings. Arrogance, he thought, had its limits. Whatever Raoul had accomplished at the knighting ceremony meant nothing. He was still only a mid-level expert. Even geniuses could not reach mastery so quickly. Confident of victory, Titus activated his tattoo. In the next instant, Raoul swung his sword and unleashed mana slashes. Titus froze in shock as he felt the overwhelming pressure behind them. A monster, he realized. Raoul had been hiding his true strength. He had already reached upper-level expert, so powerful that Titus could not even touch a single strand of his hair, even with his tattoo activated. Raoul's mana slashes struck again and again, sending Titus flying backward and crashing into the ground. Viscount Jaden watched in disbelief, equally stunned. Raoul approached the kneeling Titus and calmly asked whether he acknowledged his defeat, his sword pointed at Titus's head. Coughing blood, Titus admitted defeat without protest, accepting it cleanly. Raoul sheathed his sword and turned away, declaring the knight's duel finished. He would now receive the official declaration of defeat from Viscount Jaden. But as Raoul turned his back, Titus's voice rang out behind him. Though the duel was lost, it was not over. With a desperate snarl, Titus leapt forward from behind, swinging his blade down and shouting that this would be the end for Raoul as well. Raoul sensed the attack at the last possible moment and glanced back. Behind him, Titus wore a sinister smile, convinced of his victory. In his mind, Raoul's mistake was already fatal. At such close range, even if Raoul blocked the mana blade, internal damage would be unavoidable. This, he believed, was the price of carelessness. But before Titus could reach him, Raoul activated his psychokinesis. Titus's body froze in midair, halted as if crushed by an invisible force. Terror flashed across his face as overwhelming pressure wrapped around him. No matter how he struggled, his body refused to move. He could not comprehend what power had seized him. Raoul turned fully to face him, his voice cold and steady. He condemned Titus for attempting a surprise attack during a sacred duel and calmly warned him that such audacity carried consequences. With a subtle motion, Raoul intensified his psychokinesis and twisted Titus's leg. A sickening sound echoed as Titus screamed in agony and collapsed to the ground. Clutching his shattered limb, he cried out that he had been wrong and admitted defeat, his voice shaking with pain and fear. Raoul drew his sword, his expression unforgiving. Admitting defeat now, he declared, was meaningless. For daring to defile a duel sanctioned by the Count's family, Titus would pay with his life. He raised his blade and brought it down as Titus shut his eyes in despair. At that instant, a blade intercepted Raoul's strike. Viscount Jaden had stepped into the arena. His sword blocked Raoul's attack, and in the same motion he countered, forcing Raoul backward despite his attempt to defend. The sudden intrusion sent a ripple of shock through the spectators. Zion exclaimed in alarm that someone had barged into the arena. Raoul steadied himself and fixed his gaze on the newcomer, asking whether Viscount Jaden had truly decided to throw all caution aside. Jaden answered with furious scorn, accusing Raoul of overstepping his place. To him, Raoul was nothing more than a brat of the Count's family, not even a proper heir, daring to wield a sword and act as judge. The order of the domain, he claimed, had sunk to its lowest point. Right there and then, he vowed to prove who the rightful heir of the land truly was. Around them, both sides raised their weapons and moved into formation, the tension thick enough to suffocate. Raoul smiled faintly and declared that this was perfect. There would be no need to go anywhere else to settle the matter. Raising his voice, he announced himself as Raoul Ashton, Lord of Calyp's castle, and proclaimed that he would now reveal every crime committed by the rebel leader, Viscount Jaden. The battlefield fell into stunned silence. Raoul accused Jaden of conspiring with other nobles to overthrow Comfort Castle and of attempting to poison Count Melvin, the head of the Ashton family. For these crimes, he declared, Viscount Jaden and his accomplices stood charged with treason. A noble protested weakly, denying any talk of poisoning or conspiracy. Viscount Jaden himself roared in outrage, denouncing Raoul's words as absurd nonsense spoken without proof. Who, he demanded, would believe the accusations of a mere child? Raoul answered calmly that Jaden was a fool to the very end. Whether he admitted his crimes or not, the Count's family would hold him accountable. Jaden laughed bitterly and asked by what right the Count's family presumed to judge him. Raoul corrected him. He was not the one who would pass judgment. At that moment, the gates opened, and a surge of blue mana flooded the area. Sensing the presence behind him, Viscount Jaden turned, and froze in shock. Count Melvin had arrived. Raoul declared that the true master of this land would be the one to judge him. Cold sweat streamed down Viscount Jaden's face as his confidence shattered. Count Melvin stepped forward and spoke with authority, introducing himself as Melvin Ashton, Lord of Comfort Castle. From that moment on, he announced, he would personally settle all the sordid schemes carried out against his domain. The scene shifted to the Ashton estate, before Viscount Jaden's arrival there. Raoul entered his father's chamber, where Nikia stood beside the bed. She greeted him respectfully and confirmed that Count Melvin was showing signs of improvement. Leading Raoul closer, she explained that all external treatments were complete and that the mana filaria had been stabilized. With the mana collision halted, the Count's life was no longer in danger. Strangely, however, his mana was not moving, though no secondary complications had appeared. To Raoul's surprise, his father awoke at that moment. Coughing weakly, Count Melvin said he had heard the news and praised Raoul and Dylan for handling the situation wisely. Raoul urged his father to focus solely on recovery and advancing to the next stage, telling him not to worry about the domain. But Melvin shook his head. He confessed that he had struck a wall he could never overcome, a limit unlike any hardship he had faced before. Each time he reached for it, it felt as though a god's voice told him this was as far as he could go. In his heart, Melvin lamented his failure. He had believed that wall could one day be broken, that he could fulfill the family's long-cherished wish with his own hands. Now, unable even to control his mana, he saw no choice but to pass his position on to his sons. Raoul interrupted him with a single question. Was he truly going to give up? The question left Melvin speechless. Raoul pressed on, asking whether the Sword Master and Lord of the Count's domain would abandon everything right there and then. He refused to accept it. That defeated expression, he said, was not the face the head of the Count's family should wear. Raoul declared his faith in his father's strength and vowed that he would make it happen, that his father would overcome the wall and rise once more. The room trembled as Raoul spoke to his father, explaining the truth behind his immobile mana. The only reason your mana isn't moving, he said firmly, is because those cowards used poison. You can't despair simply because scoundrels tried to deceive you. You're not an empty shell, your power remains intact. Count Melvin laughed softly at his son's words, a mix of relief and pride shining in his eyes. You're right, son, he admitted, his voice steady. Absolutely right. The change in his mood caught Raoul by surprise, a brief light piercing the weight of tension around them. Melvin's expression hardened as he reflected on himself. I've shown you a pathetic side of myself, he confessed. This isn't who I truly am. I had almost forgotten that my life has been forged through endless challenges and effort, that it's what made me an outstanding swordsman and head of the House of Ashton. Is this as far as I go? My destiny? If this is the will of a god, I'll break it, no matter what. Blue mana began to radiate from him as he focused on regaining control. Nikia's voice cut through the aura of power, alarmed. No, Count, you can't. If you force your mana like that, a backflow could occur. Your mana road might rupture. Raoul quickly stopped her, shaking his head. Everyone has something more important than their own life, he said. Right now, Father wants to reclaim his. Nikia, set up a barrier immediately to seal this area from the outside. Yes, Nikia replied, moving to follow his command. Raoul then summoned his forest fairy, Revel. Can you help me? He asked, and she responded without hesitation. Of course. Stabilize the mana here, Raoul instructed. And cast support magic on my father. Revel moved immediately to follow his order, her magic weaving into the room, while Nikia reinforced the protective barrier. Meanwhile, Raoul called forth the spirit of Karl, sealed within his Regnitor armor. Observing the Count's condition, Karl spoke with grave certainty. As I suspected, something is suppressing the Count's mana haul. That explains the imbalance between his mana capacity, his level, and his physical condition. Raoul's voice was sharp. Is there a way to fix it? Karl shook his head. This isn't about his skill or will. Something external doesn't want him to advance to the next stage. A being with power rivaling a god seems to have intervened. Count Melvin struggled, his body showing signs of strain as he tried to control his surging mana. Nikia warned, her voice urgent. Raoul, it's the initial symptoms of a backflow. At this rate, it's extremely dangerous. Raoul stepped closer, his eyes locked on his father. Father, he said with determination, that wall blocking your path is a curse. I know you would never yield to it, and one day you would overcome it yourself. But the world will not leave us alone, and the House of Ashton needs your strength now. Don't refuse my request this time. I will help you shatter that detestable wall and fight alongside us. Without hesitation, Raoul sent the guild invitation through the system to his father. The world seemed to freeze as several red warning windows appeared around him, each flashing dire messages, errors, forced scenario warnings, and calculations predicting catastrophic outcomes if Raoul's actions continued. The system cautioned that releasing Count Melvin's binding force could extinguish thousands of related quests, and drastically diminish Raoul's influence in the House of Ashton. But Raoul ignored the warnings. Screw that, he muttered, sending the guild invite to his father. Time resumed, and Melvin accepted the membership. The Count's mana erupted violently, thrumming through the room like a storm. Carl's voice rang out urgently. Get everyone away from the Count! Raoul reacted instantly. He grabbed Ravel and carried Nikia to safety, as the mana surged around the Count. Philip, stationed as guard, was equally stunned by the sheer power radiating through the room. Raoul checked with Nikia. How's the barrier? I've centered it on the room, she replied. It's a little unstable, but the effects won't reach outside the mansion. Ravel reassured Raoul. Leave the mansion's barrier to me. I can control it just fine. Raoul clenched his fist tightly, his mind focused on the warning windows he had seen moments before. With a quiet mutter, he made a vow to himself. I'm done living a life where I'm dragged along by a script someone else wrote. From now on, I'll write all my own scenarios. The Count's mana roared around him, but with the support of his allies and his own indomitable will, Melvin de Ashton began reclaiming control, a storm of blue light illuminating the room as father and son prepared to face the trials ahead together. The room bore the scars of raw power. Shattered windows and splintered furniture testified to the intensity of Count Melvin's uncontrolled mana. Yet now, seated on his bed, the Count had regained command over his energy. Raoul stepped forward, concern etching his features. Father, are you okay? He asked, feeling the lingering weight of his father's immense mana. Count Melvin's expression softened as he looked at his son. At last, he said, voice tinged with both relief and triumph. I have done it. The long-awaited wish of our family, something I could never fulfill. But now, the day has finally come when I accomplish it with my own hands. Raoul, it's all thanks to you. Raoul's lips curved into a proud smile. Congratulations on reaching the realm. You worked so hard, father. Nikia's eyes widened, unable to fully comprehend what she was witnessing, and even Philip joined in, bowing slightly. Congratulations, my Lord Count, he said, voice filled with awe. As Raoul and the servants gathered around, Count Melvin reflected inwardly. Thinking I had to surpass the realm by my own strength, it was only stubborn pride. I thought I was alone, but I wasn't. I have people to protect, loyal subordinates, and a family I love. Raoul, I owe this boy yet another debt. Suddenly, a red warning window appeared before Raoul, flashing urgent messages. It declared that the main scenario NPC, Count Melvin de Ashton, had resisted compulsion and joined the first guild, triggering errors in the forced scenario. Fall of House Ashton. The system warned that misfortune might strike at any time, and the failure to follow protocol could jeopardize thousands of related quests. Raoul read it carefully, pondering the term karma for the first time. Players meddling with a mandatory scenario is nearly impossible, he thought. NPCs act as if guided by divine instructions. My existence. I must be a variable. What kind of obstacle will this create? Before Raoul could dwell further, Count Melvin attempted to rise. Nikia quickly intervened. You must not move yet. You've just reached the realm, the pain will be intense. Raoul added, voice steady. Father, you don't need to push yourself. My brother and I can handle this matter ourselves. Count Melvin smiled gently and patted Raoul on the head. I'm sorry for making you worry, he said. And thank you. You've done well all this time. You must have suffered having such a lacking father. I want you to stay by my side and witness the end of this matter. Will you allow that? Raoul's thoughts flickered. I don't know how this karma will affect me, but it's worth accepting. I won't regret it. Of course, father, he replied firmly. With that, Count Melvin moved toward Viscount Jaden, his mana radiating powerfully around him. Viscount Jaden, eyes narrowing, sneered. I heard your condition had worsened. You were on the brink of death, yet you look perfectly fine. Were you deceiving the Count's family? Melvin's gaze hardened. You are still the same, with that shamelessness. I heard you were living comfortably in another nation. What drove you to this point? Anger contorted Jaden's features as he bared his teeth. Wipe that pitiful look off your face. You've forgotten. Everything you have, I conceded to you. And yet you repay that with ingratitude and blame me? Are you out of your mind? Melvin's command cut through the tension. Come in. Into the arena walked Nakia, Bishop Alonso of the Xenon Order, and Sixth Circle Mage Carissa of the Mage Association. The bishop spoke first. According to the Xenon Order and the Mage Association, the Count's collapse was not an accident. It was a clear assassination attempt. Nakia added gravely. These are the findings we obtained while treating the Count. He is suffering from an illness called manophilaria, a method commonly used within the Empire. Raoul's voice thundered. Drag them in. The servants were forced forward, trembling under the weight of Raoul's authority. We have secured not only evidence, but witnesses, accomplices, and the mastermind, he declared, joining multiple swords and pointing at the culprits. Now then, speak clearly. What did you do? One servant quavered. We only followed orders. We were told to mix a measured amount of the drug into the Count's food. Raoul pressed further. Who gave the order? Viscount Jaden. The servant admitted. Viscount Jaden's lips curved into a sinister smile. I see now, he said. So this was your scheme, my dear brother. To rid me completely, the one who threatened you, you deceived everyone, even used me. I will never forgive you, Melvin. He leapt into the air, swinging his mana sword at Melvin, who blocked effortlessly. Jaden activated his tattoo and spat venomous words. Yes, those eyes. That expression. That attitude, looking down on everyone as if you were the best. Decades have passed, yet I never forgot. Everything you took as if natural was originally mine. If not for you, it would all have been mine. Melvin's patience snapped. I can't listen to this any longer. This is where I stop treating you as my elder brother. Viscount Jaden, I charge you with treason for disrupting the Count's domain. Jaden shouted. Don't be ridiculous. Who are you to dare? His words cut off abruptly as he felt Melvin's overwhelming mana. What is this? This pressure, so strong I can barely breathe. Melvin swung his mana sword, and Jaden managed to block, but his arm trembled uncontrollably. No way, this level is the realm of a High Master, he thought in shock. With a roar, Melvin leapt into the air again, his attack exploding into a storm of mana, shaking the ground and filling the arena with raw, unbridled power. As the dust settled, the aftermath of Count Melvin's attack became clear. Deep scars marred the ground, evidence of the devastating force unleashed. Viscount Jaden had managed to block the strike with his sword, but the impact drove him several feet backward. Blood spilled from his mouth as he coughed violently, and collapsed to his knees. Viscount Jaden realized something was terribly wrong. Count Melvin had reached the High Master level, far beyond what had been expected. Desperation took hold as Jaden resolved not to let the battle end this way. He reflected on all he had endured to reach this point, then roared in fury and swung his sword, releasing a mana slash toward the Count. Count Melvin calmly focused his mana into his blade and cleaved through the incoming attack. Without hesitation, he followed up with a punch. Viscount Jaden raised his sword to block, but the blow struck the blade directly, cracking it apart. In an instant, the sword shattered. Viscount Jaden stiffened, finally growing truly serious. But before he could react, Count Melvin's fist slammed into his face. The sheer force hurled the Viscount backward. He clutched his face, overwhelmed by the pain. Count Melvin declared that he had been far too lenient in the past. Because of his misguided judgment, too many had suffered, and now the cursed feud had to end once and for all. Viscount Jaden burst into laughter and mocked Melvin's words. He accused the Count of being blinded by his own sense of justice, unable to see the rot beneath his feet, and thus unfit to rule the castle. He claimed that countless people lived in fear beneath Melvin's authority, waiting for the chance to strike. He warned that the brighter the light, the darker the shadow, and that Melvin would one day be devoured by those shadows. Before he could say anything more, Count Melvin swung his sword and severed Viscount Jaden's head. At the sight, Viscount Jaden's son Titus and the Viscount's knights were struck with terror. Count Melvin calmly answered the Viscount's final provocation, declaring that he would not fall to exhaustion from such threats. He proclaimed himself as Melvin de Ashton, Lord of Comfort Castle, and vowed to protect the land for the rest of his life. Hearing this, the Count's knights erupted into unified cheers, celebrating their lord's victory. Watching from afar, Raoul realized that House Ashton had been completely saved from its destined downfall. Soon after, Dylan, Raoul's older brother, kicked open the castle doors. The butler shouted in alarm about an intruder, only for Dylan to scoff and demand to know who was in charge. He ordered the person responsible to be brought to him immediately, asserting his authority without hesitation. The butler quickly complied. Dylan then issued commands to his knights, ordering all castle gates sealed and instructing the domain's nobles to remain in their homes. He dispatched squads to secure the lord's residence and the barracks, setting the entire castle into motion. In the aftermath of the Civil War and Viscount Jaden's purge, the Count's family was overwhelmed with restoring order. While the family dealt with internal chaos, the Count's representative, Dylan, had traveled beyond the territory, reclaiming lands from lords who had supported the Viscount. At the same time, Raoul had been occupied rooting out traitors within the domain on behalf of his father. Knights from the First Guild began arresting nobles across the territory, with Jake and Philip overseeing the operation. Jake remarked on the sheer number of traitors uncovered, while Philip noted that Count Melvin's earlier inaction had allowed resentment to fester. Though concerned about arresting so many high-ranking nobles, Jake was reassured that the Count himself would deliver the final verdict. Reviewing the reports, Raoul noted with satisfaction that even figures his father and the elders had struggled to confront, powerful merchant brokers and association executives draining the territory, had all been captured. This was the only moment when such a purge was possible. Every root of rebellion needed to be torn out to prevent future uprisings. With this done, Raoul intended to leave House Ashton in the hands of his brother and father, recognizing this as a necessary step shaped by altered scenarios and hard-earned gains. A system window appeared, confirming the completion of the Karma quest. Baron Union Encirclement, and the alternate scenario, The Traitor's End. A hidden scenario titled, The New Heir of House Ashton, was unlocked as a result. Raoul dismissed the notion of becoming the new heir and instead turned his attention to the rewards. Among them was an item called the Absolute Stat Boost Pill, an S-grade item that permanently increased the chosen stat by 1 point, scaling further with the user's absolute stats. Raoul immediately recognized its value. Unlike normal growth, which slowed dramatically and capped at 100, this pill ignored all limits and pushed stats beyond their natural ceiling. His status window updated, displaying his name, level, now reaching 99 in hardcore mode, class as a high-tier Knight of Sword expert with intermediate telekinetic abilities, and affiliations with Ashton County, the Raoul Baron household, and the First Guild. His stats had risen across the board, and his unique traits included Skill Collector, Developer's Analysis Eye, Telekinesis Meister, Noble Swordsmanship Lineage, and one unknown trait. A second notification declared him the first player to reach level 99, awarding him the special title, Pioneer. Satisfied, Raoul rose from his seat, confident that it was time to move on to the next stage. The scene then shifted to Free City Mira, inside the First Guild's branch and its purple special training hall. Two figures were locked in combat, Wang Tianming and Kim Ilwu. Wang Tianming swung his sword, releasing a mana-slash technique known as Meiwa no Bang, the Plum Blossom Roadside. The strike detonated in a burst of mana upon impact. As the dust cleared, Wang Tianming stared in shock. Kim Ilwu was still standing, completely unharmed. Kim Ilwu raised his dagger, smiled calmly, and signaled that the exchange was over, and that it was now his turn. As Kim Ilwu rushed forward to attack, Wang Tianming swung his sword once more, releasing 2 mana slashes toward him while announcing the technique as Plum Blossom Butterfly Dance. Kim Ilwu dodged both strikes with ease and remarked that Tianming should stop giving unnecessary names to his techniques and shouting them out while attacking. He questioned why someone would announce a powerful move before using it. Wang Tianming replied that it was a sacred ritual and claimed that an ordinary person could never understand a warrior's struggle. Kim Ilwu let out a quiet sigh, thinking that although Tianming's skills were impressive, he became an entirely different person the moment he picked up a sword. While the two continued sparring, they were observed by others nearby. One of them was Blake, a flashy fighter from the United States, who commented that it was hard to tell whether Tianming's behavior was individuality or simple stubbornness. The other observer was Han Seohyun from Korea, a mythical beast summoner. She remarked that if something interfered with combat, it should be called stubbornness. At that moment, Kim Ilwu activated his technique, creating several figures identical to himself. Seeing this, Wang Tianming accused him of being a coward for using a secret technique again. Kim Ilwu smiled and calmly pointed out that Tianming had used his special ability as well, noting that it was not particularly underhanded. Watching the exchange, Blake commented that everyone's skills had clearly improved since graduating from the academy. He admitted that at first, he had wondered what they were even doing back then. Han Seohyun replied that all of their growth was thanks to that person. Blake asked if she meant Do-hyun, adding that they had not seen him in a while. Han Seohyun confirmed it, explaining that she had heard Do-hyun was away for his second job advancement. Nearly 2 weeks had passed without any news, and it was impossible to know where he was or what he was doing. The scene then shifted to the past, to the First Guild Academy's graduation ceremony. On the stage, an announcer declared the conclusion of the first graduation ceremony, wishing the graduates the Lord's blessings and glory in their future endeavors. The cadets erupted in celebration. 5 months after the open beta service began, the cadets who had trained for 3 months at the academy completed their graduation ceremony looking completely different from when they had first enrolled. Proving their growth, every graduate achieved the remarkable feat of ranking within the top 1,000. Guild scouts flooded in to recruit them, and their futures looked bright. However, the greatest source of frustration for many was the Purple Guild, a new player guild led by the rank 1 player, Bae Do-hyun. Entry into the Purple Guild was highly exclusive, limited only to top-ranking cadets, and even among them, only a select few received recruitment offers. At that time, Dalton summoned Han Seohyun, Kim Il-woo, Wang Tianming, and Blake to his office to present them with recruitment offers from the Purple Guild. Kim Il-woo asked if the offer was meant for all of them. Dalton smiled and confirmed that it was, adding that it was an offer too good to refuse and asking for their thoughts. Han Seohyun commented that it was an incredibly generous offer but wondered whether it was acceptable to join without permission from the guild founder, Bae Do-hyun. Dalton assured her that there was no need to worry, explaining that recruiting them was Do-hyun's intention. He then turned to Kim Il-woo and revealed an additional proposal. Do-hyun wanted Kim Il-woo to become the vice guild master. The revelation shocked everyone present. Kim Il-woo asked if Dalton was serious about entrusting him with such an important position. Dalton told him not to be modest, stating that Kim Il-woo's skills were second only to Do-hyun's, as the academy's salutatorian. More importantly, he emphasized the deep trust Do-hyun had in him. That alone was reason enough, and with the Purple Guild's benefits and First Guild backing, it would greatly support their future growth. Dalton concluded by asking them to accept the offer. The scene returned to the present as Wang Tianming was pushed backward by Kim Il-woo's attack. He stabbed his sword into the ground to stop himself. Kim Il-woo stepped forward and extended his hand, warning that if Tianming continued like this, he would not be able to defeat Do-hyun, or even him. Wang Tianming grabbed his hand and stood up, replying that they would see if Kim Il-woo could still say that once his martial arts were perfected. As the sparring ended, Han Seohyun and Blake approached them. Han Seohyun remarked that Kim Il-woo's growth was amazing, noting how freely he was already using clones. Blake added that this was exactly what one would expect from the Vice Guild Master, and asked how much stronger Kim Il-woo planned to become. Kim Il-woo replied that Do-hyun had once told him not to confine himself within the framework of skills. By embodying and applying skills directly, his growth rate had become incredible. Han Seohyun then asked if Kim Il-woo had heard anything from Do-hyun lately, mentioning that the two were quite close. Kim Il-woo answered that there was still no news and that it seemed to be taking longer than usual this time. At that moment, a system announcement screen appeared before them. It declared that player, Bae Do-hyun, had completed his second job advancement. Due to the emergence of a second job advancement holder, a graduation tower had appeared in each free city. The tower offered test courses for both combat and non-combat classes. Once a graduate emerged from even one class, the free city movement restriction would be lifted, granting access to the main quest. The announcement also warned of cooldown penalties for failure and recommended a minimum challenge level of 50 after completing the second job advancement. Seeing the message, Han Seohyun expressed her amazement that Do-hyun had actually succeeded. Blake admitted that he had to acknowledge it. Wang Tianming, however, grew serious and began walking away. Kim Il-woo turned to him and asked where he was going. Wang Tianming replied that he was going to level up and obtain his job advancement, stating that he could not afford to fall behind Do-hyun. Surprised, Kim Il-woo immediately sprinted after him, suggesting they go together. The scene shifted to Mira Square, where the streets were crowded with players. One player exclaimed in surprise to his companion that there was no place without the First Guild's mark. His companion replied that most of the stores were operated by the First Guild. Mira was a massive city with a population exceeding 100,000 and a constant influx of players. Thanks to Raoul's long-term development efforts, the city was filled with player-friendly facilities, restaurants tailored to player tastes, potion shops, byproduct purchasing offices, and stylish clothing stores. Although most contribution points belonged to the First Guild, players felt no resentment. With welfare far superior to other regions, player satisfaction in Free City Mirror was extremely high, and reviews were overwhelmingly positive. Naturally, attention gravitated toward the graduation tower that had appeared in this central hub. Some time later, an injured party emerged from the tower. Watching them stagger out, a brown-haired player commented that several days had passed and no one had conquered the tower yet. A blue-haired companion replied that they wanted to go somewhere other than Mira, mentioning the Hesse Guild, which had seemed confident but apparently failed. He remarked that in the end, only one person remained, Connect's undisputed number 1, Bae Do-hyun. However, despite completing his second job advancement, there had been no news. The brown-haired player suggested that Do-hyun might be deliberately taking his time so that he would stand out even more by appearing after everyone else failed. The blue-haired player became irritated, snapping that Do-hyun was not that kind of person and that something must have happened. At that moment, a man sitting nearby coughed. Both players turned toward him in confusion. The blue-haired player's companion put an arm around him, and the two walked away, while the brown-haired player continued talking, suggesting they focus on their own job advancements instead of worrying about someone who was not present. Once they left, the seated man removed his hoodie, revealing himself to be Raoul, disguised as Bae Do-hyun through shape-shifting. He muttered that he had not expected even his observation to be detected. Having gauged the atmosphere, he decided it was finally time to make his entrance, just as desired. As Raoul walked through the streets, players who noticed him stopped in surprise. One of them wondered aloud if that person could really be him. His companion answered in disbelief that it was Bae Do-hyun. Soon, players began shouting excitedly, asking him to look their way even once and declaring themselves as fans. Raoul waved casually in response. At that moment, his forest fairy companion, Ravel, emerged and remarked that it must be nice to be so popular. Raoul asked if that was meant as a compliment, and Ravel confirmed it with a teasing tone before shifting to a more serious concern. She questioned whether it was truly fine to leave the Calip's territory unattended, warning that any remaining troops could still spark a territorial war. Raoul smiled calmly and replied that there was no need to worry about that place at all. Ravel commented that his attitude was unusually carefree, to which Raoul responded that it was simply because he was confident everything would turn out fine. The scene then shifted to the Reuben Royal Palace, where Gerald D. Reuben sat upon the throne. In a thunderous voice, he ordered the knights to bring before him the lords who had deployed troops to Calips. Several noble lords were dragged in and forced to kneel. Gerald questioned whether they were the ringleaders who had attempted to wage a territorial war without royal permission. One lord hastily claimed there had been a misunderstanding, insisting that they had been threatened by Viscount Jaden. Gerald clenched his teeth in anger, and accused them of fearing a foreign power that had defected to another nation more than the royal family of Reuben. He ordered all of them imprisoned, declaring that the matter would be thoroughly investigated and punished accordingly. As the lords were dragged away, they pleaded desperately for mercy. Gerald then addressed everyone present, declaring that Calips was a territory he had personally granted to Sir Raoul in recognition of his tremendous contributions. He emphasized that Raoul was a benefactor of the nation and a precious friend, and that attacking him was equivalent to turning one's back on the crown itself. He warned them all to understand how grave such an act truly was. The scene shifted again to the graduation tower, where Raoul entered the structure. He remarked that it had been a long time since he had last been there. Ravel recalled that he had once passed through the tower before, and Raoul agreed, noting that it seemed largely unchanged. Ravel observed that the tower was an incredibly elaborate fusion of fantasy magic and spatial magic, admitting that even she would struggle to fully comprehend it. At that moment, a system window appeared, welcoming Raoul to the graduation tower, and informing him that he could test the skills he had honed in Connect. As the system scanned him, it requested a brief moment to measure his status. Another system window appeared, displaying a recommended test list that included close combat, range combat, telekinesis, magic, summoning, reconnaissance, assassination, crafting, and more. Seeing the long list, Ravel exclaimed in surprise, speculating that it was due to Raoul's vast collection of skills. Raoul explained that an individual could challenge up to 3 tests, and decided that telekinesis would be his first choice. Ravel reminded him that there was something he absolutely needed to obtain this time, and Raoul admitted that although he was not thrilled about it, he had no choice. After a brief pause, Ravel suggested that Raoul did not need her help for now and told him to call her when he needed her later. Raoul chuckled, told her to take a break, and turned his attention toward his first opponent. A statue window appeared, displaying details of the test. The objective was to defeat the telekinesis instructor of the graduation tower, with an additional condition of using only telekinesis skills. Both Raoul and the instructor were restricted to level 50 with intermediate level skill proficiency. The rewards included an exclusive Grade A equipment box, a Grade A title, experience points, 50,000 coins, and an exclusive skill enhancement. Seeing the rewards, Raoul reflected that they were incredible. In his past life, he had never been able to obtain such prizes, but this life was different. With that thought, he created several swords using his psychokinesis trait. Before long, Raoul seized his opponent by the neck with telekinesis and lifted him into the air. The instructor coughed in disbelief, muttering that it was impossible. Before disappearing, the instructor congratulated Raoul and wished blessings upon his path, marking the successful completion of the first telekinesis test. The second test was close combat. Raoul faced a red-haired sword master of the graduation tower and, after exchanging several sword strikes, defeated him with ease, passing the second test as well. Spirit Carl, clad in Regnitor armor and Raoul's sword instructor, praised Raoul, stating that his skills had improved greatly. Raoul credited his master and asked how he was finding the new environment. Carl replied that there was nothing particularly uncomfortable, explaining Regnitor's stealthy predation function, which allowed it to absorb lower-tier power armor to mimic their abilities. By concealing Regnitor's appearance through internal armor consumption, he had successfully disguised himself as Bei Dohayan, even fooling the instructors. A system window then appeared, asking Raoul to select a course for the final third test. Raoul chose magic and declared his intention to face the magic instructor of the graduation tower. Upon hearing this, Ravel appeared enthusiastically, announcing that it was finally her turn and proclaiming herself as Ravelina Ario Merdian, heir to the fairy folk. Raoul stopped her mid-sentence and confessed his long-held dream of becoming an all-master, capable of using every skill. He asked her for just one chance to pursue that dream. Ravel was shocked but ultimately created a staff for him and instructed him to try casting a basic fire spell. Raoul attempted to form a fireball, but the spell dissipated before it could be launched, and the staff shattered. Raoul questioned whether the staff was the problem, but Ravel reminded him that a true craftsman does not blame their tools. She expressed disbelief that someone so skilled with swords and telekinesis could be utterly incompetent with a staff. Raoul argued that the mechanisms behind swords and telekinesis were fundamentally different. Ravel bluntly stated that Raoul lacked even the slightest talent for magic and urged him to abandon the reckless idea of mastering it. Raoul admitted that he had dreamed of becoming an all-master, but as Ravel glared at him, he nervously wondered if it was time to give up on that dream. At that moment, the third test opponent appeared, a mage who greeted Raoul and asked if they should begin the test. Ravel grew excited, declaring that she could no longer stand watching from the sidelines. She flew toward the mage, eager to finally show off her skills after such a long time. Seeing Ravel, the mage immediately began casting a spell, chanting for the floating mana of flames to answer his call and pierce through his enemy. In response, several fire spears formed in the air and shot toward her. Ravel reacted instantly, casting an elemental shield to block the incoming attack. As the fire spears struck the shield, a massive explosion erupted. Despite the blast, Ravel remained unharmed, protected by her magic. Without hesitation, she counterattacked, casting a chain lightning spell and directing it at the mage. Startled, the mage quickly summoned a stone wall to intercept the attack. Watching the battle from a distance, Raoul was left in awe. Their spellcasting speed was so fast that his mind could barely keep up. The exchange was far more intense than he had expected. Ravel then cast two spells in quick succession, an explosive fire bomb and a windstorm, and fused them together. The combined magic transformed into a raging firestorm that surged toward the mage. He had no answer for it. The attack struck him head-on, overwhelming his defenses and defeating him. Acknowledging his loss, the mage spoke with solemn respect. He admitted that she had surpassed all the spells he had memorized and recognized her, the owner of the grimoire, as a true mage. Ravel smiled quietly at his words. Raoul thanked her, expressing his gratitude for fighting in his place. Ravel brushed it off lightly, saying it was nothing. Turning his attention to the system window, Raoul prepared to check the results. The window displayed a message congratulating him on successfully passing the graduation exam and asked whether he wished to graduate from the starting city and take on the challenge of the real Connect world. Raoul selected yes. A beam of light shot into the sky, and fireworks erupted around the tower as the system announced the achievement. Nearby players stared in shock at the spectacle. Inside, Raoul muttered to himself that the real game was finally beginning. At that moment, another system window appeared before him. It announced that player Bei Dohayan had become the first to pass the graduation tower test, He had proven that players, once strangers, were now qualified to become saviors of the Connect world. From that moment on, free city movement restrictions were lifted, allowing exploration of the entire Connect continent. However, players would no longer be protected outside designated areas. The main quest, Appearance of the Savior, had officially begun, and players were instructed to explore the continent and accumulate contribution points for its residents. The scene then shifted outside the game, to Seoul, South Korea. Several individuals were gathered in what appeared to be a high-level meeting. Most participants appeared as holograms, while only one man sat there in person. One of the holograms belonged to Suk-yoon Jong, the current Prime Minister of South Korea. He explained that abnormal situations were emerging across multiple countries, including South Korea. While it might be premature to draw conclusions, signs predicted by that person were appearing worldwide. The man seated in person was Sang Yong-han, chairman of the Daesung Group. He noted that he had heard similar concerns were being raised in the United States and China and asked whether the VIP had made any statements. A young man questioned whether it was too early for the government to take direct action. A middle-aged man sighed, arguing that other countries had likely already begun moving and that they were falling behind. The young man sharply warned him to watch his words, reminding him that this was not a place for complaints. Unfazed, the middle-aged man insisted he was only stating the obvious and emphasized the urgency of finding solutions. At that moment, Dae-yeet Kim, the half-bald Minister of Science and Technology, intervened and asked everyone to calm down. He summarized the situation, explaining that since Connect officially launched, the predictions made by that person were becoming reality. Recent data showed exponential increases in global temperatures, abnormal weather patterns, and changes in sunspot sizes. While global warming was a known issue, the current rate of change far exceeded predicted models, especially over the past 6 months since Connect's launch. Suk-yoon Jong explained that this was precisely why the meeting had been convened. Even the slightest possibility could not be ignored. For the sake of the nation, he requested the private sector's cooperation until the government decided on further action. After a brief silence, Sang Yong-han agreed, stating that cost concerns were irrelevant under such circumstances. However, he hoped the next meeting would produce more practical and constructive agreements. The Prime Minister thanked everyone for their cooperation and emphasized the importance of sharing new information as major changes continued to unfold within Connect. With that, the meeting concluded. The holograms vanished, leaving Sang Yong-han alone. His expression hardened as he called someone into the room. His eldest son, Seon-woo-han, entered and commented that none of the attendees seemed truly certain and that they all appeared to be hiding something. Sang-yong replied that it was only natural, as they themselves had not revealed everything. He asked his son what they should do next. Seon-woo suggested gathering people and having them join Connect, stating that it would be a crucial move going forward and a major opportunity for the company. Sang-yong considered his son's words, thinking that his boldness likely came from youth, but acknowledging that he was not wrong. He then called for Secretary Lee. Lee responded immediately. Sang-yong instructed him to post a recruitment notice and form a support team, promising to provide as many capsules as necessary and to deploy more personnel as additional capsules became available. Lee acknowledged the order. Turning back to his son, Sang-yong reminded him that he hated losing. Seon-woo confirmed he understood. Sang-yong stated that if that person's words were true, Connect would become the key to their future. He warned his son not to tarnish the name of the Daesung Group. Some time later, the scene returned to Connect, inside the first guild building. Raoul reviewed his reward items one by one. When he reached the final item, he asked if it was the last one. Ravel confirmed that it was. Raoul sighed, complaining that most of the graduation tower rewards were nothing but useless junk. He wondered when he would ever clean it all up as he looked over piles of swords, daggers, gold coins, and miscellaneous items. Hoping for something worthwhile, he opened the final box. As it opened, a brilliant light spilled out. Ravel noted that the effect was different from before. From the light emerged a necklace. Raoul immediately checked its details. Its name was Song of Three Souls. The item was of unique rarity and S grade. Its effects included a 50% increase in spirit power recovery speed. Its special effect allowed it to store 3 telekinetic abilities in advance for later use. The description explained that it was crafted from fragments of ancient telekinetic souls, whose guidance enhanced spirit power recovery and allowed stored abilities to activate automatically or under preset conditions. Reading the description, Raoul realized it was a dream item for telekinetics. The options were perfect for him, allowing him to store finishing moves or evasive techniques as insurance. He continued muttering to himself while staring at the necklace. Ravel coughed lightly, clearly flustered, and asked how long he planned to stare at it. Raoul turned to her, realizing he had kept her waiting. He quickly agreed and said it was time to move on. The most important reward still remained. Opening the system window, he read the next message. It displayed a quest achievement for defeating the instructor and announced an additional reward, skill effect enhancement. He was prompted to select one option. With quiet determination, Raoul declared that it was finally time to fulfill his long-cherished wish. Multiple system windows appeared before Raoul. One window displayed the information Infinity Sword efficiency growth. The second showed Infinity Sword speed growth. The third displayed melee weapon proficiency increase. The fourth showed telekinetic power growth. The fifth displayed magic casting speed growth. Raoul examined the options and realized that these choices could enhance various skill effects in the telekinesis, close combat, and magic fields he had been developing. All of them were useful, but he knew there was something Fairy Revel wanted most. He continued scrolling through the windows and soon found another system window. It displayed the information magic item. Skill collection seal. Release. The sealed magic item, skill collection, was partially unsealed and bound to player Bei Dohyun Dalton. Upon seeing it, Revel became visibly surprised. She exclaimed that she had found it, then turned to Raoul and reminded him that she had told him it would appear as an option. Raoul acknowledged her, remarking that she truly was an internet expert. Without hesitation, he selected the option to release the skill collection seal. Immediately, letters written in an unfamiliar language began revolving around Revel. The surrounding mana gathered, aligned, and flowed directly into her body. After some time, the letters faded away, and Revel absorbed all the mana completely. She let out a satisfied chuckle. Another system window appeared before Raoul. Skill collection. Grade, epic status, sealed, March 5th, bound, Librarian Revel residing within. Effect, enhances the effectiveness of skills based on the types and number of skills recorded. Current total recorded skills, 1,573. Additional function, skill book creation, new. It allowed the creation of skill books from recorded skills and also allowed newly learned skills to be recorded. Special materials were required for creation. Raoul was stunned as he read it. He realized that skill book creation meant he could turn all the skills he had acquired into skill books. He immediately understood how overwhelmingly powerful and unbalanced that ability was. Revel proudly remarked that he had done well to listen to her. Raoul asked her how she felt and whether she noticed any changes. Revel replied that her body's shape and wings had become more distinct. She explained that once the seal was completely broken, she might be partially freed from the binding spell. Raoul congratulated her, and sincerely hoped that day would come soon. However, inwardly, he realized that when that time came, she would escape her soul state and regain her real body. When that happened, he would have to say goodbye to the companion who had stayed by his side for so long. He understood that everything from that moment onward would be different. As the Connect world truly began, his life would change completely. Although the main branches of the scenario would remain the same, he knew he had to move more cautiously. Still, he would not hesitate, because he trusted his own strength more than anyone else. The scene then shifted to the northwestern barrier of the continent. Several knights moved carefully through a dungeon, unaware that a wolf monster was sneaking toward them. Suddenly, one man noticed it, unsheathed his sword instantly, and killed the monster in a single strike. That man was Lawrence de Ashton, the second son of House Ashton. The knight he saved thanked him respectfully. Lawrence calmly warned him to remain careful, explaining that there were far more monsters than during their last expedition. As he moved forward, Lawrence reflected on the situation. Beyond the barrier, past the canyon of despair that connected to Corpse Road, an enormous number of monsters and undead were invading from the restricted mountain range. This had been happening for a long time. Even after clearing the hordes, they would return as undead. Exhausted by the endless war of attrition, headquarters had formed an expedition team to investigate. Recently, they discovered that dimensional gates had appeared there as well. Dungeonization had accelerated, causing monsters to multiply rapidly and creating a vicious cycle. The only solution was to block all dungeon entrances beyond the barrier. Lawrence informed the knights that failure would result in the barrier's collapse. One knight added that according to the mages, the dungeon spaces themselves had changed. Lawrence agreed and explained that decades of accumulated information had become useless. However, this was the last candidate location. If everything went smoothly, they could complete the mission and return within 3 days. The knights expressed relief and exhaustion. One of them mentioned wanting to send a letter home, knowing his family must be worried. Suddenly, red eyes appeared in the darkness. Bats flew toward them, and the dungeon began to tremble. Lawrence rushed ahead and froze in shock. 3 dark gates stood before him, and from them poured countless zombies, undead, and demonic monsters. The knights trembled in fear, believing it was the end. Lawrence shouted at them to regain their composure, and ordered them to escape immediately, and report to the barrier. Nearby stood 2 figures. One was the necromancer McClanahan, holding a wand topped with a human skull. Beside him stood the warrior Ezekiel, gripping a long sword. McClanahan expressed amusement at Lawrence's composure and mockingly offered him the honor of serving His Majesty as an undead. Ignoring the provocation, Lawrence ordered his knights to flee. As they ran, McClanahan cast a spell, summoning more undead from the ground to block their escape. Lawrence immediately charged forward, cutting down the undead with his sword technique to clear a path. Watching this, the necromancer smiled with interest and recognized the technique, realizing that Lawrence belonged to House Ashton. Sometime later, at the barrier, the knights stationed on gate guard duty saw 3 knights rushing toward them, completely out of breath. Alarmed by their condition, the guard knights immediately asked what had happened. One of the escaped knights urgently replied that they needed to inform the commander-in-chief immediately about Captain Lawrence. Without delay, they were escorted to the commander-in-chief's office, where they reported everything that had happened earlier. After hearing the report, the commander-in-chief immediately wrote a formal message and sent it by carrier pigeon to Count Melvin Ashton, Lawrence's father. Upon receiving the report, Count Melvin Ashton summoned both Raoul and Dylan. He read the contents aloud before them. Raoul's expression darkened as he listened. Without saying a word, he returned to his room and shut the door behind him. The moment he was alone, his strength left him, and he collapsed to the ground. His mind raced as he realized that the scenario related to the restricted area was progressing much faster than he had expected. He recalled the earlier warning window from the system. It had informed him that he had received the system-imposed force, karmic retribution, for forcibly interfering with a mandatory scenario. The warning had told him to be cautious, that misfortune could befall him at any time and in any form. As Raoul remembered those words, he realized that this must be the misfortune the system had warned him about. He acknowledged that he bore some responsibility for the anomaly. He should have prepared for the consequences somehow, but he had failed to consider Brother Lawrence. He called out to his contracted fairy, Ravel. She immediately responded, asking what he needed. Raoul steadied himself. He knew he did not have time for regret or hesitation. He had already made his decision. He would trust in his strength and move forward. He asked Ravel if she could contact the guild chat for him, explaining that he needed to prepare to enter the restricted area. Sometime later, Raoul arrived at the northwestern barrier of the continent with a small group of his knights. Julius, the commander-in-chief of the Iron Wall Knights, welcomed him and remarked that he had arrived sooner than expected, adding that he must be tired from his long journey. Raoul replied respectfully that it was an honor to meet a legendary warrior like Commander Julius. Nearby, Josh turned to Jake and whispered that Julius looked more like a friendly neighborhood elder than a legendary commander. Jake, a veteran of barrier duty who had joined Raoul's knight order, remained silent. Meanwhile, Raoul observed Julius carefully. He realized that what made the man truly impressive was that, despite reaching the Master Realm, he did not emit any aura whatsoever. That meant he had perfect control over his power. Julius then asked if Raoul had come to request permission to conduct a search. Raoul confirmed that he had and asked for permission to venture beyond the barrier. Julius asked if Raoul was aware of the current situation at Corpse Road. Raoul replied that he had heard about the severe losses caused by the Empire's undead and the monsters from the restricted area, which had made search operations impossible. Julius agreed, saying he was pleased that a rising star like Raoul had come to help while they were tied down by those creatures. However, he warned that Raoul's group was dangerously small and questioned whether the mission was too risky. Josh immediately responded with confidence, saying they had completed even more difficult missions before. Kane added that undead were drawn to human vitality, and moving in larger groups would only increase the danger. After thinking for a moment, Julius granted permission for Raoul and his knights to cross beyond the barrier. However, he warned them to return as quickly as possible, as the movements of the surrounding monsters had become increasingly concerning. In the worst case, they might be forced to seal the passages to the restricted area. Raoul acknowledged the warning. Julius then added one more important piece of information. He explained that barrier stones throughout the restricted area suppressed magical energy. The Empire was likely searching for these locations to open gates more effectively. Until then, they would probably keep Lawrence alive as a prisoner. He apologized, saying that was all the advice he could offer. Raoul thanked him sincerely, saying the information had been more than helpful. A short while later, the massive gate in the barrier began to open. As Raoul and his knights prepared to enter, Josh remarked that it would have been helpful to have the alchemist with him. Raoul explained that he had assigned Nikia a separate task, so she could not join them. Their destination was the Formica dungeon, where Lawrence had last been headed. Other teams would search the surrounding areas and secure their retreat path. They stood before the magical barrier covering the restricted area. After a moment, a pathway opened through the shimmering energy. Julius wished them luck. Raoul stepped forward and passed through the opening, silently praying that his brother would hold on a little longer. He vowed that he would rescue him. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Lawrence fought desperately. He cut down one undead after another with his sword, but exhaustion was beginning to take its toll. His body trembled as his strength slowly faded. Watching him struggle, the Imperial Necromancer McClanahan laughed mockingly, saying that for someone from House Ashton, he was quite disappointing. He urged Lawrence to try harder as he summoned even more undead. Beside him, the warrior Ezekiel told McClanahan to stop wasting time and complete his mission. McClanahan replied that he had been having so much fun that he had forgotten his duty. He glanced toward two mages working nearby on a magic circle and asked about their progress. One of the mages reported that the barrier stones in the area were interfering with the gate signals. The two gates on the left and right were ready to transmit once a signal arrived, but the remaining one could not be opened. McClanahan acknowledged the problem, explaining that unlike the demons that had appeared without titles before, this one was the real deal. Ezekiel asked what he intended to do. McClanahan replied that for His Majesty's sake, they had no choice but to blow up the entire area. Hearing this, Lawrence was shocked. He immediately realized the consequences. If such chaos erupted, the monsters created by the gates would head straight for the barrier. If undead, demons, and monsters all attacked at once, the current forces defending the barrier would not be able to withstand the wave. Despite his exhaustion, Lawrence forced himself into a fighting stance. He resolved that even if it cost him his life, he would stop them. Later, Lawrence was seen kneeling on the ground, taking deep, ragged breaths. He was completely surrounded by the undead forces. McClanahan mocked him, wondering where all his earlier confidence had gone. He taunted Lawrence, asking if he was already exhausted and whether his determination to protect the barrier had amounted to nothing. He added that even the famed Silver Zero had become a toothless dog, remarking that House Ashton had been praised so highly, yet Lawrence was nothing but a disappointment. Lawrence silently reflected on his condition. He had been fighting continuously for days without a single bite to eat. He realized that he had truly reached his limit. He no longer had the strength even to stand. As one of the undead rushed forward to finish him, Lawrence closed his eyes and accepted his fate. In his heart, he bid farewell to his father and his brothers, believing that this was the end for him. However, just before the undead could reach him, a high-speed arrow shot through the air and pierced the undead's neck. The creature let out a horrible scream before collapsing. McClanahan was shocked and confused when he realized that the one who had fired the arrow was the leader of the dungeon monsters. The dungeon leader shouted angrily at the intruders, declaring that they would pay for their sins. At his command, the monster warriors charged forward and began attacking the undead forces. Lawrence stared at the scene in confusion, unable to understand what was happening. A short while later, Raoul and his knights arrived at the battlefield. When they saw the monsters fighting against McClanahan's undead army, they were equally confused. Raoul wondered what was happening. He had used a haste buff to rush to the Formica dungeon, but he had never expected to see such a situation. After observing the battle for a moment, Raoul informed his knights that the monsters were fighting the undead. Kane questioned how such a thing was possible. Raoul admitted that even seeing it with his own eyes, it was hard to believe. He then opened his system window, which displayed a warning. A force scenario was currently active in the area. The main quest was titled, Defend the Forbidden Zone. Its description explained that the barrier suppressing the dimensional gate was under threat from intruders. The objective was to repel the intruders and protect the seal to prevent the gate from opening. Rewards would be distributed based on achievement level. However, there was also a warning that the enemies present were excessively powerful for players to face, and that retreat was strongly advised. After reading the information, Raoul was stunned. Even though he was level 99 and at the highest tier of expert, the system was advising him to retreat. He wondered what kind of enemies could possibly warrant such a warning. At that moment, Josh spotted Lawrence in the middle of the battlefield and urgently pointed him out. Seeing his brother, Raoul's expression immediately filled with tension. Without hesitation, he rushed forward with his knights. He ordered them to assist the monsters, declaring that stopping the gate was their top priority. He activated his skill, Radiant Aura. A pair of golden wings appeared on his back as he descended onto the battlefield. A wave of golden energy spread across the ground, and the nearby undead were instantly destroyed upon contact. Kane slipped behind one of the enemy mages and struck him down. Josh used his sword techniques to defeat two enemies at once. Meanwhile, Pierce, positioned on a cliff above, located his target. Using his sniping skill, he fired a high-speed arrow that struck and destroyed one of the mage's magic circles. McClanahan gritted his teeth in fury and demanded to know who had dared interfere. Lawrence also turned and saw Raoul approaching with a strange, radiant technique. Raoul landed in front of him and smiled. He told Lawrence that he had come to save him. Lawrence was shocked by Raoul's changed appearance and strength. He hesitated before asking if it was really him. Around them, the battle continued as the monsters and Raoul's knights fought fiercely against the undead. Raoul asked Lawrence why the Naga monsters were fighting the undead. Lawrence explained that the monsters had their own reasons. The Empire was trying to blow up the entire area to destroy the ward stones installed throughout the Forbidden Zone. However, the Naga's home base was located there as well. They were fighting to protect their territory. Raoul realized that it was essentially a temporary alliance against a common enemy. Lawrence confirmed this and added that he had survived several deadly situations thanks to the Naga. He then pointed toward Ezekiel and warned Raoul that the Imperial commander was at least master level, judging by the mana he emitted. Raoul was alarmed. He understood now why the system had issued such a severe warning. Master-level forces had been deployed deep within the Forbidden Zone. Lawrence told him that even without Ezekiel actively joining the battle yet, the situation was already dire. He appreciated Raoul coming to help, but he urged him to retreat and bring reinforcements. Raoul refused. He declared that he could not leave his brother behind. Lawrence reminded him that the enemy was a master, someone on a completely different level from upper-tier experts. He warned that without someone capable of dealing with such an opponent, their current numbers would not be enough. Raoul calmly replied that there was someone capable of facing a master. He revealed that he had brought along someone who knew sword masters very well. Lawrence immediately looked around nervously, wondering who it could be. Raoul then glanced at his Regnitor armor. He declared that the time had come. He called out respectfully, asking his master to reveal his true power. As he spoke, golden aura began flowing from his body into the armor. A few days earlier, at Conford Castle, immediately after Baron Jaden's rebellion, Raoul stood inside his mansion. Spread out before him on the ground were several pieces of power armor he had obtained during the rebellion. His contracted fairy, Ravel, looked at the damaged armors and asked if they would be enough. Raoul replied that even though they were broken, they would still serve the purpose. He reflected that the corrupted power armors were necessary for Regnitor's evolution. Thanks to Baron Jaden forming an alliance with the Empire, obtaining them had become much easier. At that moment, Karl, whose spirit was sealed within the Regnitor armor, spoke. He remarked that the energy emanating from the armors was foul and strangely familiar, resembling the power of a certain enemy. As Karl began channeling his aura, the Regnitor armor started absorbing the corrupted power armors. Raoul asked what he meant by theirs. Karl explained that he was referring to demons from the demon realm. He said that the Empire's dark magic and demonic energy were remarkably similar, yet still different. He added that there had long been rumors of ties between the Empire and demons. He believed that by continuing to absorb the corrupted energy, he might eventually uncover clues. As the Regnitor armor absorbed the last of the corrupted armor, Karl suddenly fell silent in surprise. In the next instant, Regnitor deactivated on its own. Raoul became alarmed, and Ravel immediately asked why he had deactivated the armor. Raoul replied that he had not done it intentionally. The armor had shut down by itself. At that moment, a system window appeared before him, informing him that Regnitor had awakened and unlocked a new special ability. Back in the present, Raoul activated Regnitor's special ability, Ghost Armor. At once, a full-plated duplicate of the Regnitor armor materialized before him. The system displayed its description, Regnitor's special ability, Ghost Armor. It allowed control of Regnitor's doppelganger through an independent ego. Raoul realized that normally, the armor's internal ego would control the doppelganger. However, that role had now been transferred to someone else. The one controlling the armor was none other than Master Karl. Karl immediately unleashed his Infinity Sword technique, cutting down several enemies with effortless precision. As he fought, Karl reflected on his past. Once, he had been trapped in a fate of eternally guarding a seal, wishing only for extinction. Now, He had regained a physical form once more. When an undead attempted to sneak up behind him, Carl turned instantly and destroyed it without difficulty. He felt a deep sense of exhilaration. This was the feeling he had longed for. Nearby, McClanahan and Ezekiel watched in shock as Carl cut down the undead with overwhelming ease. McClanahan gritted his teeth and declared that they had enough corpses to summon even more undead. However, Ezekiel stopped him. He said that too much time had already been wasted and that it would be unwise to keep the main force's mage commanders waiting. Without hesitation, Ezekiel leapt down from the cliff and landed before Carl. Dark purple aura radiated from his body as he mocked Carl, saying he looked like a half-wit trapped inside discarded armor. He declared his intention to smash the armor to pieces. Carl calmly replied that he wondered whether someone accustomed to working from the shadows even knew how to fight properly. He declared that he would personally teach him what a true master's battle looked like. As the fight began, Ezekiel's skin turned red as he activated the Empire's seal and blocked Carl's sword strike. Carl immediately recognized it and remarked that Ezekiel had already activated the Empire's seal, showing that he was calm and rational. Carl then swung his sword again, forcing Ezekiel backward. He declared that he would now show his true power and rushed forward. Watching from a distance, Raoul was in awe. Even though Carl was controlling only a doppelganger body, his skill as a sword master remained absolute. His infinity sword technique contained no wasted movement. Each strike flowed seamlessly into the next, forming fluid combinations and elegant blade lines. To Raoul, it resembled a magnificent dance. However, Raoul knew that ghost armor was a time-limited ability. He realized that he needed to finish his own battle quickly and join Carl. Around him, his knights and the monsters continued fighting the undead. Raoul activated his skill and created dozens of floating swords. With a single command, he sent them flying toward the undead, destroying them instantly. He noted with satisfaction that the battle was progressing smoothly. At that rate, they would soon eliminate the enemy forces. Suddenly, an undead knight emerged from the ground behind him. Raoul immediately sensed its presence and turned around. At the same time, McClanahan spoke coldly. He said that inferior knights could never properly wield divine power, and that Raoul's strength must be the result of a temporary blessing. He concluded that Raoul himself was the source of that power and declared that he would eliminate him personally. Raoul faced the undead knight without hesitation. Meanwhile, far away at the northwestern barrier, a new force arrived. It was the household army of Marquis Fabien de McNeil, who had come with his knights to the battlefield. Fabien dismounted from his horse and, upon seeing Julius standing before him, respectfully greeted him. He said it was an honor to meet the Supreme Commander, and introduced himself as Fabien de McNeil of House McNeil. He explained that after hearing news from the barrier, he had brought his personal knight order to assist in the war effort. Julius observed the forces standing behind Fabien and remarked that they did not quite look like knights. Fabien calmly explained that they were mercenaries he had personally hired. Although they belonged to a mercenary company, they had been trained like knights and would not act independently. Julius then turned around and began walking inside the barrier, stating that it must have been a long journey, and thanking Fabien for bringing reinforcements. He invited him inside and said he would brief him on the barrier's current situation. Fabien thanked him, but added that there was something he wished to ask about, the ancient seal beneath the barrier. Hearing this, Julius became cautious. He said that not many people even knew a seal existed within the barrier and asked where Fabien had learned about it. Fabien replied that he simply had a personal interest in military knowledge. He asked if Julius could tell him roughly where the seal was located, suggesting that it might be wise to station troops there in advance in case of an emergency. However, Julius refused. He stated that he could not freely disclose information about the barrier's seal, even to Fabien. He assured him that the area was under strict management, and that there was no need for concern. Fabien let out a nervous laugh and replied that he understood and had been worrying unnecessarily. As they moved deeper inside, Ken silently watched Fabien from the shadows, hidden from view. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the battle between Ezekiel and Carl continued. Ezekiel's red aura sword clashed violently against Carl's golden aura sword, sending powerful shockwaves throughout the dungeon. Ezekiel gritted his teeth, gathered more aura, and swung his sword downward with tremendous force. Carl immediately leaped backward to dodge, and when the sword struck the ground, destructive shockwaves spread in every direction. Carl criticized him, saying it was like placing a legendary sword in a child's hands. He said Ezekiel was not wielding the sword, but rather the sword was wielding him, and declared that he did not deserve to be called a master. Enraged, Ezekiel rushed forward and attacked again, declaring that he would see how long Carl could maintain such arrogance. His strike forced Carl backward. As he fought, Carl analyzed him. He realized that Ezekiel's swordsmanship was crude and his dark energy suffocatingly dense. He concluded that Ezekiel must have reached master level through some unnatural shortcut. He also realized that ghost armor would only last a few minutes at most. If time ran out before he defeated his opponent, he would disappear once again and return to being nothing more than a ghost of the past. In that moment of doubt, Carl recalled a memory from when he had trained Raoul. Back then, he had told Raoul that he was overcomplicating things. Raoul had asked what he meant. Carl had explained that for swordsmen like them, the sword was life itself. In moments of danger, the only thing protecting their lives was the sword in their hands, so it was best to focus entirely on that one sword. However, Raoul had disagreed. He had said that while it was possible to win with a single sword, it was not always the best option. He declared that he would fight using every sword he had. Back in the present, Ezekiel charged forward and declared that it was time for Carl to become scrap metal, swinging his sword with full power. Carl dodged by leaping backward, and in that moment he threw his sword toward Ezekiel. The sword embedded itself into the ground near him. Seeing this, Ezekiel mocked him. He said such a pathetic strike could never defeat him and declared that Carl was a fool throwing his life away. He vowed to grind him into dust. However, at that moment, Ezekiel realized something. He was not facing only one sword. Suddenly, Jack, Josh, and Cain appeared around him from all directions, surrounding him. Ezekiel was shocked. He realized he had been so absorbed in the fight that he had not sensed them approaching. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he thought they were nothing more than expert-level fighters. He believed that once he released his dark energy, they would be reduced to nothing. But at that moment, the sword Carl had embedded into the ground began releasing golden aura. The aura disrupted Ezekiel's dark energy, preventing him from releasing it properly. Ezekiel realized too late that Carl had planned this. Before he could react, Josh, Jack, Cain, and Pierce attacked him simultaneously. Their combined strike pierced through him, and Ezekiel let out a scream of pain. Carl then declared that when all his swords came together, defeat was impossible. Moments later, Ezekiel's lifeless body collapsed onto the ground. Looking down at the corpse, Jack remarked that his fingertips were tingling intensely. Josh proudly declared that he had personally helped defeat a master. However, Pierce warned everyone to stay alert, reminding them that the gate had not yet closed and that they needed to hold their position until their master completely sealed it. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the battlefield, Raoul continued fighting against the undead knight. The undead knight swung its weapon and launched an aura slash toward Raoul. Seeing the attack, Raoul leaped into the air and dodged it. While still airborne, he counterattacked by swinging his sword and releasing an aura slash toward the undead knight. However, the undead knight calmly raised its arm and blocked the attack. Seeing this, Raoul was surprised and realized that the area buffs and ghost armor activation had drained much of his divine power, because his attacks were no longer effective. Raoul immediately ordered Ravel to use all the magic stones in his inventory to recharge his divine power. Ravel acknowledged his command and quickly used the magic stones, restoring his divine power. Nearby, Necromancer McClanahan sensed Raoul's restored strength and muttered nervously that Raoul still had that much power left. Realizing he had no choice, he decided to use that method. He began chanting a spell, calling upon the knights who served death to rise and answer his call. In response, more undead soldiers emerged from the ground and surrounded Raoul. Ravel grew nervous and warned Raoul that there was a limit to how long they could hold them off, especially against a master-level necromancer. Raoul calmly replied that there was only one way to stop necromancy, by taking down the caster. The undead knight then thrust its sword into the ground and unleashed a wide-area attack directed at Raoul. Sharp bone spikes erupted from the earth and rushed toward him. Raoul swung his aura-infused sword and shattered the spikes before they could reach him. He then ordered Ravel to cast her spell, and she immediately cast Rage Wind, destroying several undead soldiers. Seeing this, the undead knight became flustered and summoned a spear, throwing it toward Ravel at high speed. Raoul reacted instantly and raised his sword to block it, but the impact caused his hand to tremble from the force. Raoul realized that none of the enemies they had faced so far had noticed or targeted Ravel directly, but this undead knight had immediately aimed for her. He understood that its instincts were extremely sharp, far beyond ordinary enemies. He quickly ordered Ravel to focus on defense from now on. Ravel was surprised and asked if that meant she would no longer be able to use proper area attacks. Raoul explained that the undead knight was more dangerous than he had expected. It had targeted her at the exact moment she was vulnerable while casting. He knew it would continue targeting her whenever she was defenseless, so he could not allow any openings. Ravel hesitated but agreed to support him defensively. However, she asked how they would reach the necromancer if they fought this way. Raoul calmly replied that she did not need to worry, because someone else had already figured it out and was heading there. At that moment, Lawrence appeared behind McClanahan and swung his sword in a surprise attack. However, McClanahan sensed him and dodged. The undead knight immediately tried to assist, but Raoul used psychokinesis to create multiple floating swords that blocked its path. He declared that he would not allow it to interfere. McClanahan mocked Lawrence, pointing out that he had been too exhausted to even stand earlier, yet still dared to attack. He launched a spell at Lawrence, but Lawrence cut through it with his sword. Lawrence then mocked him in return, saying that McClanahan was clearly anxious because his undead army was trapped. Angered, McClanahan slammed his staff into the ground and declared that since it had come to this, no one would leave alive. Dark mana surged around him, forming skull-shaped manifestations that surrounded his body. He screamed in agony as the transformation began. A massive burst of energy erupted. Lawrence was shocked and could not understand what was happening. Raoul, however, immediately recognized it as licheification. He understood that McClanahan was sacrificing his soul to become undead himself, gaining near-immortal vitality and forbidden dark magic in exchange for his humanity. Raoul realized that the only way to stop him would be to destroy the vessel connected to his soul, which only his analysis eye could detect. He knew he had to finish his current battle quickly and help Lawrence. As he destroyed another undead soldier, a system window suddenly appeared before him. Raoul looked at it in confusion. The message stated that player Raoul had reached level 100 and had qualified to challenge the realm. Raoul shouted in frustration, unable to believe the timing. Before he could react further, another window appeared, announcing that he was entering the room of enlightenment. Suddenly, Raoul lost consciousness and collapsed onto the ground. Seeing this, Ravel panicked and desperately called out to him. Meanwhile, McClanahan's spell transformed into a massive area attack that struck the nearby dungeon monsters and began absorbing their life force. At the same time, the undead knight raised its sword and attempted to strike Raoul, who lay unconscious on the ground. Seeing this, Ravel immediately cast a barrier spell to block the attack. The undead knight's sword collided with Ravel's barrier, producing a heavy impact. Pierce noticed Raoul lying motionless, and realized something was wrong with his master. He immediately shouted orders, commanding everyone not to let the enemies get close to him. The knights quickly gathered around Raoul and began cutting down the undead soldiers that approached. The undead knight continued attacking the barrier with relentless force. As Ravel maintained the barrier, she realized with growing alarm that the mana stored in the codex was draining rapidly. She understood that if Raoul did not wake up soon to replenish it, she would be trapped inside the book and rendered completely helpless. She looked anxiously at Raoul's unconscious body, fearing that the situation would become far more dangerous if he did not recover in time. Meanwhile, Raoul entered the room of enlightenment. He found himself standing in a familiar empty space, and he immediately realized where he was. He could not believe he had returned there again. He remembered that the room of enlightenment was the place players entered upon reaching level 100, where they fought powerful enemies to comprehend a new realm. He had experienced this place once before in his previous life. Unwilling to waste any time, Raoul called out, demanding that his opponent reveal themselves. In response, several daggers suddenly flew toward him, controlled by psychokinesis. Raoul reacted instantly, leaping aside to evade them as the daggers struck the ground where he had been standing. He then turned toward the direction they had come from and froze in shock. Standing before him was Beidou Haiyan, his past self. Raoul quickly realized that he could not manifest a mana blade or aura, as though his sword abilities had been forcibly sealed in that space. Accepting this limitation, he resolved to rely on psychokinesis instead, confident that he had already surpassed his former self long ago. Meanwhile, during the night at the northwestern barrier of the continent, Fabian moved quietly through a restricted area accompanied by several hooded figures. A guard noticed their presence and recognized Fabian. He immediately warned him that outsiders were forbidden from entering the area under the Supreme Commander's orders and demanded that he leave at once. Fabian let out a nervous chuckle, but before he could respond, one of the hooded figures suddenly covered the guard's mouth and stabbed him with a dagger, killing him instantly. The guard's lifeless body collapsed to the ground. The group continued forward, silently murdering the guards they encountered along the way until they arrived at a massive metal gate. Fabian grew uneasy and warned that leaving behind so many corpses would inevitably lead to their discovery. One of the hooded figures dismissed his concerns and ordered him to focus on his mission. He explained that once Fabian located and disabled the ancient seal, they would be able to open the gate from their side and escape through the portal. He mockingly asked whether Fabian was afraid that the suicide seal engraved on his body would be activated. A glowing red seal was clearly visible on Fabian's neck. Fabian warned them that if he were killed, his father would refuse to cooperate. The hooded figure replied casually that he had only been joking. Soon after, Fabian saw a massive white golden gate-like structure ahead and realized that it was the Forbidden Zone's ancient seal. One of the hooded figures shoved him forward and ordered him to approach it quickly. Fabian clenched his teeth in anger and humiliation. He realized that the seal suppressed dark energy, preventing them from using their full strength. Deep inside, he swore that once he escaped, he would kill them all. At that moment, Carl arrived, weapon in hand. He saw the dead guards and declared that he had known something was wrong all along, and that this had been their true objective. The hooded figures immediately rushed toward him, shouting for Fabian to disable the seal. Carl calmly assumed his fighting stance and unleashed his spear technique, Fury Wave, instantly defeating both attackers. Fabian stared in shock at the overwhelming display of power. Carl stated that it was fortunate he had remained behind as his master had instructed, and declared that he would now punish his family's enemy with his own hands. Fabian grew nervous and, upon examining him more closely, recognized him. He asked if he was truly Kaylee and desperately tried to convince him that there had been a misunderstanding, pleading for an opportunity to explain himself. However, one of the fallen hooded figures secretly pulled out a red crystal and crushed it, proclaiming his loyalty to His Majesty the Emperor. The crystal immediately activated the suicide seal engraved on Fabian's neck. The seal began glowing intensely. A vast amount of mana gathered around Fabian. Then, a violent explosion erupted. Carl was thrown backward by the blast. Coughing, he emerged from the dust and stared in horror at the devastation before him. The Forbidden Zone's ancient seal had been severely damaged. Carl muttered in shock as he realized the catastrophic consequences of what had just happened. Meanwhile, inside the Room of Enlightenment, Raoul coughed up blood after being pierced by Bei Dohyan's psychokinesis sword. Bei Dohyan stood before him with a cold expression and called him disappointing. With a simple motion of telekinesis, he pulled the sword out from Raoul's chest. Raoul cried out in pain and coughed up even more blood. As he struggled to remain conscious, he realized that something was wrong. This Bei Dohyan was different from the one he remembered in his past life. The opponent before him was using the exact same powers he possessed, the spirit power gained from the Quarkus meditation method and even the telekinetic ability obtained from Jinek's dungeon. Raoul had believed that if they fought on equal footing, even with his swordsmanship sealed, he would still have a chance. Yet he could not understand why he was losing. Bei Dohyan questioned him, asking why he had become so weak and what he had been doing all this time. Raoul angrily told him to shut up and insisted that if he could use his swordsmanship properly, he would never lose to someone like him. However, Bei Dohyan calmly explained that Raoul had forgotten his foundation, and that was why he could not defeat him. He asked Raoul what the very thing was that had allowed him to stand at the top of all players. He reminded him that both players and NPCs alike had once feared him. As Raoul tried to respond, Bei Dohyan interrupted and reminded him not to forget his true identity. He declared that Raoul was not only Raoul of House Ashton but also Bei Dohyan, the greatest telekinetic. Hearing those words, Raoul suddenly smiled. He realized that he had indeed forgotten something important. He understood that telekinesis was never merely a support ability for his swordsmanship. It was one of his greatest strengths. Having realized this, Raoul regained his confidence and declared that they should fight properly once again. Meanwhile, in the real world, the undead forces had slaughtered most of the dungeon monsters, and Raoul's knights were desperately fighting to protect his unconscious body. At the center of the battlefield, a violent storm of mana swirled around McClanahan as his body underwent its final transformation into a lich. Lawrence, who stood nearby, was forced backward by the overwhelming pressure. Pierce rushed to his side and asked if he was all right. Lawrence immediately warned him to stay back, declaring that the lich transformation was almost complete. Powerful mana shockwaves burst outward, forcing both of them into defensive stances. Moments later, McClanahan stepped forward. His transformation was complete. His body had become that of a lich. Filled with ecstasy, he declared that the power he had long desired was finally his. Lawrence refused to hesitate. He charged forward and unleashed a powerful mana slash that struck the lich directly. However, the lich remained completely unharmed. It laughed mockingly and stated that such attacks could never scratch its body. Pierce asked in disbelief if it was truly useless. In response, the lich raised his wand and cast a spell. A magic circle appeared above Pierce, and deadly mana attacks rained down toward him. Pierce froze in terror, unable to react. Lawrence immediately intervened and destroyed the spell with a mana slash, saving him. But immediately afterward, Lawrence coughed up blood, his body showing clear signs of strain. Pierce realized the truth. Lawrence's mana was unstable. His recovery could not keep up with his consumption. If he continued, his body would collapse. Pierce desperately begged him not to overexert himself, and declared that he would take over. Drawing his bow, he fired an arrow that pierced straight through the Lich's skull. Yet the wound regenerated instantly. Both of them froze in shock and frustration. Lawrence muttered that it was impossible. As long as the Lich's soulbound catalyst remained intact, they could never truly defeat him. Despair filled his mind as he wished he had been stronger. The Lich laughed cruelly and declared that this place would become their grave. He promised to kill them in the most painful way possible. Then his gaze shifted to Raoul's unconscious body. He declared that Raoul would be the first sacrifice. The Lich cast a devastating spell toward him. Ravel immediately created a barrier around Raoul, but she could tell that her barrier would not be enough to stop it. The Lich coldly declared that he would erase Raoul completely. Jake and Kane, who stood nearby, could only watch in horror. Ravel desperately begged Raoul to wake up. A massive skeletal construct formed from mana and unleashed a beam of destruction toward him. The attack struck, and a massive explosion consumed the area. But when the dust cleared, Raoul was still standing. He was completely unharmed. His radiant aura burned brilliantly around him, releasing holy energy. The Lich stared in shock. Raoul calmly reassured Ravel that he had arrived in time. Then he raised his hand, summoning several golden blades of energy around him. With calm confidence, he prepared to test his newly realized power. Some time earlier, in the Room of Enlightenment, Raoul finally felt a sense of completion. After enduring dozens of battles, he had at last managed to achieve a draw. He realized that if he had focused solely on being Raoul the Sword Master, he would never have reached this point, even if he had died and returned countless times. At that moment, a system window appeared before him, displaying a message of congratulations for passing the Room of Enlightenment. It informed him that he now possessed all the qualifications required to ascend to a higher realm. Soon after, a set of golden gates materialized before him and slowly opened. With a faint smile, Raoul remarked that everyone must be waiting anxiously, and he stepped forward without hesitation. In the present, a skeleton knight charged toward Raoul. Raoul stood firm, his expression turning serious as a golden aura radiated from his eyes. He unleashed an overwhelming wave of holy energy pressure, forcing the skeleton knight to drop to its knees while the surrounding skeletons collapsed onto the ground. Observing this, Raoul calmly questioned whether the knight intended to keep resisting, and wondered how long it could endure. He then intensified the pressure. In response, the skeleton knight forced itself forward and lunged at him. Raoul, maintaining a composed expression, delivered a single powerful punch. The blow struck true, and the skeleton knight's body began to shatter. Watching from afar, the Imperial Necromancer McClanahan, now transformed into a lich, muttered in astonishment that a skeleton general had been subdued in a single strike. Ravel turned to Raoul and acknowledged that he had finally succeeded. Jake congratulated him on his achievement, while Kane expressed that he had always believed in Raoul's success. Raoul smiled and thanked them all for holding out. He acknowledged that their efforts had prevented the situation from worsening. Turning his attention to the lich, he declared that it was time to conclude matters in the Forbidden Zone and return. Without delay, he rushed forward. Seeing this, the lich shouted arrogantly, declaring that Raoul was still alone and that he himself was a masterclass lich. He launched a spell, but Raoul effortlessly blocked it with a holy barrier. Ravel warned that they had run out of mana stones to replenish holy power, and that they needed to finish the battle quickly. Raoul asked if there was enough holy power left for one decisive strike. Ravel confirmed that a single blow would be possible. With a confident smile, Raoul declared that it would be enough. He raised his fist, gathering immense energy, and struck the lich. His punch collided with the lich's skeletal form, sending fragments scattering. The lich scoffed internally, believing the attack to be futile. It thought that no matter how much holy power was concentrated, a mere punch could not harm its body. Mocking Raoul as a clueless novice who had only just become a master, it prepared to unleash a counterattack. At that moment, Raoul's older brother called out to him in concern. Meanwhile, Raoul quietly muttered that he had found it. The lich was momentarily confused, but its shock quickly turned to horror. Raoul had identified the vessel connected to McClanahan's soul. He explained that the presence of numerous overlapping souls had made it difficult to locate, But now that he had found it, there was no escape. With a final farewell, Raoul destroyed the vessel. The Lich screamed in despair as its form began to disintegrate, lamenting the loss of its immortality and infinite knowledge. Moments later, it vanished completely. Immediately after, a system window appeared once more, announcing the completion of the main quest, Defense of the Forbidden Zone. It confirmed that the invaders had been repelled and the barrier suppressing the dimensional gate had been protected. It also noted that an ally from the temporary alliance now held goodwill toward Raoul. Shortly afterward, Ragnisha, the great chief of the Naga tribe, approached Raoul. She addressed him as a young and brave human warrior and explained that she had come to deliver a message. Although contact with humans was usually forbidden, his actions had allowed the Naga to protect their sacred land and people. On behalf of the tribe, she expressed their deep gratitude. Raoul responded that he was equally grateful, stating that without the Naga tribe's assistance, he would not have been able to save his brother's life. Ragnisha then explained that once their barrier resumed full operation, the ominous gate would soon be sealed again. With their commander defeated, the remaining enemy forces had lost their morale. She instructed Raoul and his group to leave the cleanup to the Naga and withdraw safely. Raoul accepted the offer with appreciation. At that moment, Josh hurried over and urgently informed them that they had discovered a transfer gate installed by the Empire within a cave. The destination coordinates, he revealed, were set to the wall. The revelation shocked everyone present. Hearing this, Raoul's expression darkened as he wondered whether the Empire still had a hidden scheme in motion. He questioned what could possibly be happening at the wall, and what danger awaited them next. A short while later, Raoul and his group arrived in front of the transfer gate. Josh confirmed that the destination was definitely near the wall, adding that they had been receiving continuous signals for some time. He then asked Raoul what their next course of action should be. Raoul fell into thought, considering the Empire's strategy. He reasoned that they would not have launched simultaneous attacks and set up a transfer gate in only one location. Something significant must have already occurred at the wall. In the worst-case scenario, they might even have to seal the passage to the Forbidden Zone. He then addressed Josh, explaining that if the situation at the wall was worse than expected, they might not be able to return and could end up trapped in the Forbidden Zone. Although using a gate created by the Empire was risky and unpleasant, understanding the situation at the wall took priority. As silence settled over the group, Raoul made the final decision. He declared that they would use the Empire's transfer gate and head straight to the wall. Meanwhile, at the wall, chaos reigned. Waves of monsters overwhelmed the defending knights. Deputy Commander Hensley shouted orders, commanding everyone to hold their positions to the very end. He made it clear that the wall must never be breached. At that moment, a scout rushed in and reported that a massive horde of magical beasts, along with Imperial forces waiting in the south, had been spotted. Hearing this, Hensley immediately ordered the redeployment of archers from the front lines toward the city. He insisted that their position must be held at all costs, even as frustration toward the Empire burned within him. As his gaze shifted toward a distant temple, a sense of dread filled him. Even without seeing it clearly, he could feel an overwhelming concentration of demonic energy emanating from within. He noted that the inner barrier and protective magic circle were still functioning, but if an entity of sufficient power entered, it would only be a matter of time before everything collapsed. Should that happen, not only this battlefield but the entire continent could be consumed by catastrophe. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Hensley concluded that they needed the commander-in-chief and reinforcements to arrive as soon as possible. Until then, the defensive line had to hold. He shouted once more, ordering everyone to tighten their formation and defend the wall even at the cost of their lives. The knights continued their desperate battle against the relentless tide of monsters. On a nearby mountain cliff, a group of Imperial mages stood beside an active transfer gate. Their leader observed the ongoing battle and mockingly remarked on the defenders' determination. He noted that with the wall's ancient seal now broken, their resistance was ultimately futile. He reflected on how troublesome the ancient seal's overload system had been. That system supplied mana to designated knights within the wall's range, granting them power capable of threatening even superhuman beings. It was the reason the wall had once been considered impregnable. However, with the seal destroyed, it could no longer sustain such immense mana consumption. With their final hidden card in play, the wall's fall was inevitable. Turning to a junior mage, the leader asked whether there had been any response from the teleportation circle. The junior replied that it remained silent, for now. The leader concluded that once they summoned the undead and demon forces prepared by McClanahan, a full-scale assault could bring the wall down within a single day. At that moment, the junior mage reported that a signal had finally been received. The The leader immediately ordered the transfer to begin. Laughing, he declared that the special unit had completed its mission and called forth the loyal soldiers of the Emperor, proclaiming that the long-awaited slaughter was about to begin. Before he could finish speaking, his body was split vertically down the center. Jake had struck him down instantly. At the same time, the remaining mages were swiftly eliminated by Cain, both of whom had emerged from the transfer gate. Jake glanced toward the distant temple and questioned what kind of madness they were dealing with. Raoul soon stepped out from the gate as well. The moment his eyes fell upon the temple, his expression tightened with unease. He immediately recognized it as a demon god temple and wondered if it had emerged from the dark gate. Realizing the severity of the situation, he concluded that things were far worse than he had anticipated. Just then, a message from Ken appeared in the guild chat. Ken expressed relief that Raoul had finally received their communication. Raoul was momentarily surprised before reading further. Ken apologized, admitting that he had failed to protect the wall properly and that the ancient seal had collapsed. Raoul reassured him, telling him not to blame himself too much. He pointed out that the Empire would never have fought fairly in the first place. He then asked about the current situation inside the wall. Ken replied that, according to reports, the Imperial army numbered at least 30,000. They had joined forces with the monsters that had crossed through the gates and were waging a war of attrition. The commander-in-chief was urgently sending messengers to gather all forces back to base. Hearing this, Raoul reflected on his past life, wondering if everything had fallen into ruin back then because of this very incident. He then asked Ken whether he had heard anything about a floating castle. Ken replied that he had not received any information that far. Raoul analyzed the situation further. He understood that demons who descended into the world could not use their full power immediately. They required demonic energy, which took time to spread from the Dark Gate. The most efficient method for them was to summon a demon god temple from the demon realm, turning the surrounding area into demonic territory. With that realization, it became clear where he needed to go. Turning to his older brother, Raoul asked if he could entrust him with command of the Night Order. His brother questioned what he meant. Raoul explained that he intended to head straight for the demon god temple. The knights immediately objected, insisting that it was too dangerous for him to go alone and declaring their intention to follow him. However, Raoul refused. He emphasized that the main base was in grave danger and that they needed to support the rest of the Night Order under Ken's leadership to defend the wall. He added that their father and brother, who had received Sir Julius's message, would arrive soon. Until then, they needed to hold their ground. He reminded them that they were his trusted knights. Hearing this, they clenched their teeth and accepted the responsibility, assuring him that they would not fail. With that, Raoul turned away and told them he would leave this side in their hands. Without hesitation, he declared that it was time to deal with the monstrosity ahead. Accompanied by his contracted fairy, Ravel, Raoul began walking toward the demon god temple. At that moment, Raoul unleashed his radiant aura, and brilliant golden wings manifested on his back. With a powerful leap, he soared into the air and began flying straight toward the temple. As they approached, Ravel sensed the overwhelming presence emanating from within and remarked that the cold, dark energy could only be one thing. Raoul confirmed her suspicion, stating that it was the immense demonic energy released by the demon god temple. While flying, Raoul reflected on the phenomenon known as the demonification of the temple. The structure, having crossed through the dark gate, absorbed the surrounding mana and converted it into demonic energy. He realized that even to restore the overload system, the demon god temple had to be completely destroyed. However, they lacked the necessary information to conquer it. His master had yet to respond, likely still recovering, and beyond this point lay an unfamiliar part of the connected world. For a moment, doubt crept into his mind as he wondered whether he could truly accomplish this alone. Noticing his unease, Ravel reassured him. She reminded him of everything they had already achieved together, and expressed her unwavering confidence that they would succeed once again. Even in uncertainty, she urged him to trust in their bond and continue fighting side by side. Raoul looked at her and thanked her sincerely. Regaining his composure, he declared that it was time to see just how formidable their guest truly was. Upon entering the temple, they were met with a horrifying sight. The corridors were covered in thick, coagulated blood. Ravel instinctively covered her nose, overwhelmed by the oppressive demonic energy saturating the area. As Raoul observed his surroundings, he sensed the presence of a barrier. He noted that minor spatial expansion spells had been cast within the temple, but beyond that, there was an unsettling distortion in the space itself. He questioned what kind of ability could create such an effect. Suddenly, one of the blood clots exploded. Raoul reacted instantly, raising his sword to block, But Ravel was faster, casting a protective shield that absorbed the blast. A voice echoed through the temple, laced with irritation. The demon complained that he had been enjoying a rare moment of leisure before being disturbed. Seated atop a throne, the demon smiled coldly and mocked the intruders as rude and uninvited guests. At his will, the blood throughout the corridor began to move. He muttered that anyone who dared to disturb Count Forsus's rest deserved punishment, and pondered how best to kill them to improve his mood. In response, Raoul activated his psychokinesis trait and shattered the glass the demon held in his hand. The demon's smile widened, expressing amusement at the unexpected trick. As the demon advanced, Raoul immediately launched an aura-infused slash. However, the demon manipulated the surrounding blood to form a barrier, effortlessly blocking the attack. Raoul was momentarily surprised. Ravel quickly asked if he had noticed the same thing. Raoul confirmed that he had and stated that he believed he understood the source of the demon's power. He concluded that the strange distortion they had sensed earlier came from the blood itself. The entire space was saturated with demonic energy, and the demon was using the blood as a medium to neutralize incoming attacks. Ravel added that demons often possessed unique traits based on their bloodline, and this one appeared to specialize in blood manipulation. Despite not having fully regained his original power after crossing the gate, he was already incredibly strong. The demon chuckled, acknowledging that Raoul was far more troublesome than he had expected, especially given the unfavorable environment. Raoul reflected on his past life memories, realizing that even with that knowledge, he had never encountered a demon like this before. In his previous life, the wall had already been completely destroyed by this point. He wondered what kind of power could have eliminated a creature like this along with an entire region such as Corpse Road. The demon, noticing Raoul's distraction, grew irritated and accused him of being disrespectful. As he spoke, he gathered blood into his hand, preparing another attack. In response, Raoul created multiple swords and launched them at the demon. Once again, the demon blocked the attack with his blood barrier. As the clash unfolded, blood splattered like rain across the ground, only to flow back and rejoin the demon moments later. Impressed, the demon admitted that it had been a long time since a human had lasted this long against him. He remarked that Raoul seemed far more useful than the insignificant Imperial soldiers and offered him a proposition: swear loyalty, and he would make Raoul the king of this domain. Raoul scoffed at the offer and rejected it outright. He stated that the demon was nothing more than a subordinate acting under the Emperor of the Cronan Empire, and that this entire invasion had been carried out under the Emperor's orders. Hearing this, the demon's expression twisted with anger. He declared that the Emperor was merely a human and questioned how a mere human could possibly command a noble of the great demon realm. Raoul was taken aback by this revelation. Even in his past life, information about the Emperor had been tightly guarded and never revealed. However, the demon, now visibly enraged, began gathering the scattered blood once more. He admitted that he had been unnecessarily provoked by a trivial human and decided there was no longer any reason to show mercy. Raoul responded coldly, stating that although he had not expected much, he still found the demon disappointing, a mere servant of the Cronan Empire. With that, the demon amassed a massive quantity of blood around himself, preparing a devastating attack. Raoul steadied himself, taking a firm stance in response. As the demon unleashed the attack, Ravel immediately cast a protective shield around Raoul, blocking the incoming wave. In that tense moment, Raoul realized that a single mistake would mean death. Victory would belong to whoever seized the decisive opportunity in the final instant. Outside the temple, a lone mage floated silently in the air, observing the battle within. Watching Raoul press forward, he quietly remarked that this must be Gray's chosen path and expressed hope that his faith in Raoul was not misplaced. Meanwhile, outside at the wall, the deputy commander Hensley and his knights were restrained by a demon, forcing them to drop their weapons. Hensley, his body trembling, struggled to stand upright as the demon restraining them mocked him, declaring that without the power of the artifact, he was nothing, yet still clung on stubbornly. As it spoke, the demon gathered dark energy, preparing to strike him down. The knights called out to Hensley in alarm, but the demon launched its attack, proclaiming that he should become an offering for the demon god. Hensley shut his eyes in frustration, convinced that they had failed to hold out until reinforcements arrived, and silently apologized to his commander-in-chief. Just before the attack could reach him, Lawrence appeared and intercepted it, swinging his aura sword to block the strike. Hensley realized that Lawrence had arrived in time. Without hesitation, Lawrence issued an order to the first knight order to hold the defensive line. Jake, Josh, Pierce, and Kane immediately assumed their respective fighting stances. Lawrence stepped forward, taking his own stance as he declared that the enemy would not take a single step inside. The demon army responded with snarls, baring their teeth as they growled menacingly. Meanwhile, inside the temple, Raoul was locked in battle against the noble demon. When Raoul struck with his aura sword, the demon blocked it with a barrier. The barrier, though seemingly solid, shifted into blood upon contact and attempted to swallow the blade. Reacting instantly, Raoul leapt backward to avoid it. He found the situation strange, realizing that no matter how much he focused, his aura continued to scatter. Before he could finish the thought, Ravel interrupted, explaining that she had analyzed the barrier through the system. It was formed by compressing demonic energy using blood as a medium, and its structure matched the strength of Raoul's aura. Upon contact, it appeared to absorb the aura. Raoul pointed out that in reality, both energies burned away together. Ravel warned him that even so, continuing to waste his aura was dangerous. The entire temple was filled with blood infused with demonic energy, allowing the demon's barrier to regenerate endlessly, while Raoul had no reliable way to recover the aura he expended. Raoul acknowledged the disadvantage, admitting that despite reaching the master level, the current situation was unfavorable. However, he insisted that even the weak had their own way of fighting. With renewed resolve, he charged forward again, striking the barrier repeatedly with his aura sword while simultaneously creating multiple blades through psychokinesis. The demon regarded his efforts with disdain, believing the force of blood surrounding it to be a flawless barrier with no weak points. It concluded that attacking from all directions would only drain Raoul's aura without weakening the defense. Then, gathering blood from all directions, the demon formed countless spikes around its barrier and declared its intent to pierce Raoul's body. The spikes shot forward, but Raoul deftly evaded the initial barrage. The demon pressed the attack, cornering him while mocking that his skill did not match his arrogance, and that his fate was of his own making. Raoul, however, only smiled and questioned whether gathering such a large amount of blood at once was truly wise. He released more of his aura, blocking the incoming attacks, and prepared a counter-strike while signaling to Ravel that it was time. The demon grew confused by his reaction. At that moment, Ravel began chanting, forming a massive magic circle before unleashing a rapid freeze spell at the demon. The demon recognized the power of the elemental magic and attempted to reinforce its barrier, but to its shock, the blood barrier froze instantly and began to crack and shatter. It realized too late that the demonic energy it had condensed had been neutralized all at once. Its attention snapped back to Raoul, who was already preparing his next attack. Stunned and angered, the demon could only mutter in disbelief at his audacity. Raoul raised his sword calmly, declaring that Phase 1 had ended, and Phase 2 had begun. Decades ago, a great war broke out due to the Empire's invasion, plunging the Connect continent into devastation. As the conflict raged on, the four kingdoms were pushed to the brink of destruction, and their citizens suffered endlessly amidst the chaos. Yet even in the depths of despair, hope emerged. Heroes, shining like light in the darkness, sacrificed their lives to bring down the Empire's leadership, and at last, peace was restored to the continent. However, that peace was not without warning. 3 sages, known as White, Black, and Gray, cautioned that the calm was only temporary and that vigilance must be maintained. Having witnessed countless deaths and the continent engulfed in flames during the prolonged war, they urged the kingdoms to prepare for the Empire's inevitable return. Their proposal was accepted by the Alliance, and a grim contingency was set in motion. Beneath the Wall and Corpse Road, the 3 great sages established a final safeguard. If activated, the death energy hidden beneath Corpse Road would erupt across the entire region, creating an artificial forbidden zone where no living being could enter for at least 3 years, a devastating detonator designed to halt any invasion. Even at the cost of countless soldiers and superhumans defending the wall, and even if it led to universal condemnation, this measure stood as the last line of defense. By the firm insistence of Great Sage Black, the switch to this detonator was entrusted solely to him. Thus, when the Empire's invasion began and the wall vanished without a trace, the truth behind it lay in this very plan. In the present, the mage observing the battle between Raoul and the demon within the temple was none other than Great Sage Black himself. In his hand he held the switch of the detonator, which had begun to tremble, leaving him momentarily confused. Meanwhile, at the wall, the First Knight Order clashed fiercely against the demon forces. Amid the battle, one of the knights reported to Ken that scouts had discovered Imperial forces stationed behind their base, believed to have arrived through a transfer gate. Ken immediately questioned their size, only to be told that their numbers were too vast to estimate. It was also confirmed that an Imperial demon general stood at the forefront. With their forces already struggling against the demons, the addition of Imperial troops threatened to overwhelm them completely. In response, Ken raised his voice and rallied the knights, declaring that Master Raoul was fighting the enemy of the demon god temple alone. As the knight order that followed such a man, they were to inherit his will and fight with unwavering courage. His words ignited their spirits, and the knights roared in unison, lifting their weapons as their morale surged. Nearby, Lawrence advanced and struck at the demon royal with his aura sword, only for the attack to be blocked by a wall of dark energy. At that moment, Jake, Josh, and Pierce launched a coordinated assault from behind, but the demons sensed their approach and smiled. Releasing a surge of demonic energy, it counterattacked, forcing them to defend and halting their advance. Turning toward them, the demon mocked their resistance, pointing out the overwhelming demonic energy saturating the battlefield and declaring that the situation had already shifted beyond their control. As its power intensified, the surroundings warped into a dark domain formed by its energy. From within that darkness, a demon suddenly emerged behind Josh, but Pierce reacted instantly, firing an arrow that destroyed it before it could strike. He warned the others to remain vigilant, as enemies could appear from anywhere. Observing the situation, Lawrence realized that their opponents had grown significantly stronger, likely due to the influence of the demon god temple. The shadowy barrier surrounding them was not only grotesque but also a calculated method of restraint. He understood that reckless attacks would only endanger their allies, and that the key to turning the tide lay in recognizing shifts on the battlefield faster than their enemy. The scene then shifted back to the temple. There, Raoul's sword had pierced the demon's chest, yet the creature forced the blade back as it gathered blood to restore its strength. Raoul gritted his teeth, realizing that the demon still had reserves. However, the nature of the energy had changed. It was now drawing upon its own blood, increasing its purity and control. The demon laughed maniacally, mocking Raoul for revealing his trump card and questioning what he could possibly do next. Raoul retreated, creating distance between them, and calmly pointed out that the demon no longer seemed capable of using the barrier it had once boasted about. The demon dismissed the concern, claiming it no longer needed such a defense to tear him apart. Raoul, however, understood the implications. A demon using its own blood would possess far greater control, rendering conventional aura blades ineffective. His gaze briefly shifted to the Regnitor armor, and he felt a flicker of unease, knowing that with just a little more time to recover his holy power, the battle could have ended differently with his master's aid. Ravel called out to him, snapping him back to the present. Raoul steeled himself, abandoning any lingering regret and resolving to overcome the situation with everything he had. Acknowledging that he had grown complacent, he reminded himself that real battles were inherently brutal. With renewed determination, he declared that it was time to go all out and confront the enemy head-on. The demon showed a hint of surprise as Raoul unleashed his power, forming a multitude of weapons in the air, each one ready to strike at his command in an instant. The scene shifted to the Imperial Army camp inside the Forbidden Zone, where Imperial Army monsters and knights stood in disciplined lines. Demon General Aelbed sat atop a nearby rock, letting out a chuckle as he remarked that capturing the wall within 3 days seemed quite impatient. Standing beside him, Demon General Bersho agreed, noting that the defenders would not last long even if left alone, judging by the chaos on their side. Aelbed responded that it simply meant they should wipe them out thoroughly. He added that the demons who had boasted about handling things alone were unimpressive, and waiting any longer would only waste time. He then asked his subordinate whether the damaged communication network had been restored. The subordinate confirmed that contact with the main force had been re-established, and that orders had come to push forward and take down the wall. Upon hearing this, Aelbed smiled and ordered everyone to rise, declaring that the long-awaited command to advance had finally arrived. The subordinate immediately beat the drum, and Aelbed shouted for his forces to teach the ignorant kingdom fools the fear of death, all for the emperor. Soon after, the army began marching toward the wall. Some time later, a soldier hurriedly approached Ken and informed him that there had been a change in the Imperial Army's movement. 2 Imperial Masters and a Knight Order had appeared on the front lines. After a brief silence, Ken grew tense and ordered the reserve forces to stand by, instructing everyone to remain alert and hold the front line at all costs. At that moment, a shadowy figure leapt onto the wall. Ken quickly noticed and turned his attention toward it. The figure revealed himself to be Demon General Aelbed, who descended and landed directly in front of Ken. With a smile, Aelbed casually remarked that the wall was about 30 meters high and that he could likely leap over it without difficulty. Ken immediately took a fighting stance with his spear, realizing he was facing an Imperial Master alone, and wondered where the other one was. Aelbed glanced around in disappointment, muttering that the defending force was underwhelming. He questioned the whereabouts of the so-called Iron Wall Knight of the Kingdom, Sir Julius. Ken responded by declaring that Aelbed would have to face him first, then rushed forward and unleashed his technique, Fury Wave. Aelbed dismissed the attack, stating that Ken was asking to die. He unsheathed his sword and swung it, releasing an aura slash toward the incoming attack. The slash cut through the Fury Wave effortlessly and continued toward Ken. Ken spun his spear and managed to block it, though with visible strain. Aelbed commented that he understood the desire to die together and promised to grant that wish soon, assuring him that the Emperor's loyal hounds would arrive shortly. Ken grew uneasy, realizing that the other Imperial Master might have headed toward the entrance. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Demon General Bersho arrived with his forces and observed the battlefield with displeasure, remarking on the mess. The demon who had been fighting Lawrence and the others insisted that he had the situation under control. Bersho criticized him for dragging out a battle that should have ended long ago, declaring that from that moment on, they would take over. The demon gritted his teeth in frustration, muttering about the human's arrogance. Bersho then unsheathed his battle axe, leapt into the air, and unleashed a powerful vertical aura slash at the barrier restraining Lawrence and the others. The barrier shattered instantly. Lawrence was caught off guard, realizing the sudden disappearance of the barrier, and quickly sensed the danger. Josh muttered in disbelief at the sheer size of the Imperial army. Lawrence glanced back at his companions and realized that everyone had already exhausted too much stamina since the cave. At this rate, they would soon reach their limit. Bersho then commanded his knights to give their lives for the Emperor and bring down the fortress. Lawrence charged at the approaching knights, shouting defiantly, but inwardly he knew they could only hold out for a few minutes. He had sworn to protect the wall at any cost, yet even that seemed impossible without Raoul's help. In desperation, he wished for a miracle to turn the situation around as the battle raged on. At that moment, the Ashton family flag rose into the air. The Imperial army halted briefly and turned their attention toward the entrance. Bersho also shifted his gaze toward the incoming forces of the kingdom. The reinforcements were led by Count Melvin Ashton, with his Golden Bear Knights following behind. Lawrence was visibly surprised by their arrival. Jack, witnessing the scene, exclaimed that the timing was perfect and declared that the Imperial forces were as good as dead. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ken stood with a trembling and exhausted body, surrounded by the fallen corpses of his subordinates. Aelbed looked at him with a smile and questioned whether he had truly believed such a group could stop a master. Ken, filled with frustration, realized that even his family's spear technique had failed to leave a scratch on his opponent. At that moment, an explosion echoed from the direction of the entrance, followed by rising smoke. Aelbed, hearing the sound, remarked that their ally had likely smashed the entrance to pieces and that reinforcements would soon arrive. He added that all that remained was for Ken and the others to die together. Suddenly, a figure leapt down from the top of the wall, launching an attack at Aelbed from behind. Aelbed noticed the ambush and turned just in time, the impact kicking up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, it became clear that Aelbed had blocked the attack. Upon seeing his attacker, he showed a rare hint of surprise. The attacker was Dylan, who immediately assumed a fighting stance and mocked Aelbed, saying that it seemed he was not the ally he had been expecting and that his reinforcements would not be coming. Meanwhile, at the entrance, a demon observed the situation in shock. He could not comprehend what was happening. Despite the overwhelming advantage in numbers, the tide had turned unexpectedly. Bersho had even activated the Emperor's mark, yet he had been defeated with ease. The demon could not understand what kind of human could achieve such a feat as more Imperial Knights charged toward Count Melvin Ashton. The Count calmly raised his sword and cut them down instantly. Witnessing this, the demon was overcome with fear. He transformed into a shadow and attempted to flee, regretting trusting humans and realizing he would die meaninglessly if he stayed. However, as he tried to escape, Julius, the commander-in-chief of the Iron Wall Knights, noticed him and thrust his sword into the shadow. Channeling his aura through the blade, he killed the demon, whose scream echoed across the battlefield. Count Melvin then raised his sword once more, releasing his aura as he challenged anyone else to step forward. Back on the battlefield, Aelbed sensed the overwhelming presence of the Count and grew uneasy. Dylan, noticing this change, mocked him for losing his earlier composure and urged him not to ruin the moment. Expressing his desire to continue the fight, even suggesting hand-to-hand combat if necessary. Aelbed, angered and flustered, insulted him before pulling out a scroll and activating it. He declared that this humiliation would be repaid someday, and warned that the outcome would not always favor them. Seeing this, Ken raised his spear and attempted to strike, but Dylan stopped him, explaining that it was a teleportation-type magic scroll and that in such an unstable environment, tracking its destination would be impossible. He advised Ken to restrain himself and postpone any pursuit. Shortly after, one of Dylan's subordinates arrived and asked if everyone was all right. Dylan, slightly annoyed, questioned his delayed arrival and asked about the situation at the entrance. The subordinates supported the weakened Ken and reported that Commander Julius and Count Melvin were clearing out the remaining enemy forces. Many enemies had deserted, and others were surrendering after losing morale, making the situation progress smoothly. Dylan let out a sigh and remarked that the Imperial forces were pathetic. Ken then asked if there was any news about his master, Baron Roel. The subordinate replied that Roel was still fighting alone at the Demon God Temple. Upon hearing this, Dylan suggested that they should go and assist him. However, the subordinate explained that the temple was floating in the air and surrounded by intense demonic energy, making it difficult for reinforcements to approach. Ken, growing anxious, silently worried about his master's safety. Meanwhile, inside the Demon God Temple, a noble demon spoke with a twisted sense of amusement, stating that the battle had reminded him of something long forgotten. It had been ages since he had been pushed so far, and he clearly recalled now that what he once loved most was the taste of human blood torn apart, while still alive. Nearby, Raoul struggled to stand, realizing that even with telekinesis, landing a direct blow remained difficult. His contracted fairy, Ravel, called out to him, asking what they should do. She explained that the demon's blood magic was so dense with demonic energy that even her ice magic was ineffective, leaving waiting for Karl as their only apparent option. Raoul, however, rejected the idea, stating that if they delayed any longer, something terrible might happen at the wall. He insisted that they had to act immediately. Ravel paused briefly to think before calling out to him again, proposing that she had an idea and asking if he could follow her instructions, as it might be their only chance to defeat the demon. Ravel instructed Raoul to listen carefully, explaining that the entire temple was covered by a spatial barrier. She pointed out that even the demon's perfectly structured demonic energy was being affected by it. In other words, if the source of the barrier were destroyed, the demonic energy within the temple would become unstable, and the demon's tightly woven blood magic would lose its effectiveness. Raoul questioned how they were supposed to find the source of the barrier. Ravel responded that there was no need to find it, as rendering the barrier useless would be enough. Raoul was visibly shocked by her statement. Ravel then asked whether it was possible for him to do it. Raoul admitted that he could not guarantee success, but declared that he would make it possible somehow. At that moment, the demon rushed forward to attack. Raoul noticed the movement and swiftly dodged. The demon scoffed, saying that such dodging was useless, and formed chains of blood to strike Raoul. However, Raoul evaded the attack once again with ease. Seizing the moment, Ravel cast her spell, Freeze, directing it at the demon. The blood chains shattered instantly, and the demon took minor damage. Despite this, the demon laughed mockingly, claiming that they still did not know their place and that such petty tricks would no longer work. The demon then surged forward at high speed, giving Raoul no time to react. The attack landed, causing Raoul to cough up blood. Even in pain, Raoul extended his hand and used telekinesis to launch several weapons at the demon. Startled, the demon quickly turned and erected a barrier, blocking all incoming attacks. Confident in his advantage, the demon declared that it was over. He acknowledged Raoul's persistence despite relying on what he deemed a trivial trick and proclaimed that, as a reward, he would personally grant him eternal rest. Raoul quietly signaled to Ravel that he was ready. The demon gathered dark energy in his arm and launched a decisive strike at Raoul. At the same time, Ravel cast Elemental Shield at maximum output to intercept the attack. The collision between the demon's strike and Ravel's barrier sent powerful shockwaves throughout the area. Amidst the chaos, Raoul turned his focus to the spatial barrier itself and struck it, successfully destroying it. Immediately, the structure of the temple began to collapse. Raoul smiled faintly, remarking that this was why proper maintenance was important. The demon, caught off guard, looked around in shock as the barrier crumbled, realizing that it had been broken. Raoul then slammed down with full force, sending additional shockwaves through the structure. More sections of the temple shattered, leaving the demon disoriented and stunned as he struggled to comprehend the situation. Outside, the floating demon god temple began to collapse, shocking all who witnessed it. As the structure continued to fall apart, the battle between Raoul and the demon raged on within. Nakia watched the collapsing temple with anxiety, silently hoping for Raoul's safety. The demon rushed forward to attack, and Raoul met the strike, blocking it with his sword. In that moment, the demon felt his control over the blood weakening, and wondered if it was due to the collapsing barrier. While distracted by that thought, Raoul seized the opportunity and lunged forward, his attack striking the demon and drawing a scream of pain. Raoul realized that Ravel's strategy was working, as his aura was finally reaching the demon. Angered, the demon began rotating blood around his body. However, the moment Raoul released his energy, the spinning blood abruptly stopped. Confusion spread across the demon's face as he felt an overwhelming pressure. He could not move even a single drop of blood and began to grasp the vast difference in their power. Raoul advanced without hesitation and drove his sword into the demon's chest before unleashing his aura. The demon screamed as Raoul's aura surged through him. As his body began to fade, he muttered in disbelief, unable to accept his defeat. From afar, Great Sage Black observed the outcome and remarked that there had been no need to activate the detonator switch. He acknowledged that Grey had been right, and noted that the kingdom had not fallen, at least not yet. As the temple continued to collapse, Raoul, barely able to stand, staggered toward the edge and leapt down. He attempted to spread his wings, but his vision blurred, and he lost consciousness. Great Sage Black swiftly flew toward him and caught him with a spell, commenting that Raoul was still just a rookie, and that even a brief lapse in caution could lead to such outcomes. He then gently placed Raoul on the ground. Moments later, Raoul's companions arrived, calling out his name. Before they could notice him, Great Sage Black ascended back into the air, watching from above as he quietly remarked that he would remember the name Raoul de Ashton. Elsewhere, a few fleeing demons attempted to escape, only to be cut down instantly by sword slashes released by Dalton, who calmly questioned where they thought they were going. The kingdom's first reinforcements had arrived swiftly. Upon receiving Julius's urgent request, the Count Ashton family, alongside the Duke Templeton family and other allied forces, mobilized. With the collapse of the demon god temple, the demons lost their source of demonic energy and were quickly overwhelmed. The Imperial army ultimately withdrew its forces and retreated, marking a decisive victory for the kingdom. Some time later, at the Count Ashton mansion, Raoul lay in bed and declared that chaos would come. His older brother, Lawrence, questioned the sudden statement, while his father, Count Melvin Ashton, urged him to explain in detail so they could prepare. Raoul opened the system window and revealed that a revelation had been given: a second gate incident would occur, and the true era of superhumans would begin. Both his brother and father were left in shock. Raoul then silently read the contents of the system message. It explained that all third-stage ancient seals suppressing the dimensional gates had been released except for one. As a result, gate erosion would accelerate, and forgotten ancient races would begin emerging. The mana density of the connected world would rise significantly, increasing the likelihood of individuals surpassing their limits. The growth of plants and animals would accelerate, while a substantial amount of demonic energy had already entered the continent. It warned that dark beings would soon roam freely and that as humanity grew stronger, even more terrifying enemies would appear. With the release of the third-stage seals, a new scenario would begin. Raoul realized that the battle against the Empire had not been the true objective. The real goal had been the release of the ancient seals hidden within the wall and the Forbidden Zone. The defense of the wall alone had never been enough to change the overall outcome. The Empire's easy retreat now made sense. They had already achieved their purpose. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Raoul resolved that he needed to prepare for everything, knowing that those who had sensed these changes would soon begin to move. On Earth, it had already been 1 year and 3 months since Connect officially launched. Marketed as a connection to a new world, the platform quickly fascinated people, just as its slogan promised. When official research confirmed that connecting to Connect was no different from sleeping, many began to advocate for living a double life through it. As support grew, capsule production increased rapidly, and the number of users soon surpassed 200,000. The company even announced plans to distribute 1 million capsules within the year. In Seoul, South Korea, people embraced this new technology and incorporated it into their daily lives. During a broadcast, a news anchor asked legal expert Dr. Han Byunigtae for his opinion on an NPC from a game establishing a company in reality. Dr. Han explained that it was not theoretically impossible. He pointed out that the recently established first company served as a real example. Since the concept of a legal entity already existed, and virtual entities had been recognized as holders of rights and obligations, the real debate now was whether in-game characters could be acknowledged as legal persons. Elsewhere, a taxi driver who heard the discussion scoffed at the idea, commenting that a computer program becoming a company's CEO was absurd and asking his passenger for his opinion. The passenger, Kim Il-woo, responded with a nervous smile, remarking that it truly was an amazing world. The driver then mentioned the unusually hot weather for March, noting that it felt well over 30 degrees. Shortly after, he pulled over and asked if they had reached the destination. Kim Il-woo confirmed and thanked him before stepping out and heading toward a nearby building. As the driver noticed the massive structure, he expressed surprise, wondering when it had been built. Kim Il-woo identified it as the headquarters of the first company. Inside, workers busily moved boxes. Kim Il-woo presented his ID to a scanner, which granted him access while welcoming him as Vice President Kim Il-woo. He sighed, admitting that he still could not get used to it. Upon entering, his secretary greeted him and informed him of an executive meeting scheduled in 30 minutes, offering to guide him. Kim Il-woo asked if the others had already arrived, and the secretary confirmed that all directors were waiting in the meeting room. Later, as he entered the room, he was welcomed by the first management board. He wondered how to communicate with Han Seo-hyun and the foreign directors, Blake and Wang Tianming. Seo-hyun instructed him to use a device he had received earlier. After putting it on, Kim Il-woo realized he could understand the conversation between Blake and Tianming. Blake remarked that reality felt completely different from Connect, while Tianming expressed concern about Kim Il-woo's position as vice president. Kim Il-woo quietly noted in amazement that he could hear everything in Korean, impressed by the technology. Seo-hyun explained that it was derived from capsule technology. Blake admitted that he still found the situation hard to believe, often questioning whether it was real even after waking up. Il-woo agreed, sharing the same sentiment. They recalled their visit to Calip's castle in the Connect continent, where they had met Raoul after joining his guild. At the time, Raoul had told them that his plan had been prepared long ago, and had asked them to sincerely accept his intentions. Back in the present, Blake pointed out how strange it was that an NPC had built a company in reality, with the directors being members of the Purple Guild. Tianming admitted that he had not believed it until he saw it himself. He had expected a small office, not an entire building, and concluded that Raoul de Ashton must be incredibly wealthy even in real life. Seo-hyun added that as Connect's popularity surged, the value of in-game currency had also risen dramatically, to the point where gold was nearly impossible to obtain. Blake dismissed their concerns, arguing that if the conditions were good, there was no need to overthink things, calling it a simple win-win situation. Seo-hyun, however, expressed some unease, wondering if the company was truly stable given the overly generous conditions. Blake acknowledged that they were not even doing traditional company work, yet still received benefits and shares, concluding that Raoul must have more than enough resources. Kim Il-woo explained that little would change for them, as professionals would handle the company's management, while they focused on Connect, which was what Raoul wanted. Internally, he reflected that their contract was not about working at headquarters but about managing the Purple Guild and its players within Connect. Still, he questioned why Raoul had gone so far as to establish an entire company. Soon after, the secretary entered and announced that the meeting would begin shortly, asking everyone to take their seats. A moment later, a projection activated, revealing Raoul, who greeted them and introduced himself as the chairman of the first company. Seeing him, Kim Il-woo was stunned, struggling to comprehend how a game character could exist in reality and questioning what Raoul truly was. At the same time, elsewhere in Seoul, a gathering was underway, with drinks laid out on a table. One individual asked Han Sun-woo, the eldest son of the Desium group, about his next move. Sun-woo calmly poured himself a drink and replied that the answer was obvious. They would push forward. Kim I-sung, eldest son of the Sobyo group, pointed out that as long as the First Guild and Purple Guild existed, corporate guilds would struggle to grow. Kang Chong-woo, the third son of the Kron group, agreed, noting that even throwing money at the problem had not worked. Irritated, Sun Wu slammed his glass onto the table and questioned whether they would continue being sidelined by what he called a mere program. His outburst unsettled the others. Inwardly, Sun Wu reflected that everyone present had tried and failed to establish guilds in the Ruben Kingdom, all because of that NPC. He recalled his father's words about hating defeat. Remembering this, Sun Wu clenched his teeth and declared that the next scenario would soon begin. With a cold smile, he announced that it was time to formally act as the anti-First Guild Alliance. Genius protagonists, overwhelming growth, and legendary battles, this is your battlefield. We're just steps away from 20,000 subscribers. Subscribe now and rise with us.